Hello, friends. A very warm welcome. Good morning to all of you. We're live once again. Probably you're seeing me for the last time before CAT 2024. Am I clearly visible and audible? Come on, friends. Kindly confirm if I'm clearly visible and audible. All right, great. So, friends, welcome back once again on the YouTube channel live, probably for the last time before CAT 2024. So, how are you feeling? Tell me, how are you feeling 3 days before your CAT examination? There might be a lot of things that are running in your mind. We're left with only 3 days for CAT, and what to do, what not to do. How do we spend these 3 days? How can we maximize our score? There must be lots of questions that might be running in your mind. Right. So anxiety again, yes, tensed, worried, nervous. So a lot of feelings with a lot of you. Anxious. Good morning, Janvi. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, people. All right. So, friends, like all of you have it in your mind that what you should. So important in these 3 days is not what to do. Okay, the most important thing is what not to do. Okay, so the things that you are thinking that okay, I'll revise this thing as well as this thing, I'll solve these many questions, I'll revise all the previous year papers, I'll revise all the mock papers. No, you don't have to do all these things now in these 3 days. All right, so to make things normal for all of you, we have planned this session, right? Now, I understand that most of you would want to sit for these 12 hours. So we are starting at 10 a.m. and most of you would like to sit in these sessions till 10 p.m. Tonight. But I would say that just keep things light. Okay, so don't do anything funny. Don't do anything that will deviate your mind. That will put your mind in unnecessarily pressure that you don't want to take in these 3 days before your CAT examination, right? This is probably one of the biggest examinations of your life, right? And you don't want to go in that tensed state of mind in this examination, okay? Yes, so Janvi, I hope today I follow this marathon for revision. Yes, so this is the perfect way of revising things. Okay, we understand. So we at Career Launcher understand what type of questions needs to be covered just 3 days before the CAT examination. And this is why we have specially devised this session. We have specially planned this session, and we conduct such sessions almost every year. Okay, Career Launcher is a veteran in this field, so you don't have to worry about that. And whatever revision that you want to do, you can do it using or through these sessions that we are conducting for students. All right, so I understand that there will be a lot of things running in your mind, as I've already told you. But in these last 3 days, you can keep things light. You must keep things light. Don't enter the examination hall with that pressure, with that nervousness in your mind. Just be free from every tension that you have in this world and enter the examination hall without any backlogs, without any hangover of those problems that you suffer in day-to-day life. Okay, so the next 3 days should be very like you have to chill in these next 3 days. Okay, all right. Fine. So, friends, we'll start with today's session. We'll kick off with Quant. Okay. So, I'll quickly tell you the schedule that we'll be following throughout the day. Okay. And for all of you, this session, yes, it will be available in the online, online on the YouTube. Okay. So, it will be available in the recorded format. But there is no use of watching this session tomorrow or day after or after CAT 2024 once you are done with your examination. Right. So try to be with us for this entire day, and we'll try to keep things a little on the lighter side. Fine. Now we'll start with quant, and like it's already 10 a.m. and we'll be solving some questions of quant, which are taken from previous year, which are made on the similar lines, taking care of the proper level of difficulty that needs to be taken care of in the last 3 days. Okay, so we're starting now, and we'll be solving questions of quant till somewhere around 1:45 p.m. to 2 p.m. Right now, at 2 p.m., the verbal RC faculty will take over, right? And we'll be teaching you, we'll be solving some questions from verbal ability and reading comprehension. Now, this session will go up till 5 p.m. And then at 5 p.m., LRDI faculty will take over, and he or she will be solving the questions of LRDI. And the session might go for like as long as 5 hours, right? So you all are safe with us for the next 12 hours that you have in this day. All right. Okay. So friends, now for the first few questions, we'll be expecting a very quick answer from all of you. So just as a warm up, I have kept some easy questions to start with, and then we'll keep on increasing the level of difficulty slowly and gradually. You'll find mix of questions. You'll find all the type of questions that you will find in CAT examination, all the type of questions which have already appeared in CAT examination, right? So request in LRDI, can you include 2018 PYQs as well? Janvi, I don't know. So I'll not be taking that LRDI session today. All right. So I don't know what type of questions the LRDI faculty has selected. But if you are asking about CAT 2018 PYQs, so I have taken a session previously, right, wherein you will find the sets of CAT 2018 to be solved in the session. Okay. So I'm not sure what kind of sessions will be there. So there is mod to be covered too. Chinmaya, we are not focusing on any particular topic. Okay, understand this thing. We are not focusing on any particular topic, right? So if you want specifically the questions of modulus, inequalities, and so on and so forth. So once again, I'll tell you that previously on YouTube only, I have taken some sessions in which I have discussed the questions of algebra, and the questions of algebra will definitely include the questions of modulus, inequalities, functions, and graphs, and so on and so forth. Okay. Are 9900 percentilers attending this session? Harshal, are 9900 percentilers. So the CAT 2024 will decide your percentile. All right. So right now, nobody can tell how much he or she is going to score. But definitely, the students who are scoring 99 or 100 percentile in mock papers must be attending this session, right? A lot of students are like a lot of the participants in this session are my students only, and yes, they are getting 99 plus percentile in the mock papers. All right. Okay. So friends, let's begin with this session. Let's start solving the questions. Okay. So now, obviously, the questions will come in front of you one by one, right? And I'll be giving you 1.5 minutes, not more than that, to solve these questions, and then we'll discuss the method. All right. As soon as you have the answer, please post it. Also, if you have the method, right? So you have solved the question. So you may also write one or two steps. You may also write one or two steps that you have used to reach to the answer. All right. Fine. So let's begin this session, all of you, with the very first question on your screen. But before that, I'll tell you a few important things that will be followed on 24th of November. All right. So these are some special things that we have for all of you on the day of CAT. So spend your CAT day with us. Now, those who are writing the paper in second slot or third slot, some of these sessions will be beneficial for all of you, right? So CAT day 2024 live coverage, it will start from 7:30 a.m. So yes, it will start from 7:30 a.m. At 8:30 a.m., the first slot will start. It will go up till 10:30 a.m. And as soon as any CAT slot is over, any CAT examination is over. So let's say immediately after first slot, you will be getting the first impression, fastest impression first. Okay, so we have called the session as fastest impression first. So as soon as the first slot will be over at 10:30, you will be getting the first impression from our side, right? So the students who will be there, who will be writing their CAT examination in slot 2 or slot 3, this particular small session, short session will be beneficial for all of you, right? Also, CAT 2024 slot 1, 2, and 3 detailed exam analysis will be there on the CAT day. And there will be combined analysis of all the 3 slots as well. We'll be discussing about the level of difficulty and the cutoffs, the possible cutoffs that may have, right? So all these things will be discussed. Now, Sanjukta, what about slot 1? So yes, slot 1 analysis will be done. But if you have your examination in slot 1, so you will not be able to get any information, right? It's just that you go write your CAT examination in the first slot the way you write mock papers. All right. Okay. So let's begin with the questions. All of you, the very first question coming on your screen, write your answer, post your answer as soon as possible. Question number 1 on your screen now. Quickly. So these are some warm-up questions at the beginning. Okay. So I'll give you 1 minute, 1.5 minutes for most of these questions. So you may write your answer. You may write your answer and probably 1 or 2 steps that you have used to reach to this answer. Yes, what is the answer for question number 1? All right, nice. All of you. I am looking for an answer from most of you. Come on, post your answers. All right, Janvi, thank you. Great. So now this is a very common type of questions that you will find in the miscellaneous series in series and progressions. All right. Now 1 upon 1 multiply 2, 1 upon 2 multiply 3, 1 upon 3 multiply 4, and so on up till 1 upon 100 multiplied by 101. All right. Now, what we can do is we can first of all, the observation you can do is look at the terms in the denominator. Now, everywhere, like for every term, the numbers in the denominator, they differ by 1. So we have a common difference of 1 across all the denominators, right? The numerator is 1. So I can write numerator as the difference of the denominators. So I'm giving you all the steps. So I can write this numerator 1 as the difference of denominators. So it will become 2 minus 1 upon 1 multiplied 2 plus 3 minus 2 upon 2 multiplied 3, right? Next term, I can write 1 as 4 minus 3. Okay, 4 minus 3 upon 3 multiply 4, and so on up till 101 minus 100 divided by 100 into 101. Okay, now for every term, I can separate the numerators. So in the first case, I have 2 upon 1 multiplied 2 minus 1 upon 1 multiplied 2. So it can be written as 1 upon 1 minus 1 upon 2. This will be the first term. Now the second term, 3 minus 2 divided by 2 multiplied 3, it can be written as 1 upon 2 minus 1 upon 3. All right. And so on up till the last term. There is no need to write all these terms. Okay. So 1 upon 100 minus 1 upon 101. Careful observation will tell you that all the terms except the first part of the first term and the second part of the last term will be left. So in between, minus 1 by 2, 1 by 2 will get cancelled. Minus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 3 will get cancelled. And up till the end, minus 1 upon 100 and plus 1 upon 100 will get cancelled. So now you'll be left with only 1 upon 1 minus 1 upon 101, which you can solve and write the answer as 100 upon 101. All right. So option C, that is 100 upon 101, will be the correct answer for this question. Right. Now, this is a very basic way of solving this question. Okay. Now, once you have proper practice of this type of question, like once you are done solving 2 or 3 questions, then you can directly write the last step. Okay. So there will not be any need to write this much of things. Okay. And just a careful observation will tell you that the answer will be 1 upon 1 minus 1 upon 101. All right. So this was very basic question of this type. Now, if I look at another question, slightly different one. So if I'll remove this question and we'll give you another question, let's say the question is 1 upon, so all of you, I'm giving you one more question. So 1 upon 5 multiplied by 8 plus 1 upon 8 into 11 plus 1 upon 11 into 14. And the last term is not given to you, but it is given that you will have to find out the sum of this series up to 30 terms. Okay, so the question is 1 upon 5 multiply 8 plus 1 upon 8 multiply 11 plus 1 upon 11 multiply 14 and so on up to 30 terms. What will be the sum of all these terms? Come on, go ahead and give me an answer for this. All of you, quickly. So how to tackle this this type of questions in like very less amount of time? So let's see who will be the first person who will give me a correct answer for this twisted question. All right, 2 different answers, 30 upon 95 and 6 upon 95. Okay. $29 upon 460, 6 upon 95, 54 upon 95, a lot of different answers. Okay, now let's have a quick discussion. Now, first important thing is to write the 30th term. Okay, so can you all help me with the 30th term, the last term of the series? Now, to find out 30th term, you can observe the first part of each of these denominators. It's an arithmetic progression, 5, 8, 11, and so on. Arithmetic progression with the first term as 5 and the common difference of 3, right? And I want to find out the 30th term. All right. Now, 30th term here will be 5, the first term, a plus n minus 1 into d. Okay. So 5 plus 29 multiplied by 3, right? So 29 multiplied by 3 is 87. 87 plus 5. 87 plus 5 is 93, right? Sorry, 92. So 87 plus 5 is 92. So Kushagra, 1 upon 92 multiplied by 95. I can write the second part of this term very quickly, right? Just adding 3 to it. So the last term is 1 upon 92 multiplied by 95, right? Now, in the original question that you can see here, the difference between the terms, the difference between the numbers in the denominator was 1 and the numerator was also 1. But in this new question, the difference between the numbers in the denominator is 3, but the numerator is 1. So what I'll do is I'll make one quick change here while simplifying. So I'll write all the numerators as 3, okay? And to balance this, I'll multiply this entire series by 1 upon 3, right? Okay, I'm just telling you how quickly you can solve this question. Now, everywhere in the numerator, instead of 3, you can now write the difference of the denominators. 8 minus 5, 11 minus 8, and so on. It can be done. And hence, inside the bracket, you will have 3 upon 5 plus 3 upon, sorry, I'll write it properly. So now inside the bracket, like instead of 3, I'll write 8 minus 5. So now you will have 1 upon 5 minus 1 upon 8. Then the next term will be 1 upon 8 minus 1 upon 11. Next term will be 1 upon 11 minus 1 upon 14, and so on up till the last term, which will be 1 upon 92 minus 1 upon 95. So I'll be left with the first part of the first term, which is 1 upon 5, and the second part of the last term, that is 1 upon 95, right? So 1 upon 5 minus 1 upon 95 whole multiplied by 1 upon 3, that will be the final answer. So there is no need to write all these steps. You can directly reach to this answer. I'm telling you, once you have solved 3 or 4 questions of this type. So 1 upon 3 bracket, 95 is the LCM, okay? 95 divided by 5 is 19. 19 minus 1 is 18. Now 18 divided by 3 is 6. So 6 upon 95. Those who have given this as the answer, they are absolutely correct. So 6 upon 95 is the answer. All right. Okay. You are able to get the process, but due to time constraint, getting error in calculation. So Janvi, एक चीज understand करो. Okay. Now, if I have taught you a method, and like if I've taught you a shortcut, and if you are directly using that shortcut, it will be difficult. So first of all, what you have to do is you'll have to solve 3-4 questions wherein you are writing each and every step. Once you are comfortable with this type of questions wherein you're writing most of the steps, then you will start eliminating the steps one by one. Okay, so directly if you apply shortcut, directly if you are trying to eliminate some of the steps, it will be difficult and hence you will commit some errors. So take it slowly. You need time, right? So like in these 2 or 3 days, it will be difficult. Okay. So Kushagra, solve it again. It will be 3 upon 92 into 95. Start from 5, then 8, then 11. This is an arithmetic progression. And you will have to find out the 30th term of this arithmetic progression. All right. Arithmetic progression, I have taught you in classes. You know that. Okay. So just apply. This is a very simple case of arithmetic progression. All right. Okay. So friends, let's move on and look at the next question, question number 2. And I want an answer for this question in 30 seconds. Evaluate or simplify this expression and match it among the options. You have 30 seconds to answer this question. All right, nice, good. Come on, all of you, keep it up. Keep posting your answers. So let's finish this off. So if I'll add the first 2 terms, in the numerator, I will have 1 plus x plus 1 minus x. And in the denominator, I will have 1 minus x multiplied by 1 plus x, which will be 1 minus x square. Okay. So The first two terms when simplified in the numerator, x will get cancelled. So I will have 2 upon 1 minus x square. Okay. This is the first two terms simplified. Adding it with 2 upon 1 plus x square. Again, the similar thing will happen, which has happened with the first two terms. Okay. So I'm writing the denominator directly 1 minus x power 4. And the numerator will be 2 plus 2, that is 4. Adding it with the last term, fourth term, 4 upon 1 plus x square. Okay. So numerator, it will be 4 plus 4, that is 8. Denominator will be 1 minus x power 8. Okay. So 1 minus x power 8. So 8 upon 1 minus x power 8. Option A is the correct answer for this one. Okay. Let's quickly move on to look at our next one. Now, next question is a question of permutation combination. There are 6 boxes numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Each box is to be filled up with either a white ball or a black ball in such a manner that at least one box contains a black ball, and all the boxes containing black balls are consecutively numbered. The total number of ways in which this can be done is how much? Yes, Raj, upon power 4, fine. A small typing error, so you can ignore it. We have got the answer. Okay. So focus on this one and quickly give me an answer. You have 4 options: 15, 21, 63, and 64. All right, nice, good. So let's have a look at the conditions. Now, first of all, there are 6 boxes numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, each box is to be filled up with either a white ball or a black ball. So only one ball will go in a box, and this ball can be either a white or a black ball, such a manner that at least one box contains a black ball. So minimum one black ball needs to be used, right? Now, also, they're saying that all the boxes containing black balls are consecutively numbered. Fine. So we may have different cases. Since we need at least one black ball, so I'll start with number of black balls, right, as 1. So if there is only one black ball, it can either go in box number 1 or box number 2 or box number 3 and so on. There are 6 ways in inserting this black ball. And in the remaining boxes, white ball will be filled. Okay. So when one black ball is used, then there are 6 possibilities. Now, when there are 2 black balls, now in how many ways I can insert 2 black balls in consecutively numbered boxes? So it can be 1, 2, it can be 2, 3, it can be 3, 4, and it can go up till 5, 6. So there are 5 possible ways. Then for 3 black balls, there will be 4 possible ways. For 4 black balls, if they need to be inserted in consecutively numbered boxes, there will be 3 ways. Then for 5, there will be 2 ways. For 6, there will be 1 way. Adding these numbers, this will give you the total number of ways. It is not 15, Kinanmay. It is 6 plus 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. The answer is 21. All right. So a total of 21 possibilities are there. Am I clear? Now, talking about a very basic concept, all of you listen to this question very carefully. Okay. Let's say there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on up till starting from 1, 2, 3, there are 73 chairs. Okay, listen carefully. There are 73 boxes or 73 chairs, whatever it is. Okay, I am asking you to find out the number of ways of selecting 7 consecutive chairs. Number of ways of selecting 7 consecutive chairs out of these 73 chairs. What will be this number? I'll repeat, 73 chairs are arranged in a linear manner. They are numbered starting from 1 up till 73. What is the number of ways of selecting 7 consecutive chairs? Now, this particular thing can be a part of a big question, right? Okay, so you need to know how to do this thing very quickly. अभी तक आंसर आ जाना चाहिए था. All right. Number of ways of selecting 7 consecutive chairs out of 73 chairs which are arranged in linear manner. So answers are 67, 34 into 67, 64. So these are the 3 answers that I have got. Harshal has changed the answer. All right. Okay. Now, one of the quickest way of doing this thing is, now since we are selecting 7 consecutive chairs, the first selection will start from chair number 1. The second selection will start from chair number 2. The third will start from chair number 3. Just look at from which chair number the last selection is starting. Okay, so just look at the last 7 chairs. So these last 7 chairs will be 73, 72, 71, 70, 69, 68, and 67. So starting from 67, I can select 7 consecutive chairs: 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, right? This is just one thing that you will have to do. So the last selection will start from 67th chair. Okay, so the first selection has started from first chair, second has started from second chair, the last selection has started from 67th chair, and hence the answer will be 67. So there are 67 ways of selecting 7 consecutive chairs out of 73 chairs which are arranged in a linear manner. All right, fine. So whatever doubts you have, okay, so you can clear out these doubts. Now this particular thing that I've told you, if the question of permutation combination comes, and if it comes from this area, then this particular thing will be a very small part of a very big question, right? And you can take hardly 5 seconds to find out this particular thing. Okay, all right, let's move on and look at our next question. So all of you, okay, a small request from all of you. If you are liking these sessions, if you are following these things, then please go ahead and press the like button. So this is one small thing that you can do for us to increase our motivation so that we can keep conducting these sessions for all of you. Not only for CAT, but for the upcoming examinations like SNAP, Narsimunji, ZAT, and MHCT, of course. So come on, please go ahead and press the like button. Now the question is, in a stockpile of products produced by 3 machines, 1, 2, 3, 40 and 30% are manufactured by M1 and M2 respectively. So you can find out how many M3 will produce. 3% of the products of M1 are defective and 1% of the products of M2 are defective, while 95% of the products of M3 are not defective. What is the percentage of defective products in the stockpile? Quickly, Ritik is already up with the answer. Pranjal, all right. Okay, so most of you are saying option A, and one of the student positive mindset says option C, that is 2.5. Come on, others as well. Quickly give me an answer. Okay, so let's assume that the total number of products in the stockpile is 100. So M1 produces 40%. So M1 produces 40. M2 produces 30 percentage, and the remaining will be produced by M3, that will be 30. Now 3% are defective here. So 3 percentage of 40, 3 percentage of 40, 1 percentage is 0.4. So 3 percentage will be 0.4 multiplied by 3, that is 1.2. 1 percentage are defective from M2. So 1 percentage is 0.3. And from M3, 95 are not defective. That means 5 percentage will be defective. Okay, so that will be 0.3 multiplied by 5, that is 1.5. So total number of defective products will be the sum of these three. That comes out to be 3. So out of every 100 products, 3 products will be defective, and that will be the answer. So 3 percentage, option A is the correct answer. Let's move on, look at the next question. All right, so 20, option C, perfect. Now Gopal went to a fruit market with certain amount of money. With this money, he can either buy 50 oranges or 40 mangoes. So the money is enough so that he can buy 50 oranges or 40 mangoes. So that means the price of 50 oranges, the price of 50 oranges is equal to the price of 40 mangoes, right? So what you can do is you can start by assuming the total money that he has gone with to the market. And the best number to assume is the LCM of 50 and 40, and I'm taking it as 200. So the price of one orange comes out to be 4, and the price of one mango comes out to be 5. Done. So these are the prices of one orange and one mango. The best way of doing this thing. Now he retains 10% of the money for taxi fare. So out of 200 rupees, he will retain 20 rupees for taxi fare, right? And he's now left with 180 rupees. If he buys 20 mangoes, so 20 mangoes, every mango cost rupees 5. So 5 multiplied by 20, that means 100 rupees are spent from this 180. So now he's left with 80 rupees. Now using this 80 rupees, how many oranges he can buy? 80 divided by 4, the answer is 20. Okay, so the number, the question is very easy, right? The method, it can be different varying upon the student who is doing it. Now you'll have to use the most efficient method to solve such questions, right? So a lot of the things that I have written, these things can be done orally as well. All right, fine. Let's quickly move on. Look at the next question. Now 10 seconds to you answer to this question. A very basic concept, no solutions. For what value of k the following system of equations has no solution? Quickly. Now, what is the condition for no solution? I'm writing the condition for no solution. A1 upon A2 is equal to B1 upon B2 and is not equal to C1 upon C2. Now, looking at these equations, what is A1 upon A2? It is 2 upon K. Come on, all of you post your answers. Should be equal to B1 upon B2, that is minus 8 upon 4, and should not be equal to 3 upon 10. So yes, the second ratio is not equal to 3 upon 10. Fine. So 2 upon K is equal to minus 8 upon 4, that is minus 2. The value of K will be equal to minus 1. So minus 1, option C is the correct answer. All right. Not spending a lot of time on these questions. These are just warm-up questions. Okay. So do not worry. We will definitely come up with some difficult ones as well. Now, friends, spend your CAT day with us with all these activities. So there will be live coverage that will start from 7:30 a.m. Yes, 7:30 a.m. 1 hour before the first slot. All right. So it will go up till 7:30 p.m. in the evening. It will be a 12-hour live coverage that will be keeping you posted with every update that you will require for the CAT day. Also, CAT 2024 slot 1, 2, 3 fastest impression first will be there immediately after every slot. So be with us for the first impression of slot 1 and slot 2, which will be beneficial for the students who will be writing the CAT in slot 2 and slot 3 respectively. Also, detailed exam analysis with cutoffs and memory-based questions will be there for all the 3 slots, and the combined exam analysis, the difficulty level, the cutoffs for all the 3 different slots will also be available on the CAT day. All right. Okay. So let's move on and look at the next question. So next question on your screen, all of you. All right. Nice. Good. A person got an order from a garment manufacturer for 480 denim shirts, and he bought 12 sewing machines and appointed some expert tailors to do the job. However, many didn't report to the duty. As a result, each of those who did had to stitch 32 more shirts than originally planned. Right? Now, along with the equal distribution of work, how many tailors had been appointed earlier and how many of them had not reported for work? So you're saying answer is option A or option C. These are the two options. These are the two answers that I'm getting. Okay, now quickly let's make some equations. So I'll start by assuming a few things, some variables. Let x be the number of tailors appointed initially. Okay, so x is the number of tailors which are initially appointed. And let's say n is the number of shirts that had to be stitched by each tailor. Okay, n is the number of shirts that every tailor is stitching. Okay, so the first equation that you will get will be x multiply n. X multiply n is equal to 480, the first equation. Now let's assume that out of these x tailors, y number of tailors did not report to the work. So I can write x minus y, now the number of tailors which are left, and every tailor had to stitch 32 more shirts, and now the number of shirts should also be equal to 480, right? Okay. Now, what after this? Obviously, we have three variables, only two equations. Okay, so the best way to proceed after this, yes, Eklavya will use options. Okay, we'll use options for this. Now, if I go with option number 1, 12, 4. Now, how many tailors had been appointed earlier? That means they are saying that the value of x is 12 and the value of y is 4. Okay, so if x is 12, right, the value of n comes out to be 40, right? Now, if value of n is 40, 40 plus 32 is 72. Is 480 a multiple of 72? Is 480 a multiple of 72? This is what you will have to check, right? If 480 is not a multiple of 72, then we will get a non-integral value, a non-natural number value of x minus y, which is not allowed for obvious reasons, right? So this is not possible. Option A is not possible, right? Now I'll check for option B and I'll obtain the answer similarly. Okay, so now if I check option B, the value of x is 10 and the value of y is 3. So if the value of x is 10, the value of n comes out to be 48. Now 48 plus 32 is 80. Now 480 when divided by 80 will give me the value of x minus y. That comes out to be 6. Okay. Now x minus y was 3. The value of x minus y comes out to be 7. It is not equal to 6. Okay, so I can say that if the value of x is 10, then the value of y should be equal to 4. And from here you can say that option B is incorrect and option C should be correct. All right, so that is how we can get option C as the answer. Done. So option C, 10, 4 is the correct answer. Number of tailors appointed and the number of tailors which have not reported to the work. So 10, 4 is the correct answer of this question. Let's move on. So can you please explain again how equations are formed in this question? Yes, Webber. So Webber, X is the number of tailors that were appointed originally and Y is the number of shirts that every tailor will stitch. So total number of shirts that they will stitch will be the product. Okay. and it should be equal to 480, right? Now, some tailors did not report to the work. So let's say Y number of tailors did not report to the work. So number of tailors who will report to the work will be X minus Y. And because of which every tailor now had to stitch 32 more shirts. So the product of this will be equal to 480, should be equal to 480, right? Clear? Yes, Kushagar, your equation is correct. No problem at all. Now, I believe there should be minus in between. So 480 upon x minus n minus 480 upon x minus should be equal to 32. Okay. Thank you, Chinmay, for helping Sparkle. So Sparkle, you have just joined the agenda. So we'll start with quant till 2 p.m. Then 2 to 5 p.m. verbal RC, and then 5 p.m. onwards, it will be LRDI. Okay. All right. Let's move on and look at the next question. I want this answer in the next 30 seconds. No, Midun, there is no significance of number of sewing machines, right? So it was given just to confuse the students. No use, Shubhra, no use of 12 machines. Quickly. All right. So let's tackle this one. The highest power of 2 that can be taken common here will be 2 power 71. Inside the bracket, I'll be left with 2 power 2 minus 2 minus 1. Okay. So 2 power 71 and 4 minus 3, that is 1. So the answer will be 2 power 71. Clear? Simple question it was. Let's look at the next question without wasting any time. My agenda will be to cover as many questions as possible. Okay, तो मैं bore नहीं करूंगा तुम लोगों को, but I'll cover as many questions as possible, and we will be soon raising up the level of difficulty. ठीक है ना? We will soon be raising up the level of difficulty. Do not worry at all. Yes, Shubhra, there are questions of geometry that are lined up. Okay, fine. So I'll not be able to incorporate some extra questions, but yes, I have taken care that I'll be taking questions from almost every area of quantitative aptitude. All right, so answer. So write the option number, option A, B, C, or D. So I've got option A and option B. Now this is a very simple question, just have to start and quickly finish it. So from the first inequality, you will get n is less than equal to 2. And from the second inequality, you have n is greater than equal to 2. Okay. Now the value or values of n that will satisfy both these inequalities, it is only one value of n, that is 2. So n equal to 2, the number of integers value of n that will satisfy, it will be 1. So option B is the correct answer. All right, Vaibhav. So Vaibhav, careful. N less than equal to 2 from the first inequality, n greater than equal to 2 from the second. The common solution is when n equal to 2. So there will be only one integral value that will satisfy this. Okay, let's move on. Look at the next question. The sum of two integers is 10 and the sum of their reciprocals is 5 by 12. then the larger of these integers is which one? All right. So you can go for trial and error. You can use options or you can make equations. So a plus b is 10 and 1 upon a plus 1 upon b is 5 upon 12, right? So a into b will be there in the denominator and a plus b in the numerator, that is equal to 5 by 12. A plus b is 10. So from here you will get the value of ab, which comes out to be 24. So two numbers, their product is 24 and the sum is 10. You can do hit and trial. So these are the two integers. Okay, right? So I can say that the values of a and b can be 6 and 4 or 4 and 6 respectively, right? Okay, now we want to find out the larger of these integers. The larger of these integers is 6. Option C is the correct answer. Done. Moving on, looking at the next question. Oh, Shubhra, you asked for geometry. Here it is. A circle is inscribed in a given square and another circle is circumscribed about the square. What is the ratio of the area of the inscribed circle to that of the circumscribed circle? All right, option D, 1 is to 2. Any other answer? So if you look at this square, okay, now a circle is inscribed in this square, right? So inscribed, the circle will be touching all the four sides of the square like this, right? Okay, so what will be the radius of the circle? The radius of the circle will be, let's say, this r. Okay, so the circle is inscribed in this square. The circle is inside. Done. So the radius is r for this circle. Now all of you, if I draw another circle such that it will circumscribe the square, so it will be passing through all the four vertices of the square. Something like this that I am drawing, right? Now, since it is passing through the vertices of the square, then it can be said that the radius of this square will be the center joined with the vertex. This will be the radius. Okay. Now, in terms of small r, this value is r under root 2. Okay. So, if the radius of the inscribed circle is r, the radius of the circumscribed circle will be r root 2. So the ratio of the radius is 1 is to root 2. So 1 upon root 2 is the ratio of the radius of the two circles. Done. We'll have to find out the ratio of their areas. We will square it. So the ratio of the areas will be 1 is to 2. All right. So the ratio of the radius, if it is given, the ratio of the areas will be the square of the ratio of the radius. And hence, in this case, it will be 1 is to 2. That is option D. Okay. So option D is the correct answer for this one. Done. Let's move on and look at the next question. Now, enough of warm up. Now let's start looking at some. So let's start raising the level of difficulty. Okay, a little bit, not very high. So a question on functions. If y equal to fx and fx is given as 1 minus x upon 1 plus x, then which of the following is true? Okay, so option C, option D. Now for this one, you will have to check all the four options. Now a very mixed response, a very balanced response. So option C and option D, almost by equal number of students. I'll give you 30 seconds. So those who have given option C as the answer, please check it properly. Those who have D as the answer, go ahead, check your answer. Okay, please check the validity. I'm giving you 30 seconds more. No. Arjesh, if one of the options is correct, right? If one of the options is correct, then there is no need to check any other option until and unless the fourth option is more than one of the above option. Let's say option A and option B are correct. Okay. So in CAT, only one option is correct, right? So it may be possible if option A is correct, option B is also correct, then you may find another option which says both option A and B are correct, right? Perfect. So let's look at this one. Now f of 2x. So f of x is given, f of 2x I'm writing. I'm checking option 1. So f of 2x will be 1 minus 2x upon 1 plus 2x. Now, is it equal to fx minus 1? Now, fx minus 1, 1 minus x upon 1 plus x minus 1. It is nowhere near to fx minus 1. All right. So, option A is not true, is not correct. Option B is x is equal to f of 2y minus 1. So x is equal to f of 2y. F of 2y will be 1 minus 2y upon 1 plus 2y minus 1. If I simplify this, 1 minus 2y minus 1 minus 2y whole divided by 1 plus 2y. Okay. And minus 1 will get cancelled. So minus 4y upon 1 plus 2y. Okay, this is what I have. And if I'll put the value of y, which is f of x, okay, so I could have done it at the first step only. So minus 4 bracket f of x, which is 1 minus x upon 1 plus x, divided by 1 plus twice of 1 minus x upon 1 plus x. Taking LCM in both numerators and denominators. So 1 plus x cancel ho jayega. So I have minus 4 into 1 minus x in the numerator. And in the denominator, I have 1 plus x plus 2 minus 2x. Okay. Now, upon simplifying, I'm getting it nowhere equal to x. X के equal नहीं आएगा, so option B is also incorrect. Option C, f of 1 upon x. So f of 1 upon x, it will be 1 minus 1 upon x divided by 1 plus 1 upon x. Be very careful, all of you. All of you be very careful. ठीक है? So 1 minus 1 upon x plus 1 plus 1 upon x divided by 1 plus 1 upon x. So it will give me x minus 1 upon x plus 1. Now friends, is it equal to fx? Please be careful. Now Arjesh, bringing x in the form of y. Yes, you have already got option D, but you have started from option D. Okay, so you started from option D. Now, how would I get to know that I have to start from option D? So that is why I am doing this thing. Okay, right? So I'm not sure which of these options will be correct. Okay, you started by writing the value of x in terms of y. That is fine. But in the first option, in the second option, I did not do that. Okay, so I'm going with the proper way, proper channel. Okay. Okay, got it? Okay, so x minus 1 upon x plus 1, done. This is not equal to f of x, right? So option C is also not correct. Now option D, writing x in terms of y. So y is equal to 1 minus x upon 1 plus x. Doing cross multiplication, y plus yx is equal to 1 minus x. Separating x, taking it on the left hand side and rest everything on the right hand side. So yx plus x is equal to 1 minus y. So the value of x is equal to 1 minus y upon 1 plus y, which is nothing but f of y. So option D is absolutely correct, and hence we can mark option D. But once we have eliminated the first three options, you can directly mark option D as the answer. Okay, right? So let's move on. So this was this question. Option D is the correct answer. X is equal to f of y. Let's move on and look at the next one. Okay, another question from geometry and mensuration. This is the question of maxima minima. Careful. Janvi, I could not understand what you are asking. Please elaborate. थोड़ा सा clearly बताओ. No, Weber, कोई ऐसा specific order नहीं है. There is no specific order. Okay, I can only say that whichever option is looking a little simpler, little less complex, you can start from that option. ठीक है ना? Come on, people, give me an answer for this one. A square piece of cardboard of size 10 inches is taken and 4 equal square pieces are removed from the corners, such that the side of this square piece is also an integer. Okay, so originally I have a 10 inches cross 10 inches square, and from this, 4 equal squares are removed from the corners, such that the side of each of these squares which is removed is also an integer. The sides are then turned up to form an open box. Okay, as per your observations, you will get to understand. Then the maximum volume, such a box can have is how much? So option A, option B, option C. These are the three options that I have got. Okay. Now, those who have got the answer of this question, tell me what will be the answer of the question if I'll make a small change. Okay, right? So if I'll remove this line such that the side of this square piece is also an integer value. If I'll remove this piece of information, then what will be your answer? Okay, Chinmay, open box nahi samajh mein aaya. I will help you in understanding that. ठीक है? So if I'll cut this part, so take a piece of square cardboard, assume, and cut the 4 corners like this. So, and remove these pieces. Okay? Right? Now, after this, ये वाला जो piece है, this one. Okay? So, if I will remove from here, wait. If I remove from here, these parts are removed. Okay? And this portion is, so look at this dotted line. If this portion is folded upwards and likewise all the portions are folded upwards, okay, then you will have a cuboid, but that cuboid will not have the ceiling, the top lid will be missing. So that is an open box. Okay, clear? So Ritik says if not an integer, it's C, then otherwise it is D. All right, so I'll be discussing both the cases. Fine. So originally, the side of each of these square, the side of this square was 10. Okay. And we are removing 4 equal square pieces. So let's say the dimension of the square pieces that are removed are x cross x. Okay. So this leftover length will be 10 minus 2x. All right, 10 minus 2x. Clear? All of you? Okay. And this leftover will also be 10 minus 2x. Correct? So now, after you will fold the cut out pieces, after you will fold it, then you will get a cuboid whose length will be 10 minus 2x, whose breadth will be 10 minus 2x, and the height will be equal to x. All right. So these will be the dimensions once the folding is done. The sides are then turned up to form an open box, and this is what we'll get: a cuboid whose length and breadth are 10 minus 2x and the height as x. Right? Okay. Now the volume of this piece is equal to 10 minus 2x multiplied by 10 minus 2x multiplied by x. So this is the volume of this piece. Are we all clear with this? Yes or no? Now what we have to do is we have to maximize this volume. Okay. So first of all, I am not considering that the value of x is an integer. So I'm removing this. So if there is no constraint on the value of x, if there is no constraint on the value of x, let's see how to maximize this. Okay, let's see how to maximize this. Now I have to maximize 10 minus 2x multiplied by 10 minus 2x multiplied by x. So to maximize this, you will understand why I've done this. Okay, to maximize this, I'll multiply and divide this expression by 4. So it will look like 10 minus 2x multiplied by 10 minus 2x multiplied by 4x whole divided by 4. Okay, now if I can maximize the value of the numerator, which is in the form of x, then I'll be able to maximize the value of this entire expression because the denominator is constant. Okay, now look at the numerator. Numerator is 10 minus 2x multiplied by 10 minus 2x multiplied by 4x. Now if I look at the sum of these three terms in the numerator, it is 10 minus 2x plus 10 minus 2x plus 4x, which is equal to 20. The sum of all the three terms is equal to 20. And we understand that for a constant product, for a constant sum, yes, Pranjal, AM greater than equal to GM apply kar lenge, but like no need to go in that depth. So for a constant sum, the product will be maximum if the numbers are equal. Okay, so all these three terms will become equal and they will be equal to 20 upon 3. So I can say that 10 minus 2x is equal to 20 upon 3, and that is also equal to 4x. Clear? So each of these terms will be equal to 20 upon 3. Am I clear to you? Now from here you can find out the value of x and hence find out the volume of this entire box. So that will be the maximum volume, provided I'm not considering the value of x as an integer. So from here the value of x comes out to be 5 upon 3. Substitute this value of x 5 upon 3 and you will get the answer as 20 upon 3 multiplied by 20 upon 3. So the volume, the maximum volume will be 20 upon 3 multiplied by 20 upon 3 multiplied by 5 upon 3. So that comes out to be 2000 divided by 27. All right. Okay. Now, Shubhra, why we multiplied and divided by 4? Because I could see that if I'll add these terms, I have 2x, I have minus 2x, I have minus 2x. Okay. So to make the sum constant, to make the sum independent of x, I have taken it as 4x, so that minus 2x, and 4x will add, and the sum of these three numbers will be independent of x. Okay. Am I clear, Shubhra? So Sindhu, this is what I have explained once again. Okay. So for a constant sum, the product will be maximum if the numbers are equally divided. So 10 minus 2x, 10 minus 2x and 4x are equally divided. From there, you will get the value of x, which comes out to be 5 upon 3. All right. So the value of x comes out to be 5 upon 3, substitute and get the volume. Okay. Now this is when you don't have any kind of constraint. Constraint as such, like constraint regarding the value of x. Now, in this question, you are given that the value of x should be an integer, right? So once you have done all these things, the value of x comes out to be 5 upon 3. Okay. Now you can do one thing. You can select the value of x, which is an integer and is nearest to 5 upon 3. So 5 upon 3 is 1.67. The nearest integer, the nearest value of x, which is an integer, will be how much? Come on, tell me. So if x is equal to 5 upon 3, the nearest integer to 5 upon 3 is equal to absolutely 2. The nearest integer is 2. So take the value of x as 2 and do the calculation. So if I'll take the value of x as 2, the length will be 6, the width will be 6, and the height will be 2. 6 multiply 6 multiply 2, that is 72. 72 comes out to be the maximum volume of this box. So 72, option A, will be the final answer of this question. But in absence of the condition, 2000 upon 27 will be the answer. Okay, have a look at this. If you have any doubt, please ask me. Yes, anyone? Any doubt? Otherwise, please give me an acknowledgement by writing yes, okay, fine, done, anything. Just write anything. Give me an acknowledgement so that we can move on to the next question. Okay, Shubhra, why x is the height? Okay, so Shubhra, look at the figure. So this portion is x. If it will be folded, it will become the height of this box. Okay, it will become vertical. From everywhere, it will become vertical. Yes, Vishu, yes, definitely you can do hit and trial. Definitely. Because they are asking about the value of x being an integer. So x को 1 put कर सकते हो, 2 put कर सकते हो, 3 put कर सकते हो, and you will be able to get the answer in case of these small numbers. Fine, good. But I have explained in general, okay, in general, what should be the right way of approaching these type of questions. Okay. Why is it equal to 20 upon 3? Lectures OP, the sum is 20 and it needs to be divided among 3 equal parts. That is why every part is equal to 20 upon 3. All right. So that's it about this question. Let's move on and look at our next question. A very simple question. Expected answer time is 20 seconds. All of you, 20 seconds में answer चाहिए मुझे. Okay, nice. So we'll have to find out the power of 5, which can completely divide 80 factorial. And this power of 5 should be greatest. So a very simple method, a very normal, common method. So what we'll do is we'll divide 80 by 5. We will successively divide 80 by 5 and we'll keep track of the quotients only. 80 divided by 5, the quotient is 16. Then 16 divided by 5, the quotient is 3. I'm talking about the quotient, okay? Then 3 upon 5, the quotient is 0. We'll keep doing this till we have a quotient of 0. Now, whatever quotients are obtained, we will add them. So adding these, it will give me 19. So 19 is the correct answer of this question. All right. Sparkle, you are asking why the sum is equal to 20. Sparkle, if you'll add them, 10 minus 2x, 10 minus 2x and 4x, इनको simplify करोगे तो 20 ही आएगा ना sum. The sum is coming out to be 20 if you will add these 3. Okay. All right. Now, people, you all are familiar with this type of questions wherein you are asked to find out the power of any prime number in the factorial of any number. Okay. Now, let's look at some more questions, like 1 or 2 more questions of this type. So forget about this question. Okay. I'm giving you an extra question. Okay. So question says that n is equal to 5 multiply 10 multiply 15 multiply and so on up till 100 terms. Okay, so basically n is equal to the product of Sindhu, I'll come to your question. Okay, n is equal to the product of first 100 multiples of 5. N is equal to the product of first 100 multiples of 5. Okay, the question is, what will be the number of zeros at the end of n? What will be the number of zeros at the end of n? So number of zeros find out करने हैं आपको, which will be there at the end of this number n. Okay. Satvik, 5 is not the answer. One 24, 5 and 24. Iklavya, give me an answer for this. 25, 97, 24. So I'm writing different options, different answers that I'm getting. So 5, 124, 97, 25, 24, 55, and 50. Okay, nice. Kushagra is saying that I've taught this in the class too. Okay, so the students who have attended my lectures at Career Launcher, they would easily calculate these things. 53. Okay, so a lot of options we have. Now let's look at the concept. Okay, now number of zeros basically means the power of 10. Now power of 10, 10 is not a prime number. 10 is equal to 2 multiply 5. Okay, so to find out the power of 10, to find out the number of zeros, we will look at the power of 2 as well as the power of 5. Okay, right? Now in this number n, can you all tell me, all of you, those who can, in this number n, when we'll do prime factorization, what will be the power of 2 and what will be the power of 5? I want both these powers in this number. The power of 2 and the power of 5, both of them. Please write both of them in the same message, in the same chat, in the same, okay? So write both these numbers simultaneously. So lectures OP says power of 2 is 97. I want the power of 5 as well. Write both the numbers together. Wonderful. Good. So all of you, please do this. Okay. Now let's talk about the power of 2. Now, first of all, let's write the simplified value of n. Now, n can be written as 5 multiply 1 multiplied by 5 multiply 2 multiplied by 5 multiply 3 and so on, multiplied by 5 multiplied by 100. Okay. Now careful, this is a multiplication sign between them. It's not addition sign. So the first mistake that people will do, is you will take only one 5 common. No, all these 5s are getting multiplied. So the net power of 5 will be 100. And inside the bracket, I will have 1 into 2 into 3 into 4. And that is 100 factorial. So this is how I can write the simplified value of n. So first of all, you will have to understand this. ये चीज समझ में आनी चाहिए, ठीक है? So n is equal to 5 raised to the power 100 multiplied by 100 factorial. Okay. Now let's look at 100 factorial using successive division. If you'll calculate the power of 2, it comes out to be 97 and the power of 5 comes out to be 24. Okay, right? Divyansh, hold your horses, please. Okay? Just keep listening to whatever I'm telling you. So power of 2 in 100 factorial is 97 and the power of 5 in 100 factorial is 24. That you can easily calculate using the method of successive division. Okay, right? Now this will happen in 100 factorial. Now the value of n, which is 5 raised to the power 100 multiplied by 100 factorial. Okay, so now this one can be written as 5 raised to the power 100 multiplied by, now in 100 factorial, I'm writing only the powers of 2 and the powers of 5. There will be the powers of other prime numbers which are not useful. That's why I'm not writing them. So in 100 factorial, the power of 2 will be 97 and the power of 5 will be 24. So the net power of 5 in 100 in n, the net power of 5 in n will be 100 plus 24, that is 124, and the net power of 2 is 97. Right? Now to find out the power of 10, to find out the number of zeros, we'll look at the power of 2 and power of 5, whichever is lower. जो भी smaller power है, that will become the answer. Okay? So the power of 2 is lower in this case, right? The power of 2 is lower and hence the answer of this question will be 97. There will be 97 zeros at the end of this number n. Okay? Right? So not every time the power of 5 will decide the answer, which generally happens with the numbers which are in the form of n factorial. Factorial वाले जो भी numbers होते हैं, वहां पे आप बोल सकते हो that the power of 5 will be always lower. Okay, but there was a small twist in this question. All these numbers were multiples of 5, which will help in increasing the power of 5. Okay, so you got to be careful. If the question is not in a normal manner, giving the factorial of n directly, if it is not, if it is in a twisted manner, try and find out the power of 2 and the power of 5, both of them. Okay. All right. Let's move on and look at the next question, all of you. Now read this question, evaluate, give me an answer. Careful, huh? Careful with the language of the question. They're asking which of the following is not necessarily true. All right, great. Let's quickly look at it. X, Y, and Z are odd positive integers. They are odd natural numbers. X, Y, and Z, all of them are odd. Okay. Looking at the first option, X square will be odd. Y square will be odd. X square will again be odd. So this entire product of odd numbers will be odd. So The first statement is necessarily true and hence not the answer. Done. Second statement. Inside the bracket, x square will be odd and y cube will be odd. Odd plus odd will be even. If you have any even number in the product, the entire product will be even. And hence, the second statement is also necessarily true and hence not correct for this answer. Okay? Manaswi, option A, x square, y square, x square. Okay, x is odd, so x square will be odd, y square is odd, and x square is odd. Product of odd numbers will be odd. Okay, right? Now, option C, 5x. If x is odd, 5x will also be odd, plus y is odd, plus z raised to the power 4. Z is odd, so z raised to the power 4 will be odd. The sum of three odd numbers will be odd. Hence, option C, it is necessarily true and hence not the answer. Okay. If I look at the last option, since we have already eliminated 3, there is no need to check it. But still, z square is odd. In the bracket, x raised to the power 4 is odd, plus y raised to the power 4 is also odd, right? Now, odd plus odd is even. Now we are dividing it by 2. Now we'll have to be very careful. Okay, x power 4 plus y power 4. What type of number this will be if we have x and y as the odd numbers? What will be this type of number? Yes, x power 4 and y power 4. So the power 4, so any number raised to the power 4, 1 power 4, 3 power 4, sorry, 3 power 4, 5 power 4, and so on. This is 1, this is 81, right? Okay. No. I'm just talking about x power 4 plus y power 4. X power 4 plus y power 4 definitely even hoga. Okay. But also understand one thing. Okay. Also understand one thing. Even divided by 2, it may result in even or it may result in odd. Okay. Now, any number raised to the power 4 will always, listen carefully to this. Any number raised to the power 4 will always be in the form of 4k plus 1. Okay. Any number in the form of x raised to the power 4 will always be in the form of 4k plus 1. Right. So x raised to the power 4 plus y raised to the power 4. This will be a number which is in the form of 4k plus 2. All right. So x power 4 plus y power 4 will not be a multiple of 4. It will be an even number which is not a multiple of 4. Okay, right? So that means odd plus odd will give me an even number, but this even number when divided by 2 will not give me an even number. Because there can be some even numbers when divided by 2 results in even number if it is a multiple of 4. So any multiple of 4 when divided by 2 will result in an even number. But this even number in the numerator is not a multiple of 4. All right, fine. So when it is divided by 2, it will give me an odd number. So odd multiply odd will always be an odd number. So this expression will always be an odd number. Hamesha odd hoga. So this is necessarily false. This statement is necessarily false and hence the correct answer of our question. Okay. So you got to be clear कि क्या ये even हो सकता है कभी या फिर हमेशा odd होगा. So this number will always be an odd number. All right. Okay. Let's move on and look at our next question. Question on logarithms. Yes, Ritik, absolutely correct. So to get the answer of that question, like you can take the examples, but I'm telling you some extra things as well. Okay. So ऐसा नहीं है ना कि the logics that we are using in these questions only, they will be asked in the examination. So I'm giving you some extra things which are related to these questions. So what is the value of x that you are getting? Anyone? So if you are saying none of these, then you must be getting some value of x. Please write it with your answer. Okay, nice. Though there is no need to find out this value of x. So there are different ways of doing this. You can use the values among the options after a little bit of simplification. थोड़ा सा simplify कर लो, remove logarithms, and then you will be able to get the answer by substituting the values among the options. Okay? Yes, good Chinmay. The rest of them are irrationals. Fine, we'll have a look at it. So log base 7 and the right hand side it is equal to 0. So I can say that 7 raised to the power 0 will be equal to log of base 5 under root of x plus 5 plus under root of x. Okay, that is equal to 7 raised to the power 0, which is 1. Now 5 raised to the power 1 will be equal to under root of x plus 5 plus under root of x. That is equal to 5 raised to the power 1, which is 5. Now substituting different values of x, right hand side I have a rational number. If I'll put x equal to 1, under root 6 will be an irrational, cannot be equal to 5. If I'll put x as 0, under root 5 will be an irrational, will not hold true for this equation. If I'll put x equal to 2, 2 plus 5 is 7, under root 7 is an irrational number. It can never be equated to 5. Clear? Okay. So option A, B and C can be eliminated. And just by trial and error, if I'll put x equal to 4, so this will become 3 and this will become 2. So 3 plus 2 is equal to 5. So x equal to 4 satisfies this equation, and hence the correct answer will be option D, that is none of the above. Okay, all right, very simple question it was. Let's move on, look at the next question. Another question from geometry and mensuration. Okay. So these are based on the basic formulas यार, come on. Formula तो याद होने चाहिए, 2 दिन बाद कैट का एग्जाम है. Okay. Now all the 3 figures have the same radius. So radius of base, all of them has r, and the height of the cone and cylinder are equal to their diameters. Okay. So cone and cylinder, again their heights are equal, and the height are equal to the diameter. Diameter is twice the radius. So height is equal to 2r, and obviously the hemisphere, it will be equal to r only, and there is no such thing called height in a hemisphere. Okay, right? So this is what we have. Now you can find out the volumes of all 3 of them. That is fine. but you need to understand one concept. Okay, uh, if you have a cone and a cylinder and they have equal radius and equal heights, as you can see in this case. So cone and cylinder, the radius are equal and the heights are equal as well. Okay, then the ratio of their volumes is equal to 1 is to 3, right? So look at the formulas of cone and cylinder. The volume of cone is 1 upon 3 pi r square h, and the volume of cylinder is pi r square h. So for the same radius and the same height, the volume of cone is one third the volume of cylinder. Okay, clear है ना? Simple. So just use this ratio 1 is to 3 and check among the options. So कौन से वाले option में 1 is to 3 है, cone and cylinder? That option will be the answer. All right. So we have only one option, luckily, and that will become the answer. Okay. Now, as far as the formulas are concerned, so in this case, the volume of cone will be 1 upon 3 pi r square multiplied by h. Okay. Then the volume of cylinder will be pi r square multiplied by h. Sorry. Okay. And the volume of hemisphere कितना होता है? Volume of a sphere is 4 upon 3 pi r cube. Volume of hemisphere will be 2 upon 3 pi r cube. Okay, so now you can do the simplification and you can obtain your answer. I've already told you the shortest way of getting the answer. The options were also friendly. The options were also helpful, such that we could get only one correct option among the four options using the relation between the volumes of cone and the cylinder. Okay, so 2 upon 3 pi r cube, yes, Kushagra, is the volume of hemisphere. Compare all these, r cube will get cancelled, pi will get cancelled. Okay, so in the first case, I'll be left with 2 upon 3. In the second case, I'll be left with 2. In the third case, I'll be left with 2 upon 3. Okay, multiply 3 and take 2 common. So this will be 1, this will be 3, and this will be 1. So 1 is to 3 is to 1 should be the answer of this question. राइट, सो कुशाग्र, जीपी सर जो भी एडवाइस देते हैं ना, आंख बंद करके उसको सुनो, आंख बंद करके मान लो. लाइक देयर इज नो अदर पर्सन like above GP sir whom I have met who has an experience as vast as him. Okay, so GP sir, I believe, is the most experienced person as far as CAT examination is concerned. He will tell you everything that is beneficial, that will be helpful for you. Okay, all right, let's look at the next one, the next question. Now again, it is from geometry and mensuration, so if you have understanding about the formulas, then it will help you. Now it is related to the frustum of the cone. Also, if you don't have like a memory that will help you in retaining the formulas, this question can be done using the logic without any formula. So logic अगर clear है तो भी ये question easily हो सकता है, formula की requirement नहीं है. All right, any answer? Any answer from anyone? So I have copied a cone for all of you of height h, base radius r, and slant height l. Okay. Now this is a right circular cone of height h is cut by a plane parallel to the base and at a distance h by 3 from the base. Okay. So from the base, this cone is cut by a plane which is parallel. Okay. So wait. So now I will have a cut applied somewhere here. Okay. Right. So this is the cut that I have applied that will divide this original cone in two parts. Okay. The upper part will be a cone and the lower part will be the frustrum of the cone. Okay. Now this is done such that this distance from the base is 1/3 the height. Okay. So I can say that if the lower part is 1/3 the height, then the upper part, the height of the upper part will be 2/3 of the height. Right? Am I clear up till this part? So if the height of the lower part, the frustrum of the cone is h by 3, the height of the upper part will be 2/3 of the height. Clear? Now observe two figures. Number one, the original cone, and number two, the new cone, that is the upper part of these two figures. Okay, so the new cone, the upper part. Okay, so observe these two figures. Now using similarity, I can say that the smaller cone will be similar to the bigger cone. These two cones will be similar to each other. Okay, so you can say that if the height has become 2/3, then the radius will also become 2/3. Right? Now, the ratio of the dimensions of the new cone to the original cone, the ratio of the dimensions of the new cone to the original cone will be 2 by 3 is to 1, or it will be 2 is to 3. The ratio of the dimensions. That means the height, the base radius, or the slant height. Whatever dimension you will talk about, all the dimensions of the new cone will be 2/3 of the dimensions of the original cone. And hence, the ratio of the dimensions comes out to be 2 is to 3 for the new cone and the original cone. Now, if this is the ratio of the lengths or heights, okay, right, then the ratio of the volumes will be the cube of this. So the ratio of the volumes will be 2 is to 3 whole cube. It will come out to be 8 is to 27. Okay, right? So if the volume of original cone, look at the left hand side, if the volume of original cone is equal to 27, then the volume of new cone will be equal to 8. This is what the ratio is telling us. And hence the volume of the remaining part, that means the frustrum, will be equal to 27 minus 8. 27 minus 8 is 19. Okay, right? Now they are talking about the volumes of the resulting cone and frustrum. That means the new cone and the frustrum. The volume of these two are in the ratio of, you can easily mark your answer now, 8 is to 19. So 8 is to 19 will be the correct answer, and hence option B is the most, or is the correct answer that you can mark. Okay, so option B will be the correct one in this case. Am I clear to all of you? I hope I am. So please acknowledge, please write something in the chat box. Please show that most of you are present in this class. Come on. Come on, people. Give me an acknowledgement. Show your presence. Show that you all are enthused for the preparation of CAT. Just tell me that you are present in this class. Come on, quickly. Okay. All right. So now it's already 2 hours in this class. We are left with another 2 hours. I hope you all are enjoying, you all are having fun. Okay. And there are some more fun activities that are lined up for all of you on the day of CAT. So these are the activities that we have planned for all of you. So first of all, live coverage for CAT Day 2024 will start in the morning at 7:30 a.m. Live coverage, and it will go for the next 12 hours on the day of CAT. Right? So will like the entire team of CL will be with all of you, and will keep on sharing the important updates as and when we'll get them. Also, the fastest impression first for every slot of CAT 2024 will be there immediately after that particular slot. So immediately after slot 1 at 10:30, we'll have the fastest impression for that. Yes, Janvi will take a break of 2 to 3 minutes, right? So if you want to have some water, you can do that. Okay, go ahead and take a break of 2 to 3 minutes, and we shall continue. All right. Now, first, fastest impression first for all the three slots will be there. Then the next activity will be the detailed exam analysis for all the three slots, in which we'll be discussing the cutoffs and the memory-based questions. Okay, so whatever questions that we have based on our memory, I'll be writing the exam. I'll be writing the exam in the first slot. So you will see me with the fastest impression first, or the analysis of slot number 1. Okay, right? And finally, we'll have a combined exam analysis of all the three slots, wherein we'll be talking about the level of difficulties and the cutoffs as well, right? I swear, pata hi nahi chala. All right. So lectures OP and the other students जिनको पता नहीं चला 2 घंटे निकल गए, I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you very much. So we'll be getting any breaks in between today. Chinmay, I don't want to take a break. Fine, because I want to cover as many questions as possible. ठीक है ना? So this session is being conducted on YouTube, so you can take the break as and when you require it. But if you want to eat something, you can still keep watching these sessions and have your lunch. I hope that all of you must have already had your breakfast. Okay, if you're tired, you can just have some water. Okay, and just keep sitting in front of the screen. Right? Do not miss any question. Just keep sitting. You just have to listen. You don't have to speak. Fine. I understand that your brain will be functioning for the these 12 hours consecutive. Okay, but fine. This is something that we can do. But we are trying to keep all these things very light. All right. Yes, Shubhra, this is my agenda. Okay. So मैं break नहीं ले रहा. I'm speaking since last 2 hours, and I'll be speaking for the next 2 hours. Fine. I can do anything and everything to help you out in these last few days which are left for CAT. Okay. The other day, if some of you were present, you must have seen that I have taken a session for 8 hours consecutively, right? 8 complete hours, in the month of October. That was the boot camp session. If somebody was not a part of that boot camp session, please go back and have a look at that boot camp session as well. Okay. चलिए, so continue करते हैं. It's already 12 noon. I'll be there. I'll be there for the next 2 hours with all of you. So let's continue with our next question on the screen. Okay, so all of you have an answer for this? Absolutely, lectures OP. Now, the best way of dealing with such questions, the best way is substituting the values of ABC. Okay, now they want the value of this. We have the finite options. Why not put the values of ABC? Now, A plus B plus C is equal to 0. And given that A is not equal to B and is not equal to C. Okay, good, Aditya, you will start getting correct answers very soon. So if I'll put A as 1, B as -1, C as 0, the easiest three possible values. If I'll substitute these values in the above expression, I'll get the value of the expression. So A square is 1 upon 2A square will be 2. So 1 upon 2 plus denominator will be 0. So 1 upon 2 plus B square, that is 1 upon 2B square will be 2 plus 0, plus C square. In the numerator, I have 0 upon 2C square. So 0 upon a non-zero value will be 0. So 1 upon 2 plus 1 upon 2. 1 upon 2 plus 1 upon 2. Yes, what is the answer of this question? Absolutely. So the answer of this question will be equal to 1. The correct answer is option B. Okay. So option B, 1 is the correct answer. So Aditya, no worries. You will soon start getting the correct answer. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's move on and look at the next one. Kanishk, in most of the questions, more than 90% of the questions, this kind of hidden trial definitely works. And see, एक चीज understand करो what is the agenda of this question to appear in your exam, right? They also want to see how fast you will be able to tackle such questions, right? Okay, so they also want you to use this method, though they will not be able to see your rough work, but they also want the person who has made this question also wants this particular method to be used. That's why we are sticking to this type of methods. So the shortest possible methods we are discussing in these questions. Okay. Absolutely, Shubhra. No need for first equation. You can find the value of Q just using the second equation only. Okay, so let's finish it off. So this equation has equal roots. This equation has equal roots. Now I can see that the sum of the roots in this equation is minus b upon a, that is 7. Now since the roots are equal, both the roots will be 7 upon 2 and 7 upon 2. The product of the roots will be 49 upon 4. Now product of the roots is c upon a, which is equal to q. So the value of q should be equal to 49 upon 4. So option A is the correct answer. Shreyansh, b square minus 4ac use कर सकते हो, but not required at all. The simplest method I've already discussed. Okay, all right. So all of you stay here. Focus on solving these questions. The next question on your screen, the question from time and work, pipes and cisterns. A water tank has 3 taps A, B, and C. A fills 4 buckets in 24 minutes. B fills 8 buckets in 1 hour. And C fills 2 buckets in 20 minutes. If all the taps are open together, a full tank is emptied in 2 hours, right? So if a bucket can hold 5 liters of water, then what is the capacity of the tank? Arish, 49 upon 4. So once you have the sum of the roots, and given that both the roots are equal, I can say that 7 can be equally divided 7 by 2 and 7 by 2. And the product of the roots, 7 by 2 multiply 7 by 2 will become 49 by 4, which is equal to, which is basically equal to C upon A, that is the product of the roots. All right. Okay, now three taps, ABC. A fills 4 buckets in 24 minutes. A bucket can hold 5 liters of water. So in 24 minutes, A can fill 4 multiplied by 5, that is 20 liters. Okay, so in 1 minute, it will fill 5 upon 6 liters. Okay. Now they all are open for 2 hours. So multiplied by 120. So the total amount of water that will be emptied by tank by tap A will be 100 liters. Okay. Now similar thing can be done for B. In 60 minutes, it can fill 8 buckets. That means 40 liters. So in 120 minutes, it can fill 40 upon 60 multiplied by 120, right? So that means 80 liters. Similarly for C, in 20 minutes, it will fill 2 buckets. That means 10 liters. So in 120 minutes, it will fill 60 liters. Okay. So now add these three numbers, 100, 80, and 60. The sum will be equal to 240 liters, and that will be your answer. So option B, not option A, but option B, that is 240 is the answer. Kushagra, 2 hours equal to 120 minutes. ये assumption नहीं है ना, 2 hours is equal to 120 minutes. So there is no point of assumption here. Okay. So 240 liters is the correct answer. Clear? चलिए, next question. Now question of time speed distance. Make it quick, make it fast. All right, Shashank. Saurabh. Yes, people, I am waiting for an answer. Harshit, again, I'm repeating this thing. In the last 3 days, there is no point in taking up anything new, or there is no point in taking up anything in which you are weak. All right. So, if you are not good at algebra, there is no point in revising anything in algebra. What you can do is, like, if I talk about entire algebra, there are some easier topics. So, you might be comfortable in. So you might be comfortable in probably linear equations, special equations, quadratic equations, progressions and series. Okay. So it's difficult that anyone is weak in the entire algebra. There might be some areas you might be comfortable in. Okay. So you can revise those areas. Do not revise anything in which you are very weak. Okay. Just leave all those things for the time being, right? And now just work or keep working on the areas in which you are moderate or strong at. ठीक है? Okay, so if you are getting 70 km per hour, fine, no problem at all. Option में है 70 km per hour, right? None of these options, this covers everything. ठीक है ना? Okay, चलिए check करते हैं. So logically, if I can eliminate some options, I'll be doing that. So Sham goes from Delhi to Shimla via Chandigarh. The distance from Delhi to Chandigarh is 3/4 of the distance from Chandigarh to Shimla. So let's say Chandigarh is here. Chandigarh to Shimla, let's say the distance is 4x. So distance of Delhi to Chandigarh is 3/4. So this will become 3x. Basic assumptions. You can pick up values as well. There is no harm in doing that. The average speed from Delhi to Chandigarh was half as much as again as the that of Chandigarh to Shimla. Okay, was half as much again as Chandigarh to Shimla. So let's say Chandigarh to Shimla, the speed is 2s. So Delhi to Chandigarh, the speed will be s, half of that. Okay, if the average speed of the entire journey is 49, what is the average speed from Chandigarh to Shimla? Chandigarh to Shimla, right? So Chandigarh, wait, the average speed from Delhi to Chandigarh was half as much again as that from Chandigarh to Shimla. Okay, perfect. Okay, so sir, I have taken values of D as ठीक है, 300 and 400. You can do that. 3x and 4x. This can also be done, right? Okay. So the distance from Chandigarh to Delhi to Chandigarh is 3/4 times the distance from Chandigarh to Shimla. Okay. So these are the things that are given to us. Okay. Am I clear? right? Now we understand that the value of 2s. So if the average speed is 49, one of the speeds should be less than 49. One of the speeds should be greater than 49. Okay. So the value of s will have to be less than 49, and the value of 2s will be greater than 49. So one of the students who has written that either option B or option D will be correct. Yes, this will happen. Okay. So either B or D, these options will be correct, and you can easily eliminate option. You can easily eliminate option A and C. Sir, am audible. Webhav, you are saying that I'm not audible. So can you all please quickly confirm if I'm audible or not? So one of the students is saying that I'm not audible. Am I audible? Okay, audible. Now, Kushagra, you are asking why. Sir, speed will definitely be greater than average speed. Okay. Now, Vishu, whatever the average speed is, if both the speeds are so, if I'll say that a person is traveling at a certain speed for one part of the journey and another speed at the another part of the journey, then the average speed will be somewhere between these two numbers. Okay, between these two numbers. Sir, why not? Why B is not? So Kushagra, abhi to solve calculation kiya nahi na? So option B and option D can be among the options, can be among the answers. Okay, ये आंसर हो सकते हैं. I have eliminated option A and option C. So B or D can be among the answers, right? Now I'll have to do the simplification. The formula for average speed is total distance divided by total time taken. Okay. Now total distance here is 3x plus 4x divided by total time taken. Time taken in the first journey. Time taken for the first journey will be distance upon speed, that is 3x upon s. And time taken for the second journey is 4x upon 2s. Okay, right? Let's do the simplification. 7x divided by 3x upon s plus 2x upon s. All right, ठीक So that is equal to 7x upon 5 times x upon s. X will get cancelled. So 7s upon 5 is equal to 49. Is equal to 49. So the value of s comes out to be 35. The value of s comes out to be 35, and hence 2s will be equal to 70. Now, what are they asking? They're asking the average speed from Chandigarh to Shimla. Chandigarh to Shimla, the average speed is 2s. So the answer should be 70, which is none of the above. Okay. So the answer is none of the above. My answer is coming 42, which is C. Kushagra, C is not the correct answer. So look at the calculations that I have done. Okay. And change your answer accordingly. Okay. All right. So the correct answer should be 70, which is option D. That is none of the above. All right. Moving on. Next question. Wait, there is some problem with this question. Okay. So a man buys spirit at rupees 60 per liter, adds water to it, and then sells it at 75 per liter. What is the ratio of spirit to water if his profit in the deal is 37.5%? Kushagra, I have done the calculations. You can look at these calculations and get the answer accordingly. ठीक है ना? Yes, Kushagra, go ahead. What is your doubt? You can tell me. Yes, yes, it might be possible that Kushagra, that is your mistake. Okay, so you got the mistake. So quickly work on that mistake, right? And better है ना, no need to assume any of the distance as fractions. Okay, so get rid of fractions while you are looking at these questions. Okay, by rough calculations, so 10. Okay, so Rishabh, the calculations that you have done, you must have converted the fraction in terms of decimals. Don't do that. It will add up to your add up to the complexity. So have a look at what I'm doing. Okay. Now selling price is 75 and the profit is 37.5 percentage. So if the cost price of the mixture is X, profit is 37.5%. That means 3 by 8 of X. So the selling price should be X plus 3 by 8X, that is 11 upon 8X, which is given as 75. Okay? So the value of X becomes 75 multiplied by 8. That is 600 upon 11 and leave it as it is. Okay? Right? Okay, so 600 upon 11 is the cost price. Now, spirit, whose price is 60 per liter, is mixed with water, which comes at free of cost. Okay, and the resulting is 600 upon 11. So now you can apply allegations, right? So I'm not converting 600 upon 11 in terms of decimals. I'm leaving it as it is. So now difference 600 upon 11 on the left hand side and 60 upon 11 on the right hand side. The ratio comes out to be 10 is to 1. All right. So this looks much simpler. ठीक है ना? Am I clear? So Kushagra, if all the calculations are correct, then you will get the correct answer. Okay. So the correct answer is 10 is to 1 in this question. Option B, 10 is to 1. All right. चलिए आगे चलते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Okay. So you are saying that option C is the correct answer. All right. So lectures OP, yes, your answer is correct. So 144 liters is the correct answer. चलो solve करते हैं. Shall we? There is a leak in the bottom of the tank, and this leak can empty a full tank in 8 minutes. Oh, sorry, 8 hours. When the tank is full, a tap is opened into the tank which admits 6 liters per hour. I'll not consider this information for the time being. And the tank is now emptied in 12 hours. Okay, right? So let's say that the tap takes X hours to fill this tank. Leak is taking 8 hours to empty the tank. Now the tank with the combined effect is getting emptied in 12 hours, right? So finally the tank is getting emptied and the leak is helping the tank to get emptied. So the leak will do the positive work and the tap will do the negative work. So the equation that we can make is 1 upon 8 minus 1 upon x is equal to 1 upon 12. Okay. 1 hour work of leak is 1 upon 8. 1 hour work of tap is minus 1 upon x, and that is equal to the net 1 hour work. So 1 upon x is equal to 1 upon 8 minus 1 upon 12. 24 is the LCM. Okay. So 3 minus 2, that is 1. So the value of x comes out to be 24. So that means the tank will take a total of 24 hours working alone to fill the tank. Okay. The tap will take a total of 24 hours working alone to fill the tank. Okay. Now use the leftover information. The tap admits 6 liters per hour. So in 24 hours, it will admit 24 multiplied by 6, that is 144 liters, and will alone fill the tank. Okay, so the correct answer, yes, it is 144. Kushagar, absolutely correct. Okay, so 144 is the correct answer. Option C. Done. Let's move on and look at the next question. So I agree with you. So Priyanshu, we have studied all these things. That's why they are looking easy. Okay. So at this moment, if you're finding these questions very easy, then that means you are well prepared for CAT. Come on, quickly give me an answer for this one. I got an answer from a very less number of students. All right, Saurabh. Omed's का question है, no problem at all. This is also a previous year paper question, PYQ. So yes, for definitely for some of you, these questions might look easy because you are well prepared. But I would say that majority of the students are not answering. That means they are struggling in finding the answers. Okay, so come on, people. A lot of students are there. There are around 140 students who are watching live, and only handful of you are posting the answers. So if you have the answer, post it. If you are not solving it, you need to give your 100% in solving these questions. Come on. So up till now, option A, 100%. All right. Now tell me one thing. He allows 16 articles to a dozen to a particularly sticky bargainer. Okay, so there is a bargainer, and the dealer allows 16 articles to a dozen. What is this effectively equal to? Come on. So what is the meaning of this? Can you tell me effectively what is this equal to? Lectures OP, absolutely, but 16 दे दिए 12 के दाम पे, fine, but in terms of profit loss discount, what I can say that, like, obviously this is acting as a discount. So can you convert this particular thing in the percentage of discount? No. This is not a loss. This is not a loss. Okay. This is a discount, but discount of what percentage? Absolutely. Now, further allows 16 articles to a dozen to a particularly sticky customer. So that means the customer is paying for 12 articles and he's getting 16 articles, right? He's getting 16 articles, right? So I can say that this is a discount because 16 articles, let's say the mark price of each article is 100. The mark price of each article is 100. So the mark price of 16 articles will be 1600. So instead of 1600, he is paying only 1200. Instead of 1600 that he should pay for 16 articles, he is paying only for 12 articles, right? So he is getting a discount of 25%, right? So Priyanshu, it is not a discount of 33.33%. It is a discount of 25%. Okay. So he's getting 1600 rupees worth of article after paying 1200 rupees. So I should have paid 1600, but I'm paying 1200. That means I'm getting a discount of 400 over 1600, right? So it will be a discount of 25%. Correct? Now, what all we are getting? We have a discount of 20% as given in the first statement. And to the sticky customer, he's also giving a discount of 25%. So if I look at a successive discount, what will be the net discount in this case? So what will be the successive discount, the net discount? So net discount, you can use the formula of successive percentage change, right? Okay. Otherwise, there is no need to use any formula. Leave it like this. And he is getting a profit of 20%, right? Okay. So if I start by assuming cost price as 100, then selling price will be equal to 120 because the profit is 20%, right? Now, if the selling price is 120, the mark price will be 120 multiplied by, now discount of 20 percentage. That means a discount of 1 by 5. That means the selling price will be 4 by 5 of the mark price. If I look at the inverse, the mark price will be 5 by 4 of the selling price. Then effect of 25% discount. 25% discount, that means a discount of 1/4. A discount of 1/4. Careful, all of you careful. A discount of 1/4, right? That means selling price will be 3 by 4 of mark price, or mark price will be 4 by 3 of the selling price. Cancel, cancel. Simplifying, you will get 200 as the mark price. Okay. So for a cost price of 100, the mark price is 200. How much percentage above the cost price were his articles listed? So 100% above the cost price, the articles are listed. And that is the answer. Now, these are very basic things that we have discussed. Come on, guys, do not make such silly errors. Okay. So cost price 100, mark price 200, the percentage markup will be 100 percentage. The answer is option A. Okay. Now, people, getting the correct answer, it's not important. Using the right method is important. Okay. Now, Ayush, can you please ask, like, can you please be a little specific which part you want me to explain again? Okay, I'll look at it from the beginning. So first of all, 16 articles to a dozen of articles, we have got a net discount of 25 percentage. So there are two discounts which are offered, 20 percentage and 25 percentage, and the profit of 20 percentage is incurred. Starting with the assumption of cost price as 100, since the profit is 20 percentage, selling price will become 120. All right. Now moving further. Now if selling price is 120, first of all catering to the first discount, so mark price will be this much. Okay. So if the selling price is X and a discount of 20% is given, then I can say that mark price will be 4 by 5 of selling price, or selling price, sorry, I'm sorry. So if mark price is taken as X, so first of all, we get the mark price. So if mark price is taken as X and there is a discount of 20 percentage, so selling price will be equal to 4 by 5 of the mark price. I have written that mark price is 5 by 4 of the selling price. Okay, clear? Done. And then similarly, using 25% discount, mark price will be 4 by 3 times the selling price. Okay. So the answer, so the value of mark price is 200. The percentage by which the cost price is increased to obtain the mark price is 100%. Okay. Next question on your screen. Yes, 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 Maker. Some of the questions that we are discussing are the previous year CAT questions. No problem, Ayush. Now lectures OP, this is not a question in which हमें फ्लूक मारना पड़े, ठीक है ना? बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चन है. So AB is perpendicular to BC. Let's start by making a right angle triangle, right? So AB is perpendicular to BC. This is 90 degrees. Okay. Now starting from B, we'll make BD, which is perpendicular to AC. So this is 90 degree. This is point D. And CE bisects angle C. So angle C का bisector बनाया and such that CE bisects it. Okay. So what is angle CED? Now wait. Now first of all, I'll draw the bisector first of all. So let's say this is the bisector. Okay. So wherever wherever E is, we'll have to find out this angle. We'll have to find out this angle. Okay. Now, you are given that this is a right angle triangle and angle A is 30 degrees. So complete, no, angle CED. Wait. So E is this point. Okay. And we'll have to find out this angle. I'm sorry. So we'll have to find out the angle that I've marked. Okay. Right. So angle A is 30 degrees and angle B is 90 degrees. So complete angle C will be 60 degrees. Now half of angle C is 30 degrees. So C by 2 is 30 degrees. That means angle ECD is 30 degrees. Also angle CDE is 90 degrees, which is given. So the remaining angle of the like the third angle of this triangle, that means angle CED, which we'll have to find out, will become 60 degrees. Okay. So this angle will be equal to 60 degrees. Option B is the correct answer for this one. Okay. So 60 is the correct answer. Right. So Satvika, this is missing. So definitely the figure should have been given. Otherwise, I'm telling you, I'm giving you an information, extra information. CE bisects angle C such that E is the intersection point of that line with BD. Okay. Right. Now E can't be on AB. E can be on AB. Yes, it can be on AB. Why it can't be on AB? Okay. Right. So Shubhra, it can be on AB. It is possible, but this information was missing. I forgot to make the figure. So figure was given with this question. Okay. So right now assume that E is this point. Okay. But figure was given in this question. Okay. Am I clear? Perfect. Let's move on and look at the next question. A man invests rupees 3,000 at a rate of 5% per annum at simple interest. How much more should he invest at the rate of 8% for the same period so that he can earn a total of 6% per annum? All right. Now you can do this question using the method of allegations also. Now 5% and 8%. 5% and 8%, the money is invested on simple interest for equal time period, right? Now it is giving me an effective rate of interest of 6%, right? So I'll apply allegations. The ratio comes out to be 2:1. So the money invested, yes, you can use weighted average as well. I'm using allegations. So the money invested should be in the ratio of 2:1. So the money invested on 5% or at 5% is 3,000. Since the ratio is 2:1, the money invested here will be 1,500. Okay. So 1,500, that is option C is the correct answer. Okay. All right. Next question on your screen. No, Bharat. Angle A was 30 degrees. So complete angle C will be 60 degrees, and hence half of that will be 30 degrees. Okay. Okay. Now, 2/5 of the voters promised to vote for P and rest promised to vote for Q. Of these, on the last day, 15% of the voters went back of their promise to vote for P, and 25% of the voters went back of their promise to vote for Q, and P lost by 2 votes. Then the total number of voters is equal to how much? Now, went back, matlab, whatever they promised, they did not fulfill their promise and they went against their promise. So, if I'll promise to vote for P and I went back of my promise, that means I voted for the other person. Yes, lectures OP. So, वादा तोड़ दिया and दूसरे को वोट दे दिया. Absolutely correct. Now, quickly, this is a question on percentages, fractions, and the number of votes is given. So I cannot assume any constant as the total number of voters. So I'll start by assuming total number of voters as 100x. Okay. Now, as per the promise, how many promised to vote for P? 2/5. That means 40x. So 40x promised to vote for P and the rest promised to vote for Q. That means 60x. Okay. Clear? Now, on the last day, 15% of the voters went back of their promise to vote for P. That means whatever number of voters were voting for P, out of those, 15% voted for the other person. So these 15% of 40x, what is 15% of 40x? It is 6x. So 6x voters will be removed from here and 6x voters will be added out of those who promised to vote for P. Okay. Also, 25% of the voters who promised to vote for Q, which is 60x, 25% of 60x, that is 15x. So 15x will be removed from Q and will be added to P. Okay. So that means total number of voters who actually voted for P will be equal to 49x, and the total number of voters who voted for Q, actually this is equal to 51x, right? Now Q won the elections by how many votes? 2x votes, which is equal to as 2 in the given question. So the value of x comes out to be 1. The value of x is 1. You can substitute it to find out the total number of voters, which is equal to 100. Okay, so the final answer of this question will be 100. Done. Next question on your screen from geometry. Now PQRS given is a square. SR is a tangent at point S to a circle with center O, and TR is equal to OS. Then the ratio of the area of the circle to the area of the square is how much? Good, 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 Kushagra. You must do that. All right, nice, good. Arima, you're saying that the answer is 22 upon 21. Okay. Check among the options. Among the options, which should be the correct answer? Uh, Chinmay is asking, is the video breaking or it's his internet? So can anyone tell me if the video quality or like, is the video breaking? Is there any lag? Okay, so let's begin with this. Now I'll start by assuming the radius OS. Now OS is the radius of the circle. Let's say it is equal to R. Now OS and OT both are equal to R, the radius of the circle. Now Harshal says that video is perfect. So there is no lag, there is no breaking in between. Okay, so that's fine. Okay. Now, also it is given that TR is equal to OS. Now, OS is the radius of the circle. So TR is also equal to R, right? So in the figure, OS, it is R, and OR, it is also it is equal to twice of R. So OS is equal to R and OR is equal to twice of R, correct? Now, what is this angle? Now we know that the tangent will be perpendicular to the radius at the point of tangency. So angle OSR will be equal to 90 degrees, and hence using Pythagoras theorem, I'll be able to find out the length of length of SR. SR का length पता लग जाएगा, and that will be equal to under root of square of OR minus square of OS. Okay, so that comes out to be R under root 3. Okay, so the length of SR, which is the side of the square, comes out to be R is to 3, R root 3. Okay, now we want to find out the ratio of the area of circle. So area of circle will be equal to pi r square, and area of square will be equal to side square, that is r root 3 whole square. So this comes out to be 3r square. Calculating the ratio of these two numbers, it comes out to be pi by 3. So pi by 3, option A, is the correct answer of this question. Okay, all right. So almost all of you have given a correct answer. Let's move on and look at the next one. Now, before we look at the next question, again, some very important things are coming on your way on the day of examination. So let's get back to solving the questions further. Okay. So all of you, let's begin this last 1 hour of quant question solving. So this is our next question. Bature, okay, you are asking about my slot. So I am writing the exam in slot 1. Nakul, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता. Slot 1, I would say that slot 1 people are the luckiest because they don't have anything extra that is feed it in their mind. Okay, so they are going with a free mind. Problem with set 2 or set 3 is after looking at the impression of slot 1 or slot 2, if the examination is difficult, then they will enter the examination hall with that fear of getting a difficult exam, right? तो ये भी हो सकता है. तो as such कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. like uh, like whatever the slot is, slot 1 है, slot 2 है, slot 3 है, does not matter at all. Okay. All right, people. So get into solving these questions now. Once again, a group of men decided to do the job in 8 days, but since 10 men dropped out every day, okay, the job got completed at the end of 12th day. How many men were there at the beginning? Okay, now I'll give you, I would say, a very like a very quick method to find out the answer of this question. So first of all, let me see what answers you are getting, and then we'll have a look at a shortcut way, a very logical shortcut way of dealing with this question. Okay. I don't know what method you all are using. So let's talk about an efficient method. Now, a group of men decided to do a job in 8 days. So let's say initial, initially there are X men who have decided to do the job and they will take 8 days, right? But actually what is happening? 10 men dropped out every day. Okay. So that means on the first day, the work will be done by X number of men. On the second day, X minus 10. On third day, X minus 20, and so on. And on the 12th day, the work will be done by X minus 110 men. Okay. Clear? Yes or no? Do you understand this thing? Yes or no? Okay. So since every day number of men is reducing by an equal quantity, I can say that on an average, if I'll calculate the average of all these terms which are in arithmetic progression, The average of all these number of men will be the average of the first and the last term. Okay, the average of first and last term, which comes out to be x minus 55. So can it be said that on an average x minus 55 men are working on every day? Yes or no? Clear? So X men worked on first day, X minus 10, X minus 20, and so on up till X minus 100. So on an average, X minus 55 men are working on every day. Okay, clear? So earlier when X men were working on each of the days, now I can say that X minus 55 men will work on each of these days, right? Now, earlier, when the work was finished in 8 days, now the work is finished in 12 days. Okay. So now you can equate the product of these two, or you can say that the days have become 3 by 2. So the number of men will become 2 by 3 to maintain the constant product. Okay, right? So number of men should become 2 by 3. So x minus 55 should be equal to x minus 55 should be equal to 2/3 of the original number of men. So that means x by 3 is equal to 55, and hence x is equal to 165, right? Yes, Eklavya, you may do that. That is also absolutely correct. Sum of AP, right? So it is also correct. Okay. So x is equal to 165. Option A is the correct answer, which almost all of you have given it correctly. Let's move on and look at the next question. A question on maxima and minima of functions. All right, option C. So anyone, any logic behind this? Any logic behind this? Anyone? So almost all of you are saying that option C is the correct answer. Okay. Some of you are saying that equate both of them. Some of you are saying that put x equal to 1. But Himanshu, x equal to 1 के बाद फिर क्या करें? Okay. Now the best method is to find out the point of intersection of these graphs. Now obviously the graph of if I look at the rough graph of each of them, so the graph of x square plus 2, right? The graph of y equal to x square is an upward opening parabola passing through origin. The graph of x square plus 2 will be something like this, an upward opening parabola, right? Passing from 2 at a point 2. Now the graph of 6 minus 3x. How will I draw the graph of 6 minus 3x? Y is equal to 6 minus 3x. So if x is equal to 0, y is equal to 6. So passing through y equal to 6. Wait, I'll draw it with a different color. Okay. So it is passing from y equal to 6, and the value of x is 2, right? So the value of x is 2. So the graph will be a straight line like this. Okay, fine. And we have to select the minimum of these two graphs. So before the point of intersection, I can see that the parabola is having a lower value. Okay, before the point of intersection, which is this, the parabola will be selected on the left hand side of this point. Okay, so I'm highlighting the graph with blue color now. And after this point of intersection, the line will be selected because it is lower, right? Okay, is it what we will do? Yes or no? Okay, now they want the largest value of this function provided x is greater than 0. That means we'll have to remain in the first quadrant only, okay, and we'll have to maximize this. So definitely the maximum value of this function will arise at the intersection point. It is clear. So that is why we equate it. This is the only reason why we equate it. Done? Okay, fine. So I'll equate 2 plus x square is equal to 6 minus 3x. So that is x square plus 3x. What will be the smallest value of max same function? I'll come to that, Piyush. So let me first of all finish this. So x square plus 3x minus 4 equal to 0. So x square plus 4x minus 1 minus 1x minus 4 equal to 0, and the values of x will be minus 4 or plus 1. Now the value of x should be greater than 0, so minus 4 will be eliminated and the value of x, that is 1, should be selected. Clear? Now at x equal to 1, you can find out the value of any of these functions. Okay. Now 6 minus 3x will be equal to 3. 2 plus x square will also be equal to 3. And the correct answer will be option C. Okay. Now, what will be the smallest value of max of the same function? Now, max of the same function, I'll mark. So now you'll have to look at the maximum, that means the upper values. So upper values, before the point of intersection, the line will be selected. And after the point of intersection, parabola will be selected. Okay, right? So the minimum value of max of this function 2 plus x square comma 6 minus 3x will come out to be the same. All right. So Prash, no, who was asking this? Piyush was asking this. So again, the answer will be same because it will have the same point of intersection and it will have the same minima. All right. So answer will be 3 again for this question. All right. Okay. Let's look at the next question on your screen now. Okay, so option D, that is 24. Let's check it out. Come on. Only a handful of students have given the answer. 24 is given by majority of you, and option C, that is 9, is given by some of you. So we don't have to form a triangle here. Without forming a triangle, we'll have to connect the roads. Number of ways to construct 3 roads, each joining a pair of towns, right? Each joining a pair of towns so that the roads do not form a triangle. Okay, shall we start with this? So most of you are getting option D as the answer. 9, I'm getting 12. All right, different answers. So A, B, C, and D. Let's assume that they form a quadrilateral. All right. Okay. Now, 4 towns A, B, C, D, any 3 of them are non-collinear. Then the number of ways to construct 3 roads, each joining a pair of town, so that the roads do not form a triangle, right? Now, if I'll fix town A, if I'm starting from town A and I'll construct 2 roads which are originating from town A, right? Then the third road cannot be drawn between B and D, right? The third road cannot be drawn between B and D. Okay, so originating from A, if I'll take A in common, A को use करना ही है, right? So if I were to consider that this is the base town A and construct 2 roads such that I connect any pair of towns. Okay, so what all combinations I may get? ठीक है, so A से start करना ही करना है. Okay, so I can say that I'll get AB and BC. Fine. I'm starting from A. So AB and then BC, right? Such that there is a common town between them. Then AB, then BD. Okay. I'll go from A to B, then B to D. Then after that, AC and CB, AC and CD, and finally AD and DB, AD and DC, right? You can see that every time I'm starting from A, done. Every time I'm starting from A. So for any of these combinations, if you look at, if I were to construct a road such that it again comes back to A, then it will form a triangle, right? So ABBC, look at the first case. If I'll select ABBC and then I'll select CA, it will form a triangle, but I don't have to form a triangle, right? Okay. So for each of these 6 cases, after selecting, like अगर मैं AB and BC select कर लेता हूँ, okay, so instead of selecting this AC, what all options do I have? Okay, I can go for AD. Okay, I can go for AD. I can go for DC. I can go for BD, right? So I will have a lot of different ways of doing this, like corresponding to each of these 6 ways. Okay, so let's see what all things I can, or the third road, how it can be selected, how the third road can be selected so that the triangle will not be formed. Okay, in how many ways it can be done. So it can be CD. Okay, this can be the third road. The triangle will not be formed. This can be BD. Okay. So is it true in CAT when questions like 7, 8, 9, 30, mostly of the middle one? No, 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 no. वैभव ऐसा बिल्कुल भी ट्रू नहीं है. ऐसा बिल्कुल भी ट्रू नहीं है. ठीक है? Okay, right? So don't assume that. So CD can be used as the third road. Okay, then BD can be used as the third road, right? Then AD can be used as the third road. All right, and what else? What else? Which road other than this can be used as a third road? Anyone? No? Okay. So these can be used as the third roads. Fine. So now what actually we have? So starting from A, I have these 6 possibilities. Okay. Starting from A, I have these 6 possibilities. Done. Now, if I start from B, how many possibilities do I have? Again, I have 6 possibilities. Then starting from C, again, I have 6 possibilities. And starting from D, again, I will have 6 possibilities. So here I have drawn 6 different possibilities starting from every town. So A se start kiya, I'll go to B and then go to C. Then from C, I can only go to D. I can have one option only. Then if I start from A, we'll go to B, and then from B, I'll go to D. Okay. Then I cannot go to A again. I have only one option of going from D to C. Okay. So starting from A, I have a total of 6 possibilities. Then if I start from B, I'll have 6. Start from C, I'll have 6. Start from D, I'll have 6. So total number of ways in which this can be done, it will be equal to 6 multiplied by 4. That is 24. Okay. So number of ways I have to construct, which has 3 roads, each joining a pair of town so that the roads do not form a triangle. So these are the number of ways. The answer will be 24. Okay, right? Yes, yes, Eklavya, this question is weird. This question is very logical. You'll have to be careful with each and every word that is being used in this question. Done? All right. Now moving on to the next question. Question number, I don't know which number it is, but the next question based on geometry. Chinmay, LOD, the questions that we are discussing, some of the questions, so I would say that all these questions were there in CAT. Okay? So all these questions were picked from the previous years. But if you look at the current level of difficulty that we are having in CAT, so these questions are of similar level of difficulty, because most of the questions in CAT you will see are from easy to moderate level of difficulties, right? Okay, today we are not discussing very difficult questions because we are just three days away from the exam. So we are doing most of the questions which you will be able to understand. Okay? So these are not very difficult questions. I would say that in comparison to CAT, some of the questions have same level of difficulty. So if I'll have to rate all these questions at a level of difficulty, so starting from 5 up till 7 out of 10, this is the level of difficulty that we are discussing today. Okay, which is moderate to slightly below moderate. Yes, you can say that LOD2 to be precise. Yes, Chinmay. Uh, at least 10 questions will be of moderate, below moderate level of difficulty. Now, the figure shows the rectangle ABCD with a semicircle, as you can see, and a circle inscribed inside it as shown. The circle is touching the two sides of the rectangle and the circumference of the semicircle. What is the ratio of the area of the circle to that of the semicircle? What is the ratio of the area? Okay, so a lot of different answers. A, B, C, D. I'm getting all the 4 answers. That's not nice. Chaliye, solve karte hain. Now, the only thing that you'll have to be careful is about this small part. Okay, so I'll increase the size of this figure. Okay. Now, you'll have to take care about this small part, this small gap. Some of you might have ignored it, but we cannot do that. Now, center of the semicircle, let's say O. Center of the complete circle, let's say P. And I will draw a line which is joining these 2 points, and will extend that line, okay, such that it will reach the point B, the vertex of the circle. Okay, so I'll draw a line like this. All right, perfect. Okay, now this point, let's say it is O. The center of the circle is point P, and the point of intersection, the point at which the circle and the semicircle are touching, let's say this is point R. Okay. Now the figure shows a rectangle ABCD with a semicircle and a circle. The ratio of the area of circle to that of semicircle. Now, let's say the radius of the semicircle is equal to R. So OC will be equal to R and BC will also be equal to R. Okay. And using Pythagoras theorem, we can say that the length of BO will be equal to R under root 2. All right. Now, if I'll be able to find out the ratio of their radius, then I'll be able to find out the ratio of their areas. Okay. रेडियस का रेशियो पता लग जाएगा, एरियाज का रेशियो इजीली पता लग जाएगा. डन. So BO is equal to R root 2. Also, let's assume that the ratio of, the radius of the circle is X. Okay. The radius of the complete circle is X. So this length will be X, and hence BP is equal to X under root 2. Now, BO is made up of three different lines: BP, PR, and RO. So BO, which is equal to R root 2, is equal to BP, that is X root 2, plus PR, that is X, plus RO. RO is the radius of the semicircle, that is equal to R. Now, this equation, this relation is very important to obtain. Okay, I'll take R on the left hand side. So it will become R bracket root 2 minus 1 is equal to X bracket root 2 plus 1. Yes, people. I know that I know that we have lost the connection. Now, is it good? I'm back. Okay. I don't know. There was some problem with the software. Okay. So now the ratio of the radius is X upon R, radius of the circle to the radius of the semicircle. Now X upon R will be equal to root 2 minus 1 upon root 2 plus 1. Okay. Right. Now rationalize it by multiplying and dividing by root 2 minus 1. So this ratio of the radii will come out to be root 2 minus 1 whole square divided by 1. All right. Root 2 minus 1 whole square divided by 1. Okay. Am I clear? So are you all clear up till this part? Yes or no? So this is the ratio of their radii, right? Are we good about this? Yes or no? Come on, people, quickly give me a confirmation. Are you clear? Yes or no? How BP is equal to X root 2? How BP is equal to X root 2? This is a right angle triangle, right angle isosceles triangle. Okay. Let's say this is point Q. So QP and QB will be equal, and this is 90 degrees. Both are the radius of the complete circles. Both are equal to X. So using Pythagoras theorem, you will get that. Okay. No. Eklavya, you cannot simply neglect the smaller part. Otherwise, you'll not get any of these options as the answer. Right? So this is the ratio of their radii. X upon R is root 2 minus 1 square upon 1. But we'll have to calculate the ratio of their areas. Area ka ratio find out karna hai. Okay. So area of the complete circle is pi x square, and area of the semicircle is pi r square upon 2. look at the left hand side of your screen. So pi will get cancelled and the ratio of their areas will be pi cancel हो गया. So 2x square upon r square. So 2x square upon r square is the ratio. So 2 as it is, x upon r whole square. Okay. Now x upon r whole square. I have the value of x upon r, and twice of x upon r whole square will be root 2 minus 1 whole raised to the power 4. Root 2 minus 1 whole raised to the power 4. Now, which of the following options is correct is what you'll have to find out. So yes, which of these following options is correct answer of this question? Anyone? नो 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 लेक्चर्स ओपी ये मत करो बिकॉज ऑप्शंस में रूट 2 है. सो रूट 2 की वैल्यू अज्यूम मत करो. ओके, जस्ट लीव इट एज इट इज. डू नॉट अज्यूम एनी वैल्यू. Okay, so the correct answer here is option D. Now some of you might do a mistake of marking the answer as the ratio of the radius. Now यहाँ पे radius का ratio नहीं पूछा हुआ है, यहाँ पे क्या पूछा हुआ है? Ratio of the areas of the circle to that of the semicircle. And this is the final answer, twice of root 2 minus 1 whole raised to the power 4. Okay, so the correct answer that will mark will be option D, none of the above. All right, am I clear? Okay, let's move on and look at the next question. So एकलव्य एरिया का रेशियो सी आएगा इफ वी नेग्लेक्ट. सो डोंट नेग्लेक्ट बिकॉज आंसर इज ऑप्शन डी. ठीक है ना? ओके. Now Adit, you are asking, so please reply. Anyone please reply how many correct answers need for 60 percentile. 60 percentile, 4 to 5 correct answers, it will easily get you above 60 percentile. Okay. What will be the answer for this one? Now 5 pens, 7 pencils and 4 erasers. Right? This is what I've bought. And Rajan bought 6 pens, 8 erasers and 14 pencils for an amount which was half more what I had paid. Okay. Now what percent of the total amount paid by me was paid for pens? Now the Bong Paul 60 percentile net score 8, it is not fixed. It totally depends on the level of difficulty of the paper. ठीक है ना? So if the level of difficulty is higher, the score that you'll have to reach to get 60 percentile will be lower. Fine. So it totally depends on level of difficulty. I would say that 3-4 questions correctly will safely take you to above 60 percentile. Okay, so it's not fixed every time, totally depends on the level of difficulty. I'll make two equations here. 5 pens, let's say pens is x, pencils is y, and erasers is z. So 5x plus 7y plus 4z. Let's say the amount spent is equal to k. Okay. Now Rajan, the other person, has bought 6 pens, that is 6x, 14 pencils, so 14y, and 8 erasers, 8z, and he has spent half more than what I spent. So that means 1.5k. Okay. Now, what percentage of total amount paid by me was paid for pens? So basically, we'll have to find out the value of x. And as you can see, the ratio of the coefficients of y and z are equal. And hence, we can eliminate y and z by multiplying the first equation by 2 and subtracting. So if I'll multiply the first equation by 2 and we'll do the subtraction. So 10x minus 6x, that is 4x. 14y minus 14y is nothing. 8z minus 8z is nothing. And on the right hand side, it will be 2k minus 0.5, 1.5k, that will be 0.5k. Okay. So the cost of 4 pens is equal to 0.5k. So the cost of 1 pen will be equal to 0.5k upon 4, that is k upon 8. So the cost of 1 pen is equal to k upon 8. Done. Now question is, what percentage of total amount paid by me was paid for pens? So I have bought 5 pens. So that means I must have paid 5k upon 8. I must have paid 5k upon 8 for pens, right? And this is what percentage of k? This is what percentage of k? It is 5 by 8 as a fraction. 5 by 8 as a fraction when converted to percentage will give me 62.5 percentage. So the correct answer should be option B, that is 62.5, right? So this is the correct answer given by majority of you. Let's quickly look at the next one. Now, last few questions, and then Aditya sir will be joining you. Okay. So I don't know, like already approximately 4 hours have been are over. Mr. Bature, look at this. An amount which was half more than what I paid. So जितना मैंने पे किया था उसका half, right? Okay, Ayush, you are asking, is it known that container 1 and 2 are of same quantity? No problem, lectures OP. You will see me in some more lectures after the CAT if you are preparing for SNAP and the other examinations. Okay. Now, two liquids A and B are in the ratio 5:1 in container 1 and in container 2. Now, Ayush, this is what they are asking. So container की total capacity कितनी है does not matter. In what ratios should the contents be taken from two containers and mixed? So this is the question that they are asking. Okay, what is the answer for this one? All right, nice. So very basic way of doing this question. Now, if we are applying allegations, we must apply allegations picking up one of these liquids. Okay, so we have two liquids which are mixed in the ratio of 5 is to 1 in container 1, and the same two liquids are mixed in the ratio of 1 is to 3 in container 2. So if I'm applying allegations, I can select one of the liquids. So let's say that I'll apply allegations on the fraction of A. Okay. So in container number 1, the fraction of A that is present is 5 upon 6. In container 2, the fraction of A that is present is 1 upon 4. Okay. Applying allegations after mixing them, the mixture contains A and B in the ratio 1 is to 1. So that means the fraction of A, the resulting fraction of A is 1 upon 2. You can apply allegations on these fractions. Yes, Eklavya, fraction of A. You could have done it using fraction of B as well. It will give you the same answer. Okay. So apply allegations. So on the left hand side, I'll write the difference of 1 by 2 and 1 by 4. Okay. So 1 by 2 and 1 by 4, you can write the difference that comes out to be 1 by 4. And then the difference between 5 by 6 and 1 by 2. Okay, so this will be 5 by 6 and 1 by 2. The difference will be how much? I can write it as 3 upon 6. So 2 upon 6 is the difference. Now you can take the ratio of 1 upon 4 and 2 upon 6. 2 upon 6 is 1 upon 3, right? So the ratio comes out to be 3 is to 4. That is the final answer. So the contents should be taken in the ratio of 3 is to 4 from these two containers, so that the final mixture that is obtained has A and B in the ratio of 1 is to 1. Satvika, no need to look at the schedule. I tell you, 2 o'clock. Now at 2 o'clock, in another few minutes, we'll be starting with verbal RC. It will go up till 5 o'clock. And then at 5 o'clock, we'll be starting with LRDI. Okay. So this is the schedule that we'll be following. Now, friends, the last question for quant for the day, last question of quant for the day on your screen. The question of time, speed, distance. Now, this was the reason, the main reason why Clever we are conducting these sessions, just to increase the confidence level among the students. A man travels from A to B at a speed of X kilometer per hour. He then rests for X hours. Then he travels from B to C at a speed of 2X kilometer per hour, then rests for 2X hours. He further moves to D at a speed thrice as that between B and C. He thus reaches D in 16 hours. If the distances AB, BC, and CD all are equal to 12 kilometers, the time for which he rested at B could be how much? Okay. So what is the answer of this question? Now, the time for which he rested at B could be how much? If he's taking a total of 6 hours, sorry, 16 hours. Okay, so 3 hours and 6 hours, two of the options I'm getting among the students. Now, what you guys can do is assume, you can assume one of the values from the options as well. Trial and error से भी कर सकते हैं. Otherwise, otherwise, time taken from A to B is 12 upon X. Then X hours resting time at B plus time taken from B to C. It will be 12 upon 2X plus resting time at C. And then time taken from C to D, 12 upon 4X. This total time is equal to 16 hours. So simplifying, 12 plus 6, 18, 18 plus 3, 21. 21 upon x plus 3x is equal to 16. Now you can go for trial and error, substituting the value of x. Now it's always better to take the value of x such that it will completely divide 21. So always start from a factor of 21 if it is there in the options. So yes, we have it. So 21 upon 3 is 7 plus 3 multiplied 3 is 9, which is equal to 16. So yes, option A will satisfy this answer. So option A is absolutely correct. Kushagra, no need to make a quadratic for this. Quadratic बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है, ज़्यादा time लगेगा. Though I am saying that fine, quadratic से भी answer आ जाएगा, but why to make a quadratic? Done. So you'll have to find a possible answer. Option A is the correct answer. So you can do trial and error after reaching this stage. Okay. Your method is also correct. You can make a quadratic, but it will take a little bit more time as compared to the one that I have discussed. All right. So friends, I will stop here for the day. Now with some information for all of you, you can spend the entire CAT day with us, barring those 2 hours for which you are writing your CAT examination. Okay. Don't be with us for those 2 hours because it's your CAT, right? Now, all these things will be covered on the entire day. So first of all, live coverage will start from 7:30 a.m. and it will go for the next 12 hours, which will include the fastest impression first for all the 3 slots, correct? Then there will be detailed exam analysis of each of these slots immediately after every slot, which will include the cutoff and memory-based questions, okay? And then you will have a combined exam analysis of all the 3 slots together, in which we'll be discussing the level of difficulty and the different cutoffs. All right. So friends, that's all from my side for this day. Now I will welcome Aditya sir in a few moments. I'll have to see if he's there online. Yes, Aditya sir is present. So friends, for the last time before CAT examination, all the best to all of you. And I hope that you all will score, or you all will get whatever college that you deserve after this exam. All right. So that's all from my side. Enjoy your CAT day to the fullest. All the very best. Bye-bye. So Aditya sir, over to you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Gaurav sir, for the class. And I'll just get started with the discussion for VARC. We'll be discussing VA questions now. Someone is asking for the schedule as well. So we'll be discussing VA questions now, and then we'll continue. The class will continue to discuss RC questions and so on and so forth. Just give me one moment before we get started. Right. All right. I'm just checking to see if I'm audible and if you can see the PPT. All right. So we'll start by discussing a few crucial aspects of the verbal ability paper that we can expect in 2024. And then I'll discuss the methods and so on and so forth. Uh, when it comes to, I'm sure many of you have, I was just going through the conversation, I'm sure many of you have seen the sample paper. How many of you have had the opportunity to actually go through the sample paper provided by CAT? Have you seen the VA questions from the sample paper, everyone? Shubhra, others, have you seen the VA questions from the sample paper? All right. So that brings me to this discussion of, all right. So let me start this from a very, I think many of you have not had the opportunity to see the VA questions from the sample paper. So just one moment. Okay. So some of you have had, some of you have not had. Now, it's not always that CAT will tell us कि sample paper में जो आया, whatever questions they've shown in the sample paper, those are the only questions that they'll ask. A famous case would be a couple of years ago, they did not show us para completion questions. In fact, para completion questions were not asked since a very long time. And then they suddenly gave us this like fill in the blank type of paragraph, which is a para completion question, which has not been asked since a long time. So we take the sample paper, of course, but we remember that there is still a slight chance that they might pull a new question type out completely, or as we have seen, more likely, if they decide to do something different or surprising, it would be more like bringing back an old question type. So that being said, I want to cover the likely questions which will be asked in the exam. There are one or two other question types like critical reasoning, which were asked a very long time ago as a separate question type, which are no longer asked. So I'll just briefly discuss about those questions. All right, just give me one moment. Okay. So that brings me to what we're trying to achieve from today's session, what you should be keeping an eye out for in terms of these things I'm focused on in the final leg on the day of the exam, like Gaurav sir was saying. What do we keep in mind? We'll have an ongoing set of classes, right? CAT day, we'll have a 24-hour live coverage. Each session, there'll be the first impression given by experts. Then there'll be a detailed exam analysis, and there'll be, the cutoff will be discussed. But the point is, throughout this process, even on the CAT day, you'll notice that we'll be discussing this in the class. There's a set of things that we expect ourselves to follow, and we make a, everyone can have a separate list slightly, but we have a list of things that we focus on. So one is we need to make sure that speed and accuracy are something that we are in control of, ideally, right? What do I mean by we are in control of? Let me highlight that idea that boost accuracy and speed. We should be in control of accuracy and speed. A lot of questions that are asked by students, by now, students would possibly have figured out the answers to this. But what is the ideal time for a VA question that I should take? Should I take a minute and a half? Should I take 2 minutes? What is the ideal time per RC, and so on and so forth? The thing is, we have discussed these timelines in prior classes, but what we want to realistically see is that it changes from paper to paper and question type to question type. I can't compare RC1 to RC2. We all know this. Same thing applies to one VA question to another VA question. What I mean by us being in control of the accuracy and speed is that we should have prepared to the level where we know that if the paper is difficult for me, the paper is difficult for most other students, or if the paper is easy for me, the paper is easy for most other students. Both these outcomes we should be able to track. It's important to track those because if I decide before, I'm going to solve 18 questions, and the paper, 18 questions in VARC, I'm saying out of the 24, and the paper turns out to be really easy, that time you have to make sure that you acknowledge that somewhere along the way, hopefully in the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the paper, and then you revise your attempt to maximum possible attempts, right? So which would be 20 questions or maybe 21 questions or 22 questions. So you'll have to tailor. There are two things that you have to match. One is your optimum attempt, whatever you have a general sense of, and then you have to match it to the level of difficulty of the paper that you're seeing in your specific slot. Slot 1 might be really hard, slot 2 might be easy, slot 3 might be something else. The other thing to remember is when you're following the coverage that we are doing, don't expect slot 1 and slot 2 to be identical. There can be some benefit, maybe, okay, para completion, they're asking this time. That doesn't necessarily tell us slot 2 will have para completion or slot 3 will have para completion. We just notice some pattern. What the coverage will help you do is it will help you stay on track. It will help you remember that these are the things that I should be considering. My speed, I should be considering what method am I applying. I should be considering whether I can apply this method under pressure. And I should also know what questions I want to not solve. When I say selection of questions, I'll just discuss that briefly. I also want to know what kind of questions not to solve. How many RCs are you attempting? Things like that. I don't think there should be a pre-decided time limit. Exactly. So the timeline is something that we have to match actively during the exam. We have to optimize that timeline. Remember to do that, and you have to also do that concomitantly while you're figuring out which RCs to solve. So let's start with this presupposition. There'll be many students who can solve the full paper. We are not talking about that scenario when we have enough time to solve the full paper, or students usually have time to solve the full paper. We are working under the assumption that we can solve somewhere close to 20 questions from 24 questions, right? Now, with that idea in mind, you need to know by selection of questions what is meant and what you're supposed to do actively in the exam. Remember, what we take this to often mean is I need to be able to compare each question carefully, right? And then decide which question to solve, so on and so forth, till the 24th question. We'll just think of these as separate questions for now. I know some of these are RCs, but just think of these as separate questions. What I want you to realize is that the more number of decisions we are taking, should I solve this, should I solve this, should I solve this, should I solve this, the more firstly we are taking on the burden of taking that decision, which means we are reviewing information. The second thing we are doing is we are then committed to that decision. Suppose I decide this is the first question I am solving, right? And turns out 50% halfway through the question turns out to be really difficult. Then we start thinking, oh no, maybe this is not something I should have solved. Maybe I should have solved question 2, right? This happens to all of us. We have to work and make sure that, we push this out of our heads and continue solving and so on and so forth. I'll get to those points. But what I want you to keep in mind is that the more number of active decisions we are taking, the more we are firstly consuming our time, and the more we are, onboarding unnecessary information. What I mean by selection of questions is just select those questions which not to solve, right? Which questions not to solve. This is very important. Rather than comparing any questions and making a realistic assessment of what is the ideal attempt, what I mean by which questions not to solve is I'll tell you which factors or parameters I'm looking for. One is I'm looking for length of sentence. This applies in RCs and everywhere else. All of this selection criteria applies in an RC and for other questions as well. So I'm looking for length of sentence or option. Sentence, because suppose it's a para summary question or a RC question, we are looking for general length of sentences. Then we are looking for difficult words or language. And then we are looking for new terms. Okay. And we are using these to determine which question to not solve. So this is important because, and I'll just illustrate this using the questions that I've prepared for all of you. Just give me one moment. Right. So what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to apply these 3 principles only when required. So I'm only trying to do this for very rare questions, those questions which seem like things that I don't want to solve. So let's quickly take a look, right? Now I'm looking for these 3 factors, which is length of sentence, difficult words or new terms. And let's say we are going through the VA questions and looking at these things, these factors. Now, I noticed the first parajumble. Look at the length of this sentence, right? Now, if I'm solving parajumble questions, I just want to quickly skip through, look at the next one, and we have two parajumble questions. So maybe if I have to select between these two, my preference would be to select the second one, right? Now, the reasons why I made this choice is, what I'm saying is I don't want to ideally solve one. If left to my own device, if time and everything is under my control, I'll try solving question one, but I would prefer to solve question two. That's the only decision I'm taking. The reason why I took that decision that quickly is I've looked at average length, right? I've looked at the fact that it's talking about anarchy, arbitrariness in general, these concepts, human interventions, delicate balance. I'm quickly scanning through these concepts. Look like they don't look like new terms for sure. They look like it might take a little longer than question two. So there are a few ifs. Okay, I want to mention these ifs while I'm giving you that example. This example only applies if in the VA section you're solving a few of the VA questions or most of the VA questions, not all the VA questions. I usually prefer to solve all the VA questions, especially because they don't have negative marking, so on and so forth. That's my preference. Every student has a slightly different preference. But if you're choosing to solve a selective number of questions, what I want you to do is apply this selection criteria in the rarest of the rare cases where the questions seem, where a decision seems necessary, right? You have to take a decision whether to solve one of these questions or not. And that's the only time you're taking that decision. Don't try and take this decision for each question, is simply going to eat into your time, right? This looks like a para summary question that ideally will solve it, this or a para completion question completes the paragraph. Just by the look of it, we know we will solve it. Doesn't, by quickly scanning through, we don't notice any terribly unknown words or something like that. Then we look at a parajumble odd question. Seems like a pretty standard question. People who study children's language, etc., seems like these are quite standard things. Now, when it comes to this next para summary question type, para summary question, you notice just by the density of information packed here that, excuse me, that you would be committing to solving information dense passage in this case and then summarizing that information dense passage. So this would be a choice for that student who is not planning on solving all the VA questions. Just a moment. Is it a good idea to start the section with VA and not RC? All right, so a few points about that. By the way, so I just told you this idea about applying this elimination of questions process. Apply it as rarely as possible and take this decision of which questions not to solve. Take this decision as few times as possible. Suppose, let's say, out of 24 questions, on an average, I solve 20 questions. I expect to think about this decision not more than 5 or 6 times. Right? 4 times for sure, 4 questions which I'll skip. So for sure, I'll need to think about this 4 times. But another 2 times, perhaps, for me to just check, should I be solving this question or not? If you're trying to take this decision more than, let's say, your target is to solve 20 questions and you're trying to take this decisions 8 to 10 times, this is already a problem. Not only in terms of time, but in terms of how much computational load you're taking on, right? So make sure that you're applying this as few times as possible, this elimination criteria. Just give me one moment. I have a terrible cold. Excuse me, sorry about that. All right. Now, this is another valid question that someone has asked, and I just expect all of you all to stand by with whatever decision you've taken so far. The question is, should I solve VA first or should I solve RC first? If you look at the, so which to solve first? This is a question type. If you look at the sample paper, you'll notice that they've actually not given these questions in a linear way. They've mixed them up. The first two questions are VA and then RC and then etc. etc. So not only is their arrangement mixed, that linear arrangement that we used to see earlier, ki pehle RC questions aayenge and only then VA questions will come, seems like that's unlikely. They're going to give us a mixed set of questions. My preference usually was to solve VA questions, parajumble odd questions first, right? The reason being is that I can solve these questions fast. My accuracy is fairly good. It does not have negative marking. So, the objective of solving these first is that I feel like I'm in control of the paper. I feel like I'm the feel good factor, so-called feel good factor, while we're solving the paper is working for me. So my preference was to solve VA questions first. Each student, you'd have to make a decision based on your strengths and weaknesses. More important, you should take this decision based on what you've practiced a lot, right? If you've simply practiced solving questions in the order in which they appear in, please stick to that. Don't change anything up. Going and looking for the parajumble odd question, coming back to the first question, all of that is stuff that you need to practice. It doesn't change much, but it'll add to you maybe not feeling in control in that 40-minute time frame, which is what you don't want to do. You want to feel like things are happening according to what you've practiced. The pattern of solving that you've usually applied is therefore most comfortable. What to do if we are not able to tackle a particular question of any RC passage? Should we leave it and move it forward? So one is, like someone has said, that obviously, please stick to what you've done so far. Someone is solving RC questions first and then VA questions. That's great. What do you do with RC questions? By the way, I have covered RCs and VA questions in depth in our YouTube series in the live classes. Please go ahead and look for information there, because I don't have the bandwidth to go through all the details of the solving process. I'll mention whatever comes up and whatever is important right now. But if you have the time, you can go through some of those classes as well. Now, in an RC, what you want to remember is that there will be 4 questions which follow it. A few things that will help you decide, which questions to solve when and which questions to stop solving are these. One is, by the way, if you commit to solving an RC, if you decide whatever is your selection criteria, I already mentioned, let's not go into that too much again. You've decided that you're solving this RC. If you've decided that you're solving this RC, after, let's say, committing 2 minutes of reading time, maybe you've read it till here, don't change your decision then. Just commit to whatever. If you think this is getting to be too hard, maybe you should have chosen something else. You've already invested this amount of time. Even if you're looking at the screen in the exam, no, you're investing time. That's a dead investment. You may not be doing anything. You're just looking at the screen, but you are investing time. So if you're reading for 2 minutes, don't change that decision. This is the first thing. Now, suppose you look at question 1, and question 1 is this question type: which of the following, if true, most strengthens or weakens the author's argument, right? Now, the reason why I'm showing this as the first question type is, according to me, there may be some difference of opinion about this, but according to me, this is one of the hardest RC or general question types that can be asked in the VRC section. Which of the following, if true, most strengthens or weakens the author's argument, the conclusion, so on and so forth, right? If this is your first question, what I expect all of you to do to maintain accuracy is solve this as after solving 2, 3, and 4. Because this question type requires us to know the main point or the author's argument or the author's hypothesis with utmost clarity. It's better for us to do that after we are done solving 2, 3, and 4, because if you didn't develop that clarity while reading, you'll develop it while solving questions 2, 3, and 4. And your accuracy for question 1 will then improve. So this is one general idea for that student who's saying ki, what to do if we face a problematic question or a difficult question in the RC. First is try and solve it after the other questions of the RC. That's the one thing that I wanted to remember. If you feel like you've invested anything more than 2.5 minutes, then I suggest you mark it for later, and only if you have time later you come back to it. Otherwise, there's no point coming back to it, right? So set a fixed, strong upper limit to it. I would ideally say that for a question like, let's say question 4, I'm taking a decision to solve it later. My limit would be somewhere like 2 minutes, right? That's my limit. I know that after 2 minutes, 2 minutes includes, by the way, look at the background for the 2 minutes. The background for the 2 minutes is that I've already read the RC for somewhere close to 3.5, 4 minutes, right? I've possibly solved some questions also. So I've invested somewhere close to 6 minutes in this question type already. So I know for question 4, if it's a tricky question, if question 4 is a tricky question, I know that 2 minutes is ample time. After that, I'm simply going to go in circles and maybe not be able to figure out what's right or what's wrong about a certain option. So at that stage, this is a 2 minute marker, is a marker that I've set for me. I don't believe these timelines can be really prescriptive. They change from passage to passage, student to student, and so on and so forth, right? So if you face a difficult question in the RC, ideally try and solve it at the end of that RC itself. If you extend beyond a certain time limit, go back to that question later after you're done solving all the possible questions. All right. And the first idea, remember the first idea, commit to solving whatever you have started solving. Don't change your decisions in between. Okay. 2 RC and all VA solve, first RC, then do all VA, return back to. See, Vaibhav, yeah, Janvi, that was a critical reasoning question. I'll discuss that. All right. So, just to So I would generally say, Vaibhav, like you solve one RC, then go into VA and then go back to another RC. Provided you've done ample practice, I don't want you to change that method as such, right? If you've practiced that a lot, don't change it as such. However, my preference is to not switch too much between things you're trying to do. So, like what I would usually do, and again, this is not a strong recommendation, this is what I prefer. I solve VA ke parajumble odd questions first. Then I solve all the RCs, and then I go to the remaining VA questions. The reason being, and this brings me to this idea, methodical under pressure. See, in classes, I've covered ample things in classes. In classes, we are working on skill, right? I'll be more concrete here. Let's say you studied probability earlier, so you learned how to solve probability questions, the formulae, how to break down a problem and then solve those probability questions. But what the exam is trying to do is check our performance ability, right? This means, can I be methodical under pressure? Right? Can I apply all the things that I learned under pressure? Which is why I said I spoke of this thing called, feel good factor is important. I solve in the order that I solve in, which is parajumble odd first and then RC and then the remaining VA, is because I generally feel good about myself. That's important. For example, let's say VRC is my strength. I'm depending on VRC for my score. And I feel the first few questions were probably wrong, or I feel unsure. Like someone is saying, I sometimes feel unsure about what option I'm choosing. How is my mindset going to be for the remaining questions? Am I going to carry this forward, or am I going to be able to put a break between each of these? This is something that we have to learn by taking tests, and we have to actively practice. Our ability to perform under pressure, our ability to stay methodical under pressure, right? So coming back to what you're asking, I prefer not to switch between too many questions because I think it messes with my ability to cut questions off clearly, to my ability to feel good. If I solve parajumble odd questions first, I'm like, okay, I've played to my strength in the sense that I can solve it fast, accuracy is fairly good, and there's no negative marking. So literally I can, if there, this especially used to work when there used to be 3 parajumble odd questions and sometimes even 4 parajumble odd questions. But especially when there are 3 parajumble odd questions, I could get through those 3 questions in somewhere close to 3 to 4 minutes. And it was a clear advantage to me because out of those 3 questions, there's a good chance 2 questions are going to be right. And there's no time taken and there's no negative marking. So I'm, in short, coming back to the idea that I'm trying to make sure that I feel a certain way, which is feel comfortable while I'm performing, and I can remain methodical under pressure. So that's the overall objective. I hope that answer is clear, Vaibhav. So I wouldn't want you to switch between too many things unless you actually practice that. I get one question correct. After referring to the other questions, the options make me confused about the topic. Okay. So I'll just discuss this idea that, so about the RC, right? About each decision that you take in the VARC section, right? Now, this is not decision about selection of questions. This is, I'm talking about decisions about, and I'll discuss this while solving parasummary questions as well. If I'm saying options A and B are incorrect, those decisions are based on specific pieces of evidence, right? They are not based on, if you notice this doubt, Janvi's doubt, I get one question correct, but after referring to other questions, the options make me confused about the topic. This doubt essentially comes from the idea that we look at information like option A and we think about that option as an entire thing and whether it manipulates the passage in a certain way or not. What we want to be is evidence oriented, and we want to break each option down to, is this word acceptable, is this word acceptable, is this word acceptable, is this word acceptable, is the entire option acceptable as a whole. So I'm breaking it down into pieces of evidence and then I'm taking a decision. What I'm not doing is making an internal mental description of the option or the passage. I am not doing this. I'm rather relying on the evidence provided by the examiner, which is this. The options are evidence provided by the examiner. It's evidence we can't trust, right? So let's actually look at. So this is evidence we can trust. This is evidence written by the author, right? And this is evidence we can't trust, but it's evidence written by the examiner, right? Now, the reason why I'm talking about evidence we can trust and not trust is, for each decision that I'm making, the RC is something that I completely trust. So all I have to do is I have to compare this problematic phrase to a possible phrase in the RC and say if this is acceptable or not. This process of comparison is what we've worked on in classes. The more methodical this is, the more accurate you're going to be. The more this is based on simple internal descriptions that your mind will do. When it's under pressure, what your mind tends to do is it will complete options for you. If you've read an option partially, it will complete the option for you. If you've read an option really quickly, it will summarize the option for you and give you a mental description of the option. You want to avoid all of these things that the mind is trying to do. You want to remain methodical and look for pieces of evidence, right? That's the broad thing that I'd tell you, Janvi. The other thing that I want you to do is, when you're solving question 1 from an RC and you've gone through the process of comparing 4 options, finding stuff problematic in each option, saying that these are completely unacceptable, then saying that this is problematic, but based on the RC, I can find some word that is somehow close to it, right? And then saying option B is therefore the right choice. If you've followed this process for question 1, when you go to question 2, please don't compare these 2 questions, right? This is a separate thing now you're trying to solve. This may be right or wrong. Whatever you've done is in the past, you've marked that answer. Unless like you go to question 2, 3, 4, and you realize that, oh, all these questions are saying that my first question was wrong, only then go back and try and review it. But otherwise, I expect this process to be so thorough at the first, this evidence gathering process to be so thorough that we don't need to review it. Don't think of, when you're trying to solve a RC, many students, what they'll end up doing is, like, you have 4 questions. It's like trying to juggle 4 balls, and all these 4 balls are in the air until you take a decision. Don't do that. What you want to do is, you read the RC, figure out if this is a question you want to solve. If you decide to solve that question, finish it off then and there itself. Unless, again, it's a hard question, you reach this 2.5 minute mark or 2 minute mark, then stop. But by all means, try and finish this question there itself. Don't get into this comparative method. All right. Okay. Now, about those students that who are saying ki I have, this could apply to anyone, by the way. I solve a certain number of RCs. In this case, it's 3 RCs and then some VA questions. We'll say 4 VA questions. What do I do with the remaining time? If you have 2 minutes left, what do I do? And there are no other VA questions you want to solve. So if you have, in short, 2 minutes left and you have an RC left, that's all you've left. So what I expect you to do is, I expect you to, only in this case, it only applies for RCs in this scenario. It doesn't apply in any other scenario, according to me, is that you read just the question stem first, not the options. Right? Don't look at the options. Look at the 4 question stems that are provided. Right? Pick the one that you think that you can answer based on, let's say this is the question that we pick. We'll call this the third question. From an RC, we pick the third question to solve. The reason why I'm picking the third question to solve is because it looks to me, based on the question type, that it can be solved fairly quickly, and it looks to be a localized type of question, meaning it's asking from a specific area of the passage, something specific. It could be factual, it could be inferential, it could be whatever, but it's a specific question. So what I would do is, I would try and solve just this question alone. Right? And then I'll read the entire passage, of course, but I'll reread this maybe twice or thrice and then try and solve this question. I could do this in somewhere close to 2 minutes or maybe 3 minutes. It's possible to do. And not just me, others have done this many times in the past. So those of you, like, I think was saying, yes, Mohammed was saying, ki, what do I do? I expect you to solve maybe 1 or more questions. Just one moment. Okay. So one of the things, like Ritik has said, that your marks have reduced. One of the things that in mock tests your marks will reduce is because we would like to ideally train you for the exact level of difficulty of the slot that you're going to get asked, but that's never the case, right? We can't predict that. So what we try and do is create mocks which are slightly harder and slightly easier. Generally, we figure out the general bandwidth and then create a mock test for that bandwidth. Some of the mocks get harder because the students have learned more, and we can give more, more meaningful tests so that they can learn to actually perform under pressure. We can give them more meaningful tests, so the mocks might get a little hard. The other factor that makes the performance actually reduce for students is, now that the exam is really close, now that whatever you're doing counts, what tends to happen is there's a lot of overthinking. What I'm trying to draw here is this circular type of thinking. Suppose A and B, this would happen in most questions, but this type of overthinking happens only when we are not in a good place mentally. Either we are too nervous or something like that, right? Most questions are designed like options A and B are very easy to eliminate. Close to 90% of us will eliminate options A and B. Now it comes down to options C and D, and this is where this comparative process will begin. You will mostly find terms which are somewhat problematic in both the options, and then you need to go back to the passage and check which of them is acceptable, unacceptable. At this stage, another reason for students going wrong frequently is, at this stage students tend to go faster, whereas you actually want to go slower. You're comparing two options and you're deciding from the RC which of them is more acceptable, which of these words, problematic words, is more acceptable. This means you have to go slower rather than going faster, right? A lot of students end up making mistakes at this stage because they are jumping to a conclusion. That's one thing that you'll have to figure out. The other thing, which is what someone was talking about, scores worsening before the exam, what happens is we tend to then go in circles. I don't know which of them is right. I'm simply rereading the options over and over again, can't decide. So what I want you to remember to just do, and like I've told you in prior RC classes, I have a set of things that I've told myself before the paper starts. Before each RC, I have practiced it enough that I know what I'm supposed to do exactly with the reading process. The same thing when it comes to options, I know exactly what I'm supposed to do with the solving process. Excuse me. So when I'm comparing two options, I know that now is the time for me to be extremely methodical and search for this. We'll call this word X. Search for any evidence of X in the passage in some certain area. I don't find it, so maybe X is not acceptable, and we'll call this Y. I find some references to Y, though not exactly mentioned as it was mentioned in the passage. So D is the better choice. What I'm trying to do, even when I'm going around in circles and I'm not being, in the best frame of mind, I'm trying to remember to be methodical. Right? This is going to fetch me marks. Remember, whatever concepts that we have taught you in VARC classes, right, or anyone can teach you in VARC classes, are mostly things that we have developed after the fact, meaning that we all looked at the paper first. Whoever is teaching you today, we all looked at the paper first, solved the paper first, and then we're like, okay, what is the best way to teach this to a student? The reason why I'm talking about VRC in this fashion is maths is not like that. Maths is, there's a formula, you follow that formula. Whereas reading is something that we all naturally tend to do, and we all do it in a slightly different way. What happens when we are under pressure is we resort to autopilot in terms of our decisions, in terms of our reading process. We forget that we are supposed to read in a very specific manner. So what I wanted to think of this is like, it's a very methodical performance that is expected out of you. The reading part, the comparison of options part, the looking for evidence part, all of this has to be as methodical as possible. Verbatim, too broad, too narrow, faulty comparison, outward trap, tone. Yes, Sparkle, those are great ways to eliminate options. If you notice what Sparkle has written, verbatim is not that great a factor, but too broad, too narrow, faulty comparison, out of scope, word trap, tone. These are all ways in which people can eliminate options. But rather than saying something like this option is too broad as compared to what? If I ask you, which of the following best covers a summary is the best idea, right? Para summary question is the closest idea. Which of the following options best captures the passage such that it can be replaced? What we are trying to do in a para summary question, we are trying to replace the entire passage with a much shorter photograph or a snapshot of that passage, right? So what I'm trying to figure out is which of those four options will be best served to replace the passage. Now I'm comparing option C and D. If I say option C, using what Sparkle has said, is too broad, it doesn't make sense unless and until I know broad as compared to what. Now suppose I say these specific words in the passage indicate the main point of the author, right? And the main point is more or less summarized by these two phrases. You can include some other more words in it, but these two phrases summarize the main point. Now if option C includes some more words than what are stated here, right, then I can say option C is broad because it has this extra word which is not stated in the passage, and it's trying to say something generic, whereas the passage was saying something specific. Correct. So my addendum to what Sparkle has written is, it's very easy in theory for me to tell you, Acha, this is what will help you eliminate an option. The actual process that entails elimination of an option is this comparative process. That comparative process, I want all of you to remember to be methodical about. The other thing that I'll tell you is that, again, under pressure, someone is saying that their scores are not as good as they used to be. Under pressure, what happens, like I told you, we read on autopilot. The other thing that takes place is that, let's say this is the RC and it's a question with 4 options. Now, what's going to happen is that we are going to read this in our own autopilot way. Even worse is we are going to try and solve some percentage. Again, please mark this as a major problem for most students. Major problem in terms of them making mistakes. What will happen is some of this question, maybe 10%, maybe 50%, or in a worst case scenario, 100% of this question will be solved based on memory, right? What you've read in the passage. And this is the worst possible idea. You are not, this is not a test of memory. The VARC section is not a test of memory. What it is actually a bar graph question type question, which has been given, instead of information being laid out in terms of a graph, it's been laid out in text. So just like a bar graph question, you don't try and answer it from memory. The same way in an RC, if you try and use your memory any amount of times, that's going to lead you to trouble. If you try and say, okay, I remember option A can't be the right choice. Now this is, let's say you're using it for 10% or a very small part of option A. I know this is not the right choice based on what I read in the passage. This is somewhat acceptable, but anything more than that, I want you to keep in mind that you have to check. My preference is to check even for the 10% thing. Even for this, I'll go back to the passage and check. And that helps me retain maximum possible accuracy. I know some students don't and they want to use a little bit of their memory. That's fine. But again, that's a very fine line. In some cases, you shouldn't use your memory at all. So this is the other reason which could lead you to make mistakes. I want you to treat the passage like a data set in a graph, or any visual representation of data. You don't try and remember that data. You try and look at the data and answer the question. The same way you try and look at this information and answer the question. Don't answer based on memory. All right. All right. Okay. So now to start with the questions, like I've discussed with all of you all before, each question has a specific method that we'll cover. I'll be covering the questions in the order that they've been asked in the sample paper. And I'll make sure that we've covered parajumble, odd, and parasummary questions. What I first want to talk about, though, while we cover the questions, is if you look at this first question, is a parajumble question. The next question is a parajumble question. This is a para completion question, right? We're supposed to complete the paragraph. And this is a parajumble odd question. All right. And then we have some parasummary questions as well. Now, the reason why I bring this up is that you want to remember that the parajumble odd, and para completion or fill in the blank question type, all of these are one question type. They're all one question type. It's been asked in a different way, but they're all the same. They're trying to check whether, let's say these are different sentences. These sentences could be given as a split up thing in a parajumble or a parajumble odd, or these sentences could be part of a paragraph in this para completion or fill in the blank question. But what we want to have the ability is to again look at pieces of evidence and check whether each sentence is connected to any other sentence in a specific way. Is there a way which tells me that these sentences connect to each other? I'm looking for a pattern between sentences. Between these 4 sentences, there'll be a pattern which connects them in a certain way. Between these 4 as well. Here also, there'll be a pattern which connects each of these sentences. And then we are asked to predict what could be the next question, right? So we are saying 3 of these are odd. They cannot be placed here. One of them is valid. It can be placed here. So if you look at the para completion or fill in the blank question, this is a combination of parajumble and parajumble odd. We are declaring 3 options as odd and we are selecting one as completing the paragraph, right? And this is also another parajumble. Let's say this makes some sequence and then we are saying 5 is odd. So, all right. So each of these question types is the same question type, right? And it's all trying to check whether or not we are arranging sentences correctly. I want you to look at, and I've mentioned this before, I want you to look at the method that we apply for each. I want you to have the ability to replicate this method under pressure. Okay. Now, the method that we have for the first question is this 1 2 3 4 is the worst possible arrangement of the question that we can read it in. It's this arrangement has been made by the examiner. We cannot trust it. It'll do one of two things. One is it will create an incorrect impression of the paper in our minds, or it might lead us to think the main point of the author is something else entirely. So the first thing that we want to do is read from 4 to 1, right? In reading from 4 to 1, we are looking for some pieces of evidence that will show us an overlap, right? So maybe 4 and 2 overlap in such a way that this is the only way they can be arranged. This is our first mandatory pair, right? While reading from 4 to 1, I've looked at two pieces of evidence in 4 and 2, which tells me that they've been arranged this way. Then I've also found some pieces of evidence in 1 and 3, which tells me that sentence 1 has to go here prior to sentence 4, and sentence 3 has to go here. But this is based on these pieces of evidence. So 1 4 2 3 would be the sequence. Something like this is the method. I want all of you all to apply that method right now. What I want you to remember very clearly is I did not look for what sounds like an opening or closing statement. I did not do this. Because examiners know what sounds like an opening or closing statement is how our mind tends to categorize information, they will purposely choose paragraphs or sentences such that something sounds like an opening statement, something sounds like a closing statement, whereas that's not the case. Correct? Okay. So this applies to your RC also. So remember, we are not going on options which sound correct or sound incorrect. Remember to be methodical. Let's start with the first question, everyone. Please go through this and type in your sequence. All right. All right. Others type in your answers. What do you think is the correct sequence? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start solving and read from 4 to 1. I'll just initially mark out the piece of evidence that should help us make some mandatory pairs that should help us figure out the main point of the author. And then we can find the most coherent way of arranging them. Coherent means meaningful way of arranging them, right? So with 4, when human interventions alter this delicate balance, the outcomes have been seen to be disastrous. So when humans alter this balance, this is what sentence 4 is saying. That tells me prior to sentence 4, there must be some sentence which is referring to a balance which is not created by humans, right? So I already have significant amount of information to help me determine what goes here. The prior sentence should ideally refer to some balance. That balance should not be human created because humans are intervening in that balance. Correct? So notice what happened here. First is I read sentence 4. I took in what information sentence 4 contains, and then I reread it to focus on uh, these words to help me determine how to place sentence 4. So, first reading to understand what is being told to us, second reading to focus specifically on piece of evidence that will help me arrange this sentence. Let's look at sentence 3. In institutions also, there is a need to have a place of system of checks and balances, which inhibits concentration of power in only some individuals. So now the clues in sentence 4 were human and this delicate balance. In institutions also, need for balance, which inhibits concentration of power, right? So 3 is talking about institutions also having a need of balance. The balance is supposed to prevent concentration of power. Let's look at 2. Nature itself. This is slightly problematic. Nature itself is an intricate system of checks and balances meant to preserve the delicate balance between various environmental factors that affect our ecology. So, nature has a delicate balance between various factors. That is what sentence 2 is talking about. Sentence 1, the clues in sentence 1 are just one moment. So nature itself has a delicate balance. We can say these are the clues in sentence 2. Sentence 1 says group decision making, however, is really important, does not necessarily fully guard against anarchy, right? So these are the clues. Now the first piece of jigsaw puzzle that we need to create. Now let's look at what Adit has typed in the chat box, right? 2-4 confused between 3-1 or 1-3, right? So let's first try and do what Adit is doing, which is the right step. Is I know that this clue is the best clue for me to make my first mandatory pair, which is 2-4. This delicate balance is talking about the delicate balance mentioned here, right? So fixed, there is no fault or there is no flaw in 2-4. 2-4 is fixed. That's our first mandatory pair. Now what we do is, firstly, in terms of being methodical, we start looking for what could go before or after 2-4, right? That's one idea to keep in mind. And how do I decide what could go before or after, right? And if you notice Adit's doubt, should I go with 3-1 or 1-3? Now one way to figure this out is to say what we know that 3-1 or 1-3 would not go in these positions. It simply can't, based on what conversation is going on. Uh, in cases it might, we can discuss what takes place, but here it can't go prior to 2-4. So what would appear here, instead of thinking about simply as 3-1 or 1-3, which is also a valid question to think about sometimes, what I want you to first start by doing is which sentence would appear here, right? And are there clues in sentence 3 or sentence 1 which will help me with that decision? Can someone tell me, is there a clue in sentence 3 or sentence 1 which will help us with this decision? Which sentence has to go next? Is there one specific word? I'm looking for one specific word in 1 or 3. Both have a specific word each, which will help you with this decision. What word is there in 1 and 3? Sparkle, you're right with however. In the first sentence, the word is however. Okay. And in sentence 3, what's the word? Also. Shomasurva, that's right. Also. In institutions, also, there is a need to have balance. Right? Now, look at it this way. What is 2-4 telling us? when I figure out 2, 4, usually, especially when I haven't yet figured out the main point of the author along the way, what I do is I reread 2, 4, right? And then I determine what could go before or after. This is especially when I haven't figured out the main point. I know what 2, 4 is trying to say is nature has a delicate balance and humans disturb this delicate balance. This is disastrous. So 2, 4 tells us, therefore, balance is important, right? That is what 2, 4 was trying to tell us. Balance is important. 3 is saying in institutions also, balance is needed. So sentence 3, if we place it here, this is a more coherent arrangement than placing sentence 1 here, right? But this is right now, this 2, 4, 3 is a work in progress. We haven't fixed it yet. We need more information to say why not 2, 4, 1, right? Or why 2, 4, 3, 1. We need more information to say this. And this is like, I think Sparkle and others pointed out that however is a great way for us to figure out that sentence 1 has to appear after sentence 3. However is saying that whatever came prior to sentence 1 was not entirely right or could be argued, could be debated. And what sentence 3 was trying to tell us that in institutions, balance will inhibit concentration of power. So this means that only one person should not have too much power, right? What does this imply? This implies that maybe a group should have power. Maybe a group should have power, right? And that is what sentence 1 is against. Sentence 1 is saying if a group has power, however, this does not guarantee that anarchy or arbitrariness is stopped. This does not guarantee that the system will not behave in a disastrous way, right? So the word however was very important for us to realize that sentence 1 has to go after sentence 3 no matter what, right? And there cannot be any gap between them either. This is the only possible arrangement for sentence 3 and 1. So 2, 4, 3, 1 is the correct sequence. Excuse me. Is this clear, by the way? Those of you who went with 2, 4, 1, 3 especially, is this clear for these individuals? All right. Let's try and apply that same solving process with this question. By the way, all the questions that we're doing are previous year questions so that I can have these productive conversations with all of you. Please continue with question 2. Just a moment. Please continue. All right. No, it's not, Bharat. Actually, the screen share that I do from the laptop has a problem, so I can't simply share the full thing. All right. Yes, others type in your answers. Here in this case, each sentence has a great clue, right? We In terms of keywords, we have two types of keywords: sentence connection keywords and topic based keywords. uh, I'll illustrate what each means. Instead, it so this tells us prior to sentence 4, whatever it is, the subject of the sentence prior. So it is the subject of the prior sentence. Also, sentence 4, just like however we saw right now, sentence 4 is trying to clarify using the word instead. So prior to sentence 4, there is a specific sentence jiska subject is it. That subject is being then corrected or improved on by the author by using the word instead. So this is our sentence connection type of clue. Instead, it is a distinct piece of biological makeup of our brains. So something is a piece of biological makeup of our brains. Let's look at sentence 3. Language is a complex, specialized skill which develops in the child spontaneously, without conscious effort or formal instruction, is deployed without awareness of its underlying logic. So, 3 is talking about language development and use. 3, we can say, is sort of a pseudo or a working definition of language. So if you remember, keywords can be of two types. One could be sentence connection, the other could be topic. We know the role sentence 3 plays here is to define language. So we know a topic based piece of information about sentence 3. We know some specific information about sentence 4. This is going to help us. Another specific piece of information that we have for these reasons, some cognitive scientists have described language as a psychological faculty, a mental organ, a neural system, and a computational module. So, sentence 2 has both the type of clues. It has a sentence connection clue and it has a topic based clue. Sentence connection clue is these reasons. Prior to sentence 2, some multiple reasons, plural reasons, have been mentioned. These reasons, then the topic based clue comes after the words these reasons. These reasons are why scientists have described language as a mental organ. So this is also giving us another added definition of language, right? So sentence 2 also gives us two pieces of information. One is really important, these reasons. This topic based one is also important, but this is what will help us make the connection. Let's look at sentence 1. Language is not a cultural artifact that we learn the way we learn to tell time or how the federal government works. So the author is making a distinction between language and, let's say, telling time. It's not a cultural artifact. All right. So these are the pieces of evidence that we have marked while reading. Okay. Now, let me actually look at some of the doubts. Okay. Now, if you notice, if there is like if there are two pieces of evidence that we have, let's say this was Adit's doubt, let's say AD and CB, right? Should it be ADCB or should it be CBAD, right? Which of these do I go with? And this is where the idea of coherence and arranging the main point in the ideal order comes up, right? If you notice here, we're talking in options 3-1 as to how what role balance plays in an institution, right? Suppose these words were not there, right? For the sake of current discussion, these words were not there. In the absence of these words, it would be very hard for us to simply place it as 2431. There is still enough information for me to place it as 2431 because for the sake of coherence, I need to first tell why balance is important, right? So even though I don't have these pieces of evidence with me, I can still arrange this in this order because coherence tells me first I need to say human interventions are disastrous. There is balance, and balance is good for an organization also, or balance is good when there is no concentration of power. So there is a situation where balance is good where there is no concentration of power. Group decision also does not allow for balance to take place completely. So even though these words were not there, we would still be, in theory, be able to arrange it as 2431, provided we pay attention to the broad main point that the author is trying to clarify. In this case, now the other thing for parajumble questions, remember, for accuracy, you want to be very specific about where you start, correct? I told you 3 and 1, but especially 3 is a topic based clue. It's giving us the definition of language. 3 is not the place for me to start creating my jigsaw puzzle, right? This is not what I would use to make a mandatory pair. What I'm ideally going to use is either this or this, right? And my preference is this because prior to 2, I need to look at multiple reasons. Taking and looking at those reasons could take time. 4, the subject of the sentence prior is one single thing, right? So 4 could be that it could be 3, right, which is the subject is language. But then I have another piece of evidence which tells me it's not 3, which is instead, right? So 4 is also trying to correct something, and that is 4 is trying to correct and add to sentence 1. Language is not a cultural artifact. Instead, it is a part of our brains. It's a physical part of our brains. That is what 1-4 is trying to tell us, right? What language is not and what language is. Now, suppose you have 1-4 as the first mandatory pair, right? And just to elaborate on Adit's doubt, let's say we add to that using the other options, add to the doubt using the other options. Let's say these reasons, we find these reasons as the reasons here. Specialized skill develops spontaneously without formal instruction is not required. Actually, that's what spontaneously would mean, is deployed without awareness. So it's also used without awareness of its underlying logic. So for these reasons, the fact that it's spontaneous, it's used automatically. Some scientists believe that language is a mental organ, a neural system, right? It works automatically. So let's say we get 3-2 as a mandatory pair. These reasons are the reasons that I've circled here: spontaneous deployment of understanding, spontaneous understanding, and spontaneous deployment of language. These are the reasons. So let's say 1-4-3-2. These are two sets of pairs that we've made. So do I go with 3-2-1-4 or 1-4-3-2? Can you tell me any specific words, Adit or others, that will help me decide between, let's say, A? Would you go with A or B? That's what we are discussing right now. But what I want you to decide is based on a specific word. Don't just say, I'll go with A, or don't just say, I'll go with B. I'm looking for why you would go with A or why you would go with B. General to specific, specific to general is not any rule. I can find you. It's a terrible way to look at things also, Sparkle, and I'm simply using your doubt as a way for me to clarify. Is that authors follow different patterns. Sometimes they'll go from specific to general, sometimes general to specific. Sometimes if they want to be really complicated over, especially like this will happen in a 5-sentence parajumble. By the way, 5-sentence parajumbles could also be asked. It's been a long time since they've been asked. But what can happen in those is that they might use general, specific, general, specific, general, specific, right? So there's no such rule as such. What I'm looking for is a piece of evidence that will tell me that this is the only possible sequence, or a word or a phrase that will tell me this is the only possible sequence. 3 is introductory, again a bad way to approach a question. We are looking for a starting sentence, we are looking for a ending sentence. Okay, now look at, read sentences 1 4, or rather read sentence 1. 1 says language is not a cultural artifact the way we learn to tell time or how the government works, right? Now will this information, language is not how we learn to tell time, will this information be valuable in this position after we have already told language is spontaneous, is deployed spontaneously? Does sentence 1 have a role here, right? So as it stands, sentence 1 does not have a role here. It would be incoherent. And do you know what would be required to make it coherent? Not much. All I need to do is, thus language is not a cultural artifact, right? By adding the word thus, this becomes the correct sequence. Then what happens is, first in 3 2 we are defining language, and in 1 4 we are adding to that definition by saying something conclusive. We are saying thus it's clearly not a cultural artifact, which is not an idea that was discussed in 3 2, right? And it is a distinct piece of biological makeup of our brains. This is the author adding his or her own information. But all of this is possible because I added the word thus. In the absence of this word, 3214 does not, 1 at this stage does not make any sense. Then 1432 makes sense, because 14 is telling us what language is not and what language is, right? And then it adds to that definition. It tells us language is a complex skill that is deployed by the brain. Therefore, it's a mental organ or a neural system. So 1432 is the sequence and not 3214. Is this clear, Adit and others? See, I needed the word thus to make it 3214. Otherwise, adding this information, language is not how we tell time. Adding this information at this stage is of no value. But if I say it here, I'm defining the parameters of what language is or is not, right? If I want to use it here, then I have to make some changes to the sentence. The correct sequence is 1432. All right. Is this clear, others, everyone else, why we are going with 1432? Even if, suppose the sequence is not entirely agreed upon by others, what I want all of you to consider is the decision that I'm making is based on some information in the sentence. Like we had sentence 1 where we are told that language is not how we learn to tell time. That information is only useful if it's given at the start. If I'm giving it towards the end, I need some words added at the start of sentence 1, which will put them in perspective, which will put the other words in sentence 1 in perspective. All right. Let's try and solve this question. We are looking to now say that one of them will best complete the passage, right? Would be in this, and 3 will be odd. So 1 we are trying to identify, whereas 3 would be odd if they're placed here. So it's a combination of parajumble and parajumble odd questions. Please get started with this. All right. So let's start with this. Now, what is the method that we apply to, even though a para completion question is a combination of parajumble and parajumble odd questions, what method do we apply? One is, like I told you, each sentence here would be connected to the other based on syntax and how, this this paragraph or the logic of this paragraph would work. So each sentence would be connected to each other, and each sentence is very coherently stating some main point. We need to identify that main point, and in a para completion question, what we want to figure out is, now we are going to, by saying, like, let's say options A, B, C are odd, they cannot be placed here, but option D can be placed here, right? Option D is a part of the sequence, right? So that tells me that the information in A, B, and C is problematic. Some specific words could be problematic, right? That's one problem with A, B, and C. The other thing could be that some additional information that is being given, right? Each will have some additional information. The additional information which is being given, that additional information is only acceptable in option D. The additional information is not acceptable in other cases. Because we are adding more words to the sequence, we are adding more stuff. Which of this stuff is acceptable or not, we want to determine. So first, let's figure out the main point of the author, right? And we are going to try and overcome us not knowing words. So I'm just going to presuppose that we don't understand some parts of the passage, and I'm still going to try and simplify what the passage is trying to say. So, thus, the end of knowledge and the closing of the frontier that it symbolizes is not a looming crisis at all, but merely one of the many embarrassing fits of hubris in civilization's long industry. So, according to the author, right, I'm going to reread it and simplify it. Always remember that you can simplify a sentence only when you're rereading it. Secondly, when we say simplify, most of the times, 99% of the times, what we are doing is we are selectively reading the sentence. So let's say end of knowledge or and closing of the frontier. So I'll just say, I'll remember this as closing of the frontier is not a crisis, but one of the many embarrassing parts of civilization, right? So suppose I didn't understand fits of hubris, correct? According to the author, the concept of closing of the frontier is not a crisis but an embarrassing idea that civilization came up with, correct? In the end, it will, meaning this idea of closing of frontier or end of knowledge, will pass away and be forgotten. Ours is not the first generation to struggle to understand the organizational laws of the frontier, deceive itself that it has succeeded, and to go to its grave having failed. So, in this last sentence, so far, last sentence, the author tells us something like a blanket statement about our civilization. Our is not the first generation to understand or to try and understand some laws of that frontier, correct? cheat itself into thinking that they have come up with a solution and then actually having failed, right? So the next sentence that follows should ideally represent a few things about the main point, right? And notice what I'm saying, ideally represent. It's not always going to be necessary, but ideally represent. It should say that this concept of closing of the frontier is an embarrassing idea of the current civilization, right? I'm basically marking the main point, right? Ours is not the first, and it's we are in fact actually deceiving ourselves, correct, by doing this. So the next line should ideally talk about current or future civilization, but human civilization having tried to understand these laws and having failed in some way, correct? So look at the piece of information I'm looking at. Civilization struggling to come up with laws to explain this frontier to us. Civilization stumbling to figure this out and then failing. So the next sentence should ideally be within this bandwidth or within this set of information. Now, let's start with 4 first. Okay. However, this time the success is not illusory. Can you tell me why 4 is odd? Why 4 cannot be placed here? I'm asking you why 4 is odd. So I'm looking for specific pieces of evidence in option 4 as which will make it as not a part of the sequence. Which words are we looking for? In option 4, which words do we find which tell us that it's not a part of the sequence? So notice about the para completion question or the fill in the blank type of question that we are asked in the exam now. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to look at 4 as possibly odd, and I'm looking for a piece of evidence in 4 which will tell me whether it's actually odd or not. So let me all right. Let me clarify by saying why 4 is odd. If you notice, this time success is not illusory. So success is possible, right? That is what 4 is saying. But 4, in terms of chronology or what the author is saying, 4 is invalid because we are told in the end it will pass away and be forgotten. So this idea of closing of the frontier that the current civilization has come up with, it will pass away and it will be forgotten, right? So that means that whatever is about to appear in this gap or whatever is going to appear in this position is not going to say future success is highly probable. Anything of that nature which says future success is guaranteed, future success is highly probable, all of those options are incorrect, right? So however is not the word that makes it problematic. However will add something contradictory, right? But we don't have enough pieces of evidence to add something this contradictory. This is stating the opposite of what this statement is trying to say. So 4 is unacceptable, right? Now, same thing appears in options 3 and 2. But now we'll look at option 3 first. We might be the first generation to deal with the crisis. Now, if you notice here, we are told it symbolizes is not a looming crisis at all. So it's not a crisis. Now, some of you have gone with option 3. If the passage is saying it's not a crisis, how can we say we might be the first generation to deal with the crisis? The author has already told us that whatever closing of the frontier means is not a crisis, right? Or whatever it symbolizes is not a crisis. So again, success, first generation to deal with the crisis, these are invalid. They don't follow the author's main point. It contradicts information given by the author, right? 2 says, but we might be the first generation to actually reach the frontier. this idea of this frontier, whether it can be reached. Firstly, frontier is being considered end of knowledge, so we don't know if the frontier is actually a physical frontier, like the end of the universe, or like a horizon. We don't know if it's a physical frontier. So reaching this physical frontier is a problem that we don't know whether it fits. And again, sentence 2 or statement 2 is trying to say we might succeed in the future. So 2, 3, 4 all go against the grain. They all go against the main point of the author. Only option 1 states what the author was trying to say, which is that it's an embarrassing fit of hubris of the civilization. It will pass away and be forgotten. Ours is not the first generation to struggle with this. So that means we should be humble. And this struggle to understand should ideally continue, or so on and so forth. This is not discussed. But this struggle tells us that one should be humble. So the only acceptable sentence, the only sentence that will complete the paragraph, the only sentence which is part of the sequence is sentence 1. 2, 3, and 4 are not a part of the sequence. Uh, all right. Is this clear to others? Why we are going with 1? Okay. All right. So I just want to discuss one question, and then Abhilasha ma'am is actually waiting, and I'd like her to continue with the RC part of the discussion, which is also really important. Please start with the para summary question. Before we start with the question, let me go through the method that we follow for the question. Remember, I've told you this before. This being the RC or the paragraph or the written text, this can be trusted because this is based on the author. The options can't be trusted, especially in a para summary question, because these are options made by the examiner, right? So what we want to do is we want to read the paragraph completely. We want to identify the main point of the author. We want to identify any important facts or opinions. And by identify, I'm not saying mark them or underline. You can't underline them, but in theory, by making sure you know the author's main point means you know a few words in the passage which indicate the author's main point, right? So we want to be aware of these before we go to the options. Now when we go to the options, we want to remember that what we are trying to do is, if this was the original paragraph and these are the options, we are trying to convey this paragraph to a completely new person, right? This new person does not have the paragraph to back them up. We are trying to replace the paragraph. If I'm saying option B is the right choice, I'm saying to this new person, that option B is the best summarization of this passage. You don't need any other information. The passage can be replaced by option B. That tells me that if option A is wrong, I know things like main point is missing in option A. All facts are correct, all opinions are correct, but the author's main point is missing. Option C mentions the main point partially, and there is nothing other as such wrong with option C. Option D has some incorrect fact. Only option B is an acceptable replacement of the original paragraph. That's what we are trying to do. So I've read the paragraph well, and for each option, I have a piece of evidence that justifies my decision. All right, that's what we are trying to do. Let's get started with the first question. These are previous year questions, like I told you. All right. All right. Yes, most of you said it is easy. I think the question would take a little longer than we would want it to, but otherwise it's an easy question. The only challenge could be that it could be time consuming. What I want us to remember is the method. So if you've gone with the right answer, that's fine. If the reason for eliminating 1, 2, and 3 are the same as mine, that would be much better. So the author starts by saying colonialism is not modern, right? Uh, this is expanded on in the next sentence. World history is full of examples, society gradually taking adjacent territory, etc., etc. So it's not modern. Now, in the 16th century, colonialism changed decisively because of technological developments. 16th century led to colonialism changing. What technological achievements? It's possible to move large number of people across the ocean and to maintain political control in spite of geographical dispersion. So colonialism is old. It in 16th century, because of navigation improving, it gained momentum. The term it changed decisively is what they've said. They haven't used the word gained momentum actually. You'll notice why one of the options misuses this idea. The term colonialism is used to describe the process of European settlement. And here, now the author describes it or defines it for us: violent dispossession, political domination, so on and so forth. Right? So it's defined for us here. So its time frame, what led to it changing decisively, and what it means, its definition. So we are trying to replace all of these. Now let's look at option 1. Colonialism surged in 16th century due to advancements in navigation, enabling British settlements abroad and global dominance. Two problems in option 1, right? Uh, yes. So one, the correct problem is surged in 16th century. This is incorrect. It changed decisively, right? So this is one opinion that is problematic in option 1, right? Opinion is problematic in option 1. Another fact, enabling British settlements abroad. If you notice, we are discussing Europeans throughout the passage. So factual inaccuracy, right? So main point, colonialism benefited due to advancements in navigation. Main point is present, but it has a factual error and an opinion based error. So option 1 is not an option we can convey to a new person who does not have the passage, right? Let's look at option 2. As a result of developments in navigation technology, which is valid, it's the main point. European colonialism led to displacement of indigenous populations and global political changes in the 16th century. What's the problem with option 2? Another option, this was the option that some students did go with. It's a previous year question. What problems do we see with option 2? Option 2, see, if you notice, I'm not saying broad or narrow so far. Like I think Sparkle had said this at the start of, I'm not using phrases like broad or narrow. I know this phrase does not apply to this phrase here. This factually does not apply. And advancements due to navigation, this applies. Right? Similarly, development in navigation applies. What does not apply is to led to displacement of indigenous population and global political changes in the 16th century. So in the 16th century is incorrect. Why? Because colonialism is not modern. It's an old concept. So we have a factual error in at the end of option 2. Also remember, one of the reasons why I think some students do end up going with option 2, like I said, it's a prior question and I've discussed it with students before. One of the reasons why students do end up going with option 2 is I think they don't read the full option with attention. They sort of till here it sounds like the perfect option, uh, and global political changes might be a little problematic, but it still sounds like, based on political domination, sounds like almost the right option, except when it comes to this part, right? And then it's problematic. All right. So 2 has a factual error. Let's look at 3. Colonialism conceptualized in the 16th century. Already we know this is problematic. This is not modern. Allowed colonizers to expand their territories. So this is fully wrong. I think no one will select 3. So most students, 90% students will eliminate uh, 1 and 3. Between 2 and 4, there could be some, this is not the best question to elaborate on this, but between 2 and 4, there could be some competition, and we have to, at this stage, invest more time rather than take away time. So technological advancements in navigation in the 16th century. So we are right, it changed decisively in the 16th century because some advancement technological developments were made. So this is absolutely right. Transformed colonialism. Now, this word is changed decisively ka replacement, right? So this is absolutely acceptable. Surged was problematic, but transformed colonialism is more acceptable. Enabling Europeans to establish settlements, exert political dominance over distant regions. So sentence 4 is the perfect replacement of the passage. All right. So, all right. Like I told you, I want to bring the discussion to an end. There'll be on the day of the CAT exam, there'll be a series of classes that we'll hold live and we'll discuss the exam in detail. And I want all of you all to make sure that you don't really. The one thing that I want to inform before I want to end the classes, if you're in slot 2 or if you're in slot 3, try not to watch too much of the predictions of slot 1, just for the sake of solving a few questions. If it helps you stay the course, do that, but don't try and predict what is going to come in your slot. Don't try and use the stress of people who have taken the first slot in the second slot. You want to actually walk into whatever slot you're in with a fresh mindset without carrying any hangover from the first or the second slots, right? So make sure that you attend the class, make sure that you use information such as, oh, they're asking para completion, oh, they're not asking para completion. So it's not a complete shock to you, but try not to get influenced to the degree that you'll carry it into the exam, right? So that's a very fine balance that I want all of you to separate yourself from and maintain. That way the day's classes would be really helpful for all of you. Before I bring the class to an end, remember, the thing that is going to fetch you marks is to not become erratic and to remember to be methodical under pressure, right? Do not try and answer questions based on how options or things sound to you. This is incorrect. Do not try and solve questions based on memory. Do not try and solve questions based on internal description of the option. Internal description, internal meaning I'm saying in your mind, right? Internal description of the information. Instead, rely on specific pieces of evidence for your decisions, right? The more methodical we are, the more our accuracy is going to be. So I want all of you all to carry some excitement into the exam. I want all of you all to feel like this is what you're supposed to achieve. So make sure that you carry that energy into the exam. I want you to be excited. Please attend all the classes. Remember that your performance on that day is what will carry you forward. Don't bother about how the last 1 month has gone or last 2 months have gone and you don't feel great about it. Be excited, go on, take on the challenge head on, tackle it head on. All right. So that's it from me today, all of y'all. I'll bring the class to an end and I'll allow Abhilasha ma'am to finally start her lecture. I actually exceeded the time frame because initially I took on some doubts that took some time to clear. All the best to all of y'all, and I'll just let Abhilasha ma'am take over. All right.
Thank you, Aditya. I know you took a bit of time, but that was all right. I think what you were talking about was so very relevant and therefore very, very important. Today's marathon session that we are having has, I hope, has been wonderful for you. I hope, hi, Rahul. I hope that you're all finding everything that we're talking about of great help to you. I'm sure all the insights. I was in the session for the last 45 minutes and I was just watching how Aditya sir was kind of helping you through the intricacies of these questions of VA. Please remember that VA is such an integral part of your exam. If you do at least 5 to 6 questions of VA, you have it so easy. It can just be a cakewalk for all of you, and that all of you can very, very easily crack your exam through the VA section. You need to do just a very few numbers of um, reading comprehension once you've got your VA, handled. So therefore, it is wonderful that you had such an extended session with Aditya sir. I hope you really learned everything that he was trying to teach. In my session, of course, welcome all of you. Hi Eklavya, hi Harshit. Yes, Akshat, I know. Thank you to Aditya sir for all the help that he has given. Guys, in my session, of course, we'll be talking about reading comprehension. I have brought a couple of passages from CAT. And of course, I've got a couple of passages, four in fact, that we will all solve together just to give you an idea of how you can ace your CAT RCs. Remember, you will have 4 RCs in CAT, and the idea is that we should do as many RCs as we can. Over this 1 year, 1.5 years that you've been preparing, you would have heard many people say many things. Do 4 RCs, do 3 RCs, do 2 RCs, do 1 RC, or whatever. Let me be very matter of fact and very prosaic here and tell you that it's not the number of RCs that you're really looking at. You're looking at doing 15 to 16 questions with accuracy in your exam so that you are able to crack that 40-45 elusive 40-45 marks in your reading comprehension, so in your VRC section, so that you can crack that. If you have looked at the percentiles, you know that to get a 99.9 percentile, you need to have about 40 plus marks. So that can come from VA plus a combination of reading comprehension. So today we will talk about reading comprehension, and we will take a look at how you can do questions from reading comprehension and how you should make sure that you get your answers right. So let's get started. We'll not waste any time. Before I begin, yes, remember, we are asking you to spend your CAT day with us. We've got a lot of lovely sessions happening. The live coverage of CAT starts from 7:30 a.m. on CAT day. We will have the fastest impressions first for all the slots just after your exam. Also, a detailed exam analysis with cutoffs, with memory-based questions after every slot, and a combined exam analysis where we will talk about the difficulty level, the cutoffs, everything at the end of it all. So my request, and of course all of us are going to request you to stay with us online throughout CAT day. Whatever your slot is, you will get to learn a lot from us. All right, so let's get started. I will not waste any more time. Purpose of the session, very simply, to boost your accuracy and speed, identifying the question types and the concepts behind them, and a very quick final revision so that you can understand and work at your CAT. So let me answer this question of whether you should be doing these 4 RCs or should you be doing these 3 RCs, or how many RCs should you be attempting. Well, number one, whatever you have done till now, please continue doing that. Do not try and change anything. Be consistent. Consistency is the key in this examination. So if you have been consistently reading 4 RCs and attempting questions through these RCs, 2 or 3 from each passage, well, that's what you will do. If you've been doing 3 RCs and you've been able to do 10 to 12 questions from there and with accuracy, you continue doing that. So whatever is your pattern, please do not change that at all at this point of time. Whether it's 4 RCs, 3 RCs, whatever you're doing, just continue doing that. Also, I was hearing somebody asking that should you do VA first or should you do RC first? Again, I will say that consistency is the key. Whatever you have practiced throughout these months, please continue doing that. VA, ideally, see, the breakup that we would want you to do is do at least 5 questions from VA and do the rest 10 questions from reading comprehension. That itself should take you to a 99.9 percentile very safely. But again, I'm saying that you should keep an eye out for what you're doing well. Keep that constant. For me, for example, when I write my CAT, I always do my VA first. I don't know if you might have seen one of my solvings also for one of the CAT papers. I always try and attempt my VA first, get my bank 5 questions within the first 15 minutes, and then I go into my RCs, and then I do as many RCs as I can, as many questions as I can. So that is what I will suggest to you guys. Do what you can do well. If somebody likes starting with RC, well, that's something that you can do very easily. So do your RCs. One thing I will suggest to all of you is that you must always open up the question paper view and look at the entire section. That's very important, that you should be able to glance at the entire section all at once and see for yourself what you're going to be attempting. That will really help you improve your performance in the exam. Please understand, selection, choice of question is very important for anyone who's writing this exam. Why marathon though, Bharat? Because we wanted all of you together in one place at one time, learning. So that is why the marathon. And Bhature, oh, you're able to do only 2 RCs in order to do complete VA. Well, if you're completing your VA, like I said, if you can get those 15 odd questions right, then you're sorted. Whatever you're doing, whichever way you're doing, if you're doing 2 RCs, if you're doing 3 RCs, if you're doing 4 RCs, that's perfectly okay. Like I said, it's the number of questions that matters, and also it's how well you do those questions. So regardless of how many RCs, chill, relax, DILR iske baad hoga. Oh, I don't know why marathon rather than marathon. I think somebody just missed the spelling. Trust me, these things do happen. All right, guys, so let's get started. Here is your first RC. I'm going to give you 3 minutes to read this passage, and then we will discuss the passage and take you to the questions. Okay, so here is your time. It's 5:49 by my watch. Actually, it is 3:49 by my watch. We will continue for the next 4 minutes. Okay, please get started. Ritik, if you're able to get 2-3 questions, that's perfect, All right. Let's do this, everyone. All right, guys, I think your 4 minutes are up. I've given you adequate time to read the passage. This is a passage from one of the CAT papers, very interesting. I was in this CAT paper while it was happening, so it just gives me a sense of, I don't know, great memories, one of my 99.99s. Anyway, let's take a look at the questions. Why I have taken this particular passage, even though it's very easy to read, is because the questions in this passage were very peculiar, and the tone question in this passage was one that hardly anyone was able to get right. And that is why I thought that we must make sure that we do this question or this passage. All right, so let us quickly go to the questions and we'll take a look at the first question. Here you are. Okay, so this is a tone question. There is a sentence that is given and you have to identify what the author's tone is. The statement is, why toil away as a starving peasant in the 16th century when a successful pirate made up to 4,000 pounds on each raid? The author's tone in this sentence can best be described as facetious about the hardships of peasant life in medieval England, ironic about the reasons why so many took to piracy in medieval times, analytical to explain the contrast between peasant and pirate life in medieval England, and indignant at the scale of wealth successful pirates could amass in medieval times. Let's get your answers in. Come on, guys. I've got an A. I've got a irony. I've got another irony. Satvik gives me a B, an A. Ritik gives me a B. Midun gives me a B. Eklavya gives me a B. Adit gives me a B. Akshat, B, OV. Guys, I'm waiting for your answers quickly, all of you. All right, let's take a look at this statement. What a beautiful statement it is. Why toil away as a starving peasant? Why do you want to work hard as a peasant when a successful pirate made up to 4,000 pounds, which was at this point of time is huge. So imagine in the 16th century, it would have been like king's ransom. So he says, why would you want to work so hard when piracy could earn you so much money in every single raid? So in this sentence, what is the author's tone? Let's take a look at our options. In these questions, always the first word can be really helpful. So what you need to do is you need to read and understand these words. What does the word facetious means? Very rude or sassy. Okay, when somebody is rude and sassy, that's facetious. Ironic, of course, is to say something to mean the other exact opposite. So there is a sense of irony there. Analytical, of course, means to analyze, to discuss both the pros and cons, the positives and the negatives of something. And indignant, of course, means to be angry and upset at something. So if you look at the tone of the sentence, he says he is bringing out this beautiful contrast by saying, oh, you could be a starving peasant or you could be a successful pirate. So why work as a peasant when you could just be a pirate? So he is showing you this beautiful contrast between two ways of lives. So is he being indignant? Of course, clearly not. He is not angry. He doesn't show anger at all. Analytical, to explain the contrast between peasant and pirate life. But does he analyze anything? He just gives you two statements or two facts. But does he analyze them? Does he explain the contrast? Not really. So therefore not C. If you look at ironic, about the reasons why so many took to piracy in medieval times. Well, if you work as a starving peasant and make maybe $1 or two, or £1 or £2 in an entire month, as compared to making 4,000 or 5,000 pounds on every raid, why would you not take to piracy? So yes, this is a very good option for us. So I'll put a star on this. Facetious about the hardships of peasant life, but the statement doesn't tell you about the hardships of peasant life at all. Right? So therefore it cannot be A. So the best answer for us was option number B. Yes, you could have read this, just this statement and answered it. You did not need to read the entire passage. So that is why looking at the passage and looking at the question paper view can be so important, that you sometimes you do not need to even read the passage. You just can read a line and identify the answer. Only the thing here was that you had to read the second part also, so that you could understand why is he ironic, because the reason why people took to piracy was very important. That irony had to explain. And therefore, when you are looking at questions which are just single liners, where you have been given a statement and you're asked to identify something, you no, you did not need it, because the question says, in this sentence the author's tone can best be described as. So you're just looking at that particular sentence. You did not really need to, look at anything else. The context was not really important in this question, and that is why irony came out very beautifully. To be facetious about the hardships of peasant life, but the statement did not talk about the hardships of peasant life. It showed you that contrast: be a peasant, be a pirate. Piracy, 4,000 pounds every raid. Peasantry, you would be toiling away to glory. And that was very beautifully shown in option number B. And that's why B was a very good choice for us. All right. Remember, whenever you get yes, very good. What a beautiful question Akshat has asked. He says, I do not understand the irony in this. Okay. What can someone give me an example of irony, or let me give you an example of irony? So here I am, very clever, and I say, okay, I am eating a banana, and then I throw the banana skin, you know, towards the back, and I think to myself, oh, it will be so much fun that people are going to slip on it, and then everybody will have a big laugh. And then for some reason, I turn around and I slip on that banana peel. So there's the irony. When I was trying to dig a hole for someone else, I was the one who fell in it. So the irony, whenever you talk of irony, you're saying something and the exact opposite is happening. So here you're working hard and you're putting in so much effort. You are not earning any money. And as a pirate, you just go out, kill a few people, take control of a ship, and you've earned so much money that you don't need to work even a single day after that. And that's why so many people took to piracy. So that irony, that people are working, they're not earning anything, but here you are, become a pirate, one day lottery. It's like the stock market, no? So that irony comes through very beautifully in this sentence, and that's why correct answer. Sorry, Bharat, it will happen at 5. Okay, I'll end my session at 5 and LRDI session will happen. Okay. You're welcome, Akshat. All right, let's take a look at the next question. Or before I begin to go to the next question, remember, tone is all about what the author intends to say. So when you're looking at the tone question, and they do come, please understand, it's not that the tone questions don't come. And the tone questions are very important because they will help you identify the main idea, the purpose, the theme of the passage, the central idea also. So always try and identify what the tone is. How you can identify is by looking at the words that the author is using. So your adjectives can be very important. Your adverbs can be very important. Your phrases and clauses, the ones that describe something, become very important. For example, here, why toil away as a starving peasant? See, you're working hard, you're working to the bones as a starving peasant, you're not getting anything. When a successful pirate made up to 4,000 pounds, so see the difference: toil away, starve, successful. It shows you that contrast between this poor peasant and this very happening pirate, happening in the sense that he's so rich. So that these words tell you the tone of the passage. When you're reading the sentences, or when you do get a sentence like this, always get a feel of the sentence and see what the author is trying to convey. Is his thought a positive thought, or is his thought a negative one, or is he presenting something neutral to you? Always try and look at these things in the passage or in the statements. These are the ones that help you identify what the writer's tone is, and then take your question from there. Let's go to the next question. I have another one here. So this one is an inferential question, but again it is from a statement. So very beautiful statement. It says a more eclectic history might have included the conquistadors, Vasco da Gama and the East India Company, but LRDI sticks to the disorganized small fry. From the statement, we can infer that the author believes that colonialism should be considered an organized form of piracy. The disorganized piracy of today is no match for the organized piracy of the past. What a beautiful comparison. LRDI does not assign adequate blame to empire builders for their past deeds, and Vasco da Gama and the East India Company laid the ground for modern piracy. That means they were the ones who, made it easy or brought about this idea. All right, let's read it and let's get your answers in. Everyone, come on. I've started getting my answers. Come on, everyone. Quick. Okay, I'm seeing C, A, C, A, B. Quite a beautiful cross section. I haven't seen a D till now. But that's all right. Waiting for more answers. Come on, everyone. Let's get your answers in. Quick. We have so many questions to do. And beautiful questions these are. Now, if you look at this question, let's read the sentence. When it says from a statement you can infer something, try and understand the statement. That is the number one thing you should do. So let's try and understand and paraphrase this statement. So I was in the previous session also, and Aditya sir was telling you how to paraphrase, how to remove all the extra material from the sentences and understand this. So let's take a look. So he says a more eclectic history might have included the conquistadors, Vasco da Gama and East India Company. So the conquistadors are people who went out and fought wars and won. Vasco da Gama was somebody who was looking for something. And East India Company, of course, we all know, came to India, conquered it and became king. So he says if you had a more eclectic history, okay, more interesting, more wide history, more inclusive history, it might have included many more people. Okay, so a wider history, let me write that. A wider history would have more players. Okay. And these are all people from the West who came and conquered these Eastern countries. And he says, but LRDI sticks to the disorganized small fry. So he says, but I know, so therefore we don't talk about the bigger players. What do we talk about? We talk about the writer is talking about small pirates. Okay, now see, very interesting. That means the intention of the author is to say that these people were also sort of pirates, right? Or they were trying to do the same thing that the pirates were doing. The pirates are disorganized small fry. So these people are actually organized, and they are also doing exactly the same thing that these people were doing. So they essentially, the author is saying that people who were going out and colonizing other countries could also be considered to be pirates, right? So let's take a look at our options and see. Colonialism should be considered an organized form of piracy. Well, this is what we get from this sentence. So this could be a good choice for us. The disorganized piracy of today, we are not talking of piracy of today in this statement, is no match for the organized piracy of the past. But are we talking of the disorganized small fry of today? And are we saying that there is no comparison between them? So this is not a thought that the author is trying to give you from this statement. Leher does not assign adequate blame to empire builders for their past deed. Well, Leher actually does not consider them at all. So therefore, 3 is irrelevant for us. Vasco da Gama and East India Company laid the ground for modern piracy. Again, he does not really say that these guys laid the grounds for modern piracy. He doesn't say that these people kind of influenced modern piracy. So no, not D also. So D, of course, I had seen that none of you had marked. Quite a few of you had marked B or A, which I did see a lot of you marking A as your answer. So that's a very good answer. But see, what we used in this question is something called a complementary information, right? A complementary information or complementary data is something that we pick up from whatever is given to you. Okay, so the minute he said more eclectic history might have included X, Y, and Z, but Leher sticks to the disorganized small fry. So my mind tells me that here is a contrast between these two parties. Which two parties? The disorganized small fry, and the conquistadors Vasco da Gama and East India Company, right? So there is a contrast. So if the small fry is disorganized, that means these previous people are organized. That's one. Two, if these are small fry, then the previous people are big people, right? So here we are, we've got this piece of information. And so organized form of piracy, who are these people? Of course, the colonialists. So that is how we got to our answer. Remember that inference, whether it is CAT or it is any other exam, inference is always about identifying complementary information, right? When I say Rohan is my only son to have played football. What I mean is, or what you can understand, is that there may be another son who does not play football, right? When I say Rohan is my only son who plays football, I mean to say that there is another one, or there may be 2, 3, or 4, and those guys don't play football, right? So in an inferential question, always look for complementary information, look for information that you can draw from the passage. Also, one very important thing in your reading comprehension is the ability to identify contrasts, which your contrasting conjunctions will help with. So anytime you're reading and you find a contrasting conjunction, a but, yet, however, though, although, of course, I mostly find the but, yets and the howevers to be most important. The minute I see any of these, we want to pay attention and we want to make sure that whatever comes after this is really paid attention to. Always remember, it's the author's real thought that is coming after the but, yet, and however. Okay, so you have to pay attention to whatever is coming after the but, yet, and however, and take it from there. Is that okay, guys? I hope you're understanding. Let's go to the next question on of course, what a beautiful factual question from your CAT paper. Author ascribes the rise in piracy today to all of the following factors except. Yes, Ritik ho jata hai kabhi kabhi. All these things do happen. Don't worry. Let's take a look at this question, everyone. The author ascribes the rise in piracy today to all of the following factors, except. The reasons that he gives you are the growth in international shipping with globalization, colonialism's disruption of historic ties among countries, the high rewards via ransoms for successful piracy attempts, and decreased surveillance of the high seas. Which of these is not a reason for rise in piracy today? See, when you get a question which says except, please always remember whether it is true plus except, whether it is false plus except, it is always the opposite that you're looking for. True plus except is always false, and false plus except is always true. So when he says ascribes plus except, remember you are looking for something that he does not ascribe. Okay. So something that he does not ascribe to, okay, as the reason for rise in piracy. So that is what we are looking for in our answers. Okay, I've started getting D as my answer very, very quickly. Very nice. Come on, guys, all of you. We need some more answers. So, of course, the growth in international shipping with globalization is something that he does say is a reason for the rise in piracy. So, he does ascribe here. Okay, let's look at, so therefore A cannot be my answer. Look at B, colonialism's disruption of historic ties among countries. Now, because of this, also rise in piracy is happening. So therefore he does ascribe it. So not B. Look at C, the high rewards via ransom, and that is also one of the reasons why piracy is rising. Okay. Now, does he say decreased surveillance of the high seas as one of the reasons? He does not mention decreased surveillance as one of the reasons. And therefore, D then becomes the correct answer for you. Always remember the true except or the false except. The except questions are all fact-based questions. So all you need to know or all you need to do is go back to the passage, refer, and check your answer. These questions are the easiest ones to do if you look at your exam, because the answers are all there. And that is what is the wonderful thing about reading comprehension. It's like an open book exam. You've got everything in front of you. All you need to do is find out. Okay, I think this is from 2019 if I'm not mistaken. It's a very beautiful passage, something that I really like. And this was one of the first years that these true except, false except sort of questions came in. All right, we've come to our second passage. We've come to our second passage, and we'll take a look at this one. Again, this is also from one of the previous CAT papers. Let's read it. I'm going to give you again 4 minutes to read, and then we will come and discuss this. Okay. So I'm going to remove myself from the screen now, giving you 4 minutes starting now. All right, guys, I'm assuming everybody has done it. Yes, time is up. So, okay, wonderful. Let's start. Okay, now I have seen a question from Akshat, and I want to bring it up. So Akshat has said that how do you interpret triple negatives in a question? If a question says something like if false does not support except. Well, okay, let's understand this concept of double negatives or triple negatives, and then we will. Okay, I'll just open up this page. So if you have if false does not, okay, and then accept, please understand that means there are three negatives: negative, negative, and negative. And I know two negatives cancel out, so there's only one that is left. So whatever negatives you want to cancel out, you will have one negative left from your three, and that will be your answer. So what you can also do is cut out the does not and accept and just have the false. So whatever is false, that becomes your answer. Okay. Yes, cancel all the falses, and then whatever is left, you will use that as your answer. Always remember, for all situations when they ask you for a plus minus, they ask you an accept, always remember it's a plus minus. So here, for example, it was ascribe the rise, okay, plus, and accept was a minus. So a plus and minus becomes a minus. And that is how we said, okay, what is not ascribing, okay, and that became your answer. Okay, all right, so let's take a look. This was such an interesting passage, again from one of the past CAT papers, and let's take a look at our question. I hope I was able to answer your question, Akshat. Okay, here we are, the first question. Which of the following best describes what the passage is about? So now this question can be a purpose question. It is essentially a central theme. What is the theme of the passage? What is the main idea of the passage? Why has the author written this passage? So the purpose of the passage, that is what this question is asking you. Okay, which one of the following statements best describes what the passage is about? So what is it that the author has asked you, or what is it that the author wants to convey to you? Okay, so what author wants to convey to you? Okay, so let's take a look at our option. The passage discusses the evolution of theories of the undead from primitive thinking to the age of enlightenment. Okay, are we talking about the evolution of the theories of undead from the past to the age of enlightenment? The passage describes the failure of human beings to fully comprehend their environment. Okay, the writer discusses the transition from primitive thinking to the age of enlightenment. The writer describes the ways in which the undead came to be associated with shamans and the practice of magic. All right, let's take a look at your questions. Come on, guys. Oh, I've started getting some answers. So, Prashant A, Prash Jha, Eklavya A, Adit A, Sparkle A, Astha A, Bature, Tisha, Ritik. Come on, guys, others also. Let's get your answers. What is it that the author is trying to convey? The global questions should always be answered by looking at the context of the passage, looking at the keywords of the passage. Okay. The keywords, of course, can include the nouns, can include the adjectives and adverbs, so the descriptives, and can also include the conjunctions. So all three together kind of guide you to what the global answer should be. All right, I think I've got all A's here. Okay, let's take a look at our options. The passage discusses the evolution of theories. Okay, did we have more than one? Yes, of the undead from primitive thinking. So in the past, to the age of enlightenment, how have the theories of the undead evolved? Okay, I'll put a star on this. I really like this. The passage describes the failure of human beings to fully comprehend their environment. Were we talking about human beings being unable to comprehend their environment? Or were we specifically talking about the undead? We were specifically talking about the undead. And therefore, B cannot be the right answer. See, the topic of statement B is the failure of human beings. But were we talking about the failure of human beings? No, we were talking of how undead and their stories have changed over these years, right? So it cannot be B clearly. Look at C, the writer describes the transition from primitive thinking to the age of enlightenment. Now, this is a very broad option because it does not talk about transition of what. It only says you're discussing the transition from primitive thinking to the age of enlightenment, but about what? That the passage does not say. So C is too broad. Our passage is very specific. It talks about the undead, the zombies, and whatever not. So therefore, C cannot be my answer. Look at the writer describes the ways in which the undead came to be associated with shamans and the practice of magic. Now, if you've read the passage, you know it is only in the last part of the passage that the association of the undead with the shaman and practice of magic is mentioned. And therefore, again, D cannot be the idea of the entire passage. Because see, again, this is the main idea or the purpose question. So please understand, look for the entire passage, what is it trying to say, and then identify the correct answers. I will. Absolutely. Done, Bhature. Done. The next one I will read if that works for you. Okay. Though I have done it in one of the mocks, but still, fine. I will do that solution also. All right, wonderful. So remember, whenever you're looking for the purpose of the passage, there can be two ways of solving this. The first is by just doing the first line, last lines of every paragraph. But the type of passages that we are getting now in CAT, it is very difficult to identify the theme or the theme of the passage by just reading the first and last lines of every paragraph. Therefore, it is very important to understand every paragraph, collate all the ideas together, and then pick what your correct answer is. Okay, most of the time if you look at the CAT passages, and I hope you have solved all the past CAT papers from the last 5-6 years, you will realize that the initial part of the CAT passage talks about something else, and then the second part of the passage transitions into something absolutely different. They are connected by a stream of thought, but the ideas, the examples that they're giving beautifully transition. And that is why it is very important that you keep an eye out for, what is that hidden thought that the author is saying. So that's something that you keep in mind. All right, let's go to the next question. Here we are. Okay. Which one of the following best expresses the claim made in this statement? So the author makes a claim in this statement. He says something. What does he say? You have to identify that. In order to confirm their abnormal status, whose abnormal status are we confirming? Many of the undead, okay, so we are confirming the abnormal status of the undead, were often accorded attributes, were often ascribed, given attributes which defied the natural order of things. So which defy means to go against. So it did not go, it was not aligned to the natural order, it defied it. All right, so take a moment, read, and then give me what the correct answer is going to be. Come on, guys. The undead are deified in nature's order by giving them divine attributes. According the undead and abnormal status is to reject the natural order of things. Human beings conceptualize the undead as possessing abnormal features. And the natural attributes of the undead are rendered abnormal by changing their status. Now, this again is a statement-based question. So all you need to do is identify what that particular statement is talking about. Yes, Eklav, it is twilight light. But it's a very beautiful passage. Okay, I'm getting C, D, C, 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 C. Asta also gives me a C. Himanshu gives me a B. All right, Kisle gives me an A. Waiting for more answers. Come on, everyone. Let's get your answers in. Adit says C. All right, let's take a look at this statement, and very beautiful statement. Again, let's try and identify what the author is saying. So in order to confirm their abnormal status, because I want to say that they are abnormal, okay. So what did I do? We gave attributes to the undead, okay. We gave attributes or characteristics to the undead, which were abnormal or unnatural, right? Because we wanted to say that these guys are abnormal, we said they have these characteristics which are not natural, okay, which go against nature. That is what we said. So the undead are deified. Deified comes from deity, okay. Deity means God, okay, and therefore whenever someone is deified, that means you are treating them as a god. So deify means to treat as a deity or as a god. So clearly we were not treating the undead as gods, so therefore one cannot be the answer. According the undead an abnormal status, so if you give the undead an abnormal status, that is equivalent to rejecting the natural order. No, but that is not equivalent to rejecting the natural order of things. Therefore, B is not a very good explanation or a paraphrasing of the claim that is made in this sentence. Human beings conceptualize, visualize the undead as possessing abnormal features. Okay, yes, because we want to call them abnormal, so we give them characteristics or features that are abnormal, that are unnatural, and we have said that, right? So therefore C can be a good choice. I'll put a star on C. The natural attributes of the undead are made abnormal by changing their status, but we are not talking about any change in status here in the statement. So therefore D would not be correct. It would never be a correct expression or an explanation of what the claim is. So the best answer for us, yes, here is option number C. So anyone who marked, yes, of course, thank you, Bhature. You are right that it is not a parallel statement. When you say according, then you say is rejecting. However, that's all right. We are still okay with that. If the statement had been correct, then we would have worried about it. The statement was incorrect, so we did not worry about that. The good thing about these statements about cat is, and I will tell you this, paraphrasing is very important. If you were to look at any of the questions in cat, the options are all beautiful paraphrases of a statement from the passage. So if you are able to paraphrase the options into something that is mentioned in the passage, you will be able to spot the correct answer. So when you do look at your statements and questions and their options, always check to see which option is a paraphrase of a passage of a statement from the passage. That's going to be your correct answer 99.99% of the time. So do keep that in mind. All right, let's look at the next question. Here we are. Okay, so here is a double negative if false except. All of the following statements, if false, could be seen as being in accordance with the passage except. So I know this negative will cancel out. So I'm looking at a statement that is in accordance with the passage, that aligns with the author's thought. Okay. All right. All right, since we've already given you the answer, what am I going to explain here? Yes, for some reason, somehow we've missed this thing and we've given you the answer here, which says correct answer is option number D. Well, that's all right. Even if it is here, let's try and understand what the question says and see if it works for us. So what all is in accordance with the passage and what is not in accordance with the passage? Let's take a look. The undead remain vague and ill-defined, even as mankind strove to understand the horror they inspired. Okay. Now, if this statement, does this statement align with the author's thought? We don't know, because the passage does not say that mankind strove to understand the horror that the undead was inspiring. Therefore, A does not align with what the passage says. Look at B. The relationship between shaman and the undead was believed to be a strong and stable one. No, the passage says very clearly that it was a very tenuous relationship, not a strong and stable one. So B also does not align with what the passage says. The growing sophistication of mankind meant that humans stopped believing in the undead, but the passage does not say anything like that. It's absolutely opposite the thought that the author has given. So therefore, C cannot be correct. Let's look at the fourth one. The transition from the Middle Ages to the Age of Enlightenment saw new theories of the undead. Well, the author in the passage has spoken about this. So if you look at this, this is actually the main idea of the passage, right? That between that age and this, there have been many new theories of the undead, right? So something being in accordance with the passage is actually here a statement that is part of the main idea, or that identifies the main idea here. Yes. B and C, of course, was a complete sidetrack. So you knew that that was never going to be the answer. Remember, we must always keep beast in mind. I'm sure all of you have read about this. So B, of course, stands for broad and narrow. E stands for? Somebody quickly tell me, what does E stand for? Anyone, any idea? So let me quickly give you this. Yes. So B is very broad or narrow. So any option that's too broad or too narrow. E, of course, is extreme. A is alien. So something that is really not related. S, of course, is sidetrack. So we are talking of the same thing, but a different angle to that same thing. And T, of course, is a tone mismatch. So keep this in mind while you are solving your reading comprehensions. You will be able to get your answers very, very easily. All right. Okay. All right. So there's one more question. We will take a look at this. Which one of the following observations is a valid conclusion to draw from the statement? So what can you conclude from this statement? Okay, let's take a look. Yes, Prash. Unfortunately, the answer is already given to you, but that's all right. Once in a while, these things happen. You see if that is the correct answer and tell me. So, from out of the primal darkness of mankind's earliest years come whispers of eerie creatures, not quite alive, yet not quite dead either. What a beautiful sentence this is. It says, from X comes Y. Okay. And what is this X? The primal darkness of mankind's earliest years. So, from early years of mankind come what? These stories of eerie, strange creatures. Okay? Strange creatures. And these creatures were not alive and not dead. Okay, so what we are saying is the stories of these strange creatures which were not alive and not dead come from very early years of mankind. Okay, now take a look at our options and we will try and see. I hope so, Chinmay. All right. Let's take a look. Mankind's primal years means very early years, were marked by creatures alive with eerie whispers. What a strange statement. The creatures were alive with eerie whispers. This is such a bad statement, such a bad dangling modifier, and therefore A is incorrect. But seen only in the darkness was again something that the passage, this statement does not mean. Mankind's early years were marked by a belief in the existence of eerie creatures that were not alive and not dead. That is what we were saying. We can understand the lives of these creatures through their whispers. So we are understanding the lives through their whispers. Again, this is not what our statement interpreted as. Long ago works, eerie creatures used to whisper. Again, they are not whispering. The whispers are coming. That means these are stories about these eerie creatures, and that's why the best answer here is again going to be option number B. And that's how you will come to your answer. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, just to remind you, CAT Day, CAT 2024, all slots, detailed exam analysis with Jijo sir and GP sir, cutoffs, which will have memory based questions. All the three slots, the fastest impressions will come. And of course, we'll have a combined exam analysis with memory based questions, difficulty level, cutoff, everything happening on the CAT day. Do remember to join us with, all your friends and everyone else who's there with you. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, here is a very beautiful passage that I knocked up. We have just picked it up, created some very beautiful questions from this. We will try and solve this one. So, again, I'm going to give you 3 minutes on this page and again 3 minutes on the next page, and then we will discuss the questions for this passage. Let's read and let's solve this one. All right. I hope you've been able to read the passage. It's a very interesting passage. Now, for the last few years, CAT has really picked up book reviews in a big way. In fact, last year there was one paper where there were two book reviews. So, therefore, book reviews is something that you should, get a grip on and do as much as you can. And also, the interesting thing is that the book reviews are fairly easy to solve. So, yes, that is something that we must keep in mind. All right, here's your first question. Okay. So each of the following is an assumption Harari is making when he claims that modern networks lack human centered wisdom, except. Okay, so see, it's an assumption, except, therefore, you're looking for something that's not an assumption. Okay, please remember assumption plus except, a positive and a negative will take you to not an assumption. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at our options. Machines cannot independently foresee the long-term consequences of their action. Human oversight is necessary for guiding network outcomes effectively. Modern networks are solely driven by algorithms without ethical considerations. Technological advancements inherently lead to equitable distribution of global benefits. Let's take a moment, read it, and try and identify which of these is not an assumption. I'm waiting for your answers. All right, I've started getting some answers from you guys. Come on, everyone, quickly give me an answer. Okay, I'm starting to get 4 as my answer for a lot of these questions. Astha gives me a D. Pratna gives me a D. Ritik gives me a D. Adit gives me a D. All right, let's take a look at our options. So, option number 1, machines cannot independently foresee the long term consequences of their actions. The author has in the passage said that networks are powerful, but they're also blind. And therefore, this is something that he has assumed in the passage. Okay. So the first one is something that is already assumed in the passage and therefore cannot be my answer. Look at 2. Human oversight is necessary for guiding network outcomes effectively. Again, this is also something that the author has mentioned in the passage and therefore assumed, and so cannot be my answer. Modern networks are solely driven by algorithms without ethical considerations is also something that the author has assumed in the passage and therefore cannot be my answer. So the only one that is the correct answer, which is option number 4, technological advancements inherently lead to equitable distribution. The author very clearly says inequitable distribution of global benefits. And therefore, 4 is the one that is not an assumption and your correct answer. So, yes, that is the correct answer. And I do see quite a few of you having given me 4 as the correct answer. So, very good, you guys. Let's go to the next question. Question number 2. Now, critical reasoning, which of the following would weaken Harari's argument about the dangers of blindly trusting AI? Okay. So Harari says something about should you blindly trust AI? And you have to say that that is incorrect. Okay. So when you're looking at weakening, you're trying to prove that it is false or incorrect. Historical technological advancements have consistently improved societal outcomes without unforeseen consequences. Algorithms are designed to prioritize human welfare and minimize unintended negative effects. AI networks are regulated globally to prevent ethical misuse and ensure transparency. And modern information networks are more accurate than historical communication systems in uniting societies. All right, let's take a look. Let's see who's going to give me the correct answer. Waiting for your answers, everyone. I've started getting some answers. Come on, everyone. Option number 1 here says historical technological advancements have consistently improved societal outcomes without unforeseen circumstances. Now, if you look at this option, it is actually saying the same thing as Harari has said, right? And therefore, it it does not really weaken the argument that Harari makes about the dangers of blindly trusting AI. Okay, so let's eliminate option number 1. Let's look at option number 2, which says algorithms are designed to prioritize human welfare and minimize unintended negative effects. Now, this is suggesting that algorithms have good intentions. Well, it does not really eliminate Harari's concern, okay, and so does not do anything to weaken it. Look at the third one. AI networks are regulated globally to prevent ethical misuse and ensure transparency. Harari's main argument was that this is a problem, that there is no way to prevent ethical misuse, to ensure transparency, to remove human oversight. So, if this is true, then it would weaken Harari's argument, and therefore 3 can be a good choice. Look at 4. Modern information networks are more accurate than. This comparison is again not mentioned in the passage, and therefore this cannot be something that would weaken his argument about the dangers of blindly trusting AI. And so the correct answer here will be option number 3. All right, let's go to the next question. Question number 3. Which of the following statements from the passage is an opinion of the reviewer? So sometimes you will get questions which will ask you statements of facts or statements of opinion from the passage. So here is a question which is asking you to identify what is the opinion of the reviewer. We've got two more questions, this one and the next one, to complete, and then Naveen sir is just waiting, and we'll wrap it up and then we'll go to the next section. All right, so let's quickly get your answers for question number 3. Which of these statements is an opinion of the reviewer? Let's take a minute and identify. I've started getting some answers. Come on, everyone, quickly give me an answer. If I'm to look at my statements here, option number 1, which says the Bible, despite its inaccuracies, okay, was instrumental in uniting vast populations. Now, this is a factual observation which is based on Harari's discussion about the Bible's role in uniting people. So, therefore, 1 is actually not an opinion that the reviewer gives. Okay. So let's eliminate 1. Let's look at option number 2. Social media platforms bear eerie similarities to ancient myths in shaping narratives. Now, this is something that Harari has mentioned, but not the reviewer. So please remember, we are looking for something that's an opinion of the reviewer or the writer, not of Harari. So 2 is an opinion by Harari, and therefore it cannot be the correct answer. Option number 3, which says one of the book's quirky and fascinating tidbits is the role of cat images in AI, is also a fact from the passage, and again it is not an opinion of the author. So let's look at the fourth one. Harari's critique of the naive optimism surrounding AI is one of the book's strongest point. Look at this phrase, one of the book's strongest point. And now this is something that the author has said, isn't it? Is one of the book's strongest points. So this is the reviewer's opinion and not Harari's opinion. It says Harari's critique of the naive optimism that is surrounding. So the author is now reviewing what Harari has said. And therefore, this is the opinion that we are looking at and the correct answer. Always remember there will be two opinions that are mentioned. One is the reviewer's opinion or the reviewer's fact. The other will be the writer that we are talking about, whose book we are analyzing, whose book we are reviewing in this text. So author's claim versus reviewer's claim. Please understand, and always for this question cross check from the passage. You will be able to see this. Now this question was very easy because it very clearly said Harari's critique. So we know that this is an opinion of the writer about Harari's writing. And therefore, this is the only one that was the reviewer's opinion or the correct answer. Yes, the reviewer is the author who's written this passage, not the author whose book is being reviewed. So please remember this difference. It's a very clear difference. Okay. The author that is writing the book. So we are in this article, we've reviewed the book Nexus, which has been written by Yuval Noah Harari, the writer of Sapiens. Okay. And our writer is talking about what he feels about this book. So when you're looking at something like this, please remember the reviewer's opinion is that of the writer, not of the author being discussed. So that's something that you need to keep in mind. Very good, Janvi. You also gave a very nice this thing. 1, 2, 3 are all objective. Fourth is the one that is subjective. And therefore the one that is your correct answer. All right, let's look at the next question. Here we are, the last question that we will be covering. Which of the following conclusions can be drawn about the role of information networks in shaping societies? Okay, so the question is saying, what can we understand about what an information network does in order to shape a society? All right, let's take a look. Yes, very good, Janvi. Yes, absolutely. Author says others' book, so therefore the author is the reviewer. Absolutely. This article is a book review and a very beautifully written book review. All right, so let's do this. Information networks are primarily tools for conveying factual accuracy to large populations. They influence collective identities even when they contain scientifically flawed narratives. Okay, they're ineffective without technological advancements. They always promote equality and fair distribution of resources globally. All right, let's take a look. I'm going to wait for your answers. All right, let's take a look at this question. I've started getting some answers. I've got it two from so many people. All right, let's take a look. So this says, which of the following conclusions can be drawn about the role of information network in shaping societies? Information networks are primarily tools for conveying factual accuracy to large populations. But does the author say that they are primarily tools for conveying factual accuracy? It does not say that. Okay. Information networks influence collective identities even when they have scientifically flawed narratives. And this is something that Harari mentions in the passage, that things like religious narratives, political narratives help to influence collective identities. So, therefore, two can be a good choice for us. Look at 3. Information networks are ineffective without technological advancements like artificial intelligence. The author does not say anything like that they're ineffective without technological advancements like AI. So that was very, very specific. And they always promote, please remember, always is an extreme word. Wherever we see our extreme options, we know we need to eliminate that. They always promote equality and fair distribution of resources. Again, that was not mentioned in the passage. So therefore, 4 is also incorrect. So the best answer here was option number 2 and the correct answer. Okay, I hope you got that. All right. We will wrap up this session now. Naveen sir is already here and waiting for the session. So if you have any questions about reading comprehension, I will quickly take them. All right, I have one request from Bhature who says, can you please read one RC just the way you will do in a mock? I will take just 30 seconds and quickly show you how I read. So, okay. So when I read a passage, I generally do a preview first. So what it means is I read the first and the last lines of the paragraph all the time. So that's something that I do naturally. But again, I'm not saying that you should do something like this because it may not be very sensible for you. So please understand that. So what works for me may not work for you, and therefore, please don't try to use my method of reading. I've been using this for multiple years, and therefore, it works for me. So I won't say that you should be using my method to solve or to read the way. However, if you do want to see me read, I have done CDC 5, I think I did a solving the paper. So you can go and take a look at that and see how I am solving this. Okay. All right. Very quickly, CAT Day 2024 will be a 12-hour live coverage from 7:30 a.m., which is something that you should attend. Spend your CAT day with us. CAT 24, all the fastest impressions for all these 3 slots will be there. The detailed exam analysis with cutoffs and memory-based questions for slot 1, 2, 3 will happen with GP sir and Jiju sir. And CAT 2024 slots 1, 2, 3 combined exam analysis with difficulty level and cutoffs should all happen, for you. So when you are there for the CAT day, please remember to join us from 7:30 a.m. All the time. In exams, Kushagra, it really is your choice if you're comfortable doing VA. Like, for example, I am very comfortable doing VA. So I always go to question number 17 and start from there. But there I don't choose and pick. I just start from 17 and then go to 24. So that's my race. And then once I'm done with VA, then I come to RCs. And then again, from the first RC, I go 1, 2, 3, solve. Whatever is left, I just leave that. So therefore, that's something that I do. If it works for you, it works for you. My slot is the 3rd slot, unfortunately. Slot number 3, 4:30 to 6:30 in Noida, TCS IN. Okay, Janvi says, for these types of questions, which of the following I go to passage to refer? See, I'll tell you what, again, the passage is right here. So if it takes you 30 seconds extra to cross-check your answer, please do it. It means a change in your percentile in a big way. Every question has 1 mark as opposed to +3. So -1 negative is a huge negative. So please, please, please make sure that you cross check. Okay, don't. Now, see, there are two things. One is constantly referring to the passage, one is cross checking. So, if you're not very sure of your answer, take 30 seconds and cross check. But if you're constantly referring to the passage, that means that you have not read the passage properly or you have not understood. There is a problem. Okay. Kushagra says, I'm comfortable with VA than RC. Wonderful, Kushagra. Vaibhav, I just want to clear sectional cutoff. I do 2 RCs first. I attempt 1 RC, then the second one. Vaibhav, go to do VA first, no? You will do easier questions very nicely, do them, and then come and do your RCs. Do your 2 RCs. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, but do the VA first. That will give you a bank of marks and also confidence that I can do it. Okay, wonderful, Prashant. Then we will meet. What to read in the last 2 days? Just go through the last 3-4 year CAT RCs, don't do anything else. Okay, don't stress, don't go crazy. Just read the last 3-4 years RCs. You can familiarize yourself with the different terms, that all, nothing else. Don't overstress yourself. You've learned what you had to, you've practiced everything. It's now just the time to kind of smoothen it out. Is 2 RC and the VA enough to get 90 plus? I'd ideally suggest 3 RCs, guys. Do at least do 15 questions right. How you make that up, that's up to you. XAT attempting strategy will not be same to CAT. XAT has so many other questions. Please do not use the same strategy. It will not work. XAT will be very different from CAT. We will do sessions for XAT. So come and join us for those sessions. You will learn a lot. No, Vaibhav, please do not change your strategy. No, not at all. This is not the time to change anything. Please stick to your strategy. No. Stick to your strengths, what you have learned all these days, all this entire year. Stick to that. Please don't change anything. You are sorted. Now is only the time to relax and just go write your exam. Don't stress out about anything. Just stick to whatever you are doing. All right, guys, I will wrap up the session now. Thank you so much for being here. I hope just doing some RCs together, seeing those questions was helpful to you. Okay, all the best for CAT. Whatever your slot is, go with a cool mind. The day before, please take a printout of your admit card. Ensure that you've stuck the photo. Check your signature. Take your ID. Pack everything and be ready for your slot. Have a nice sleep the day before. Relax. Don't study much. Just be cool. When confused with 2 options, no, I generally suggest take 30 seconds, go to the passage, look for the paraphrase, and then mark your answer because you've already done, you're at 50% chance. So why not? All right, I will wrap up the session now. I'm just waiting for Naveen sir to join. Naveen sir, if you're here, then I can step out of the class. Thank you, everybody.
Yes,
thank you, Naveen sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. How are you guys doing? Good evening. Good evening. Am I audible? All good? Good evening. So, welcome. So, welcome to today's marathon. Herein, we will be doing LRDI for the next 3.5 hours. It all depends, how much time you guys are going to take. So, I'll start slow. So most of the questions you guys have already asked about the CAT day preparation and everything from the previous 3 teachers. So do you guys have anything that you would like to ask about LRDI? So we'll do the questionnaire a bit, and at the end of the session, we will again do some bit of questionnaires. No? No questions? Shall we straight away move over to the sets? Okay, so what we will do is I'll show you the set. I will also explain you what should you read and how you should prepare yourself while going through a particular DI. And we'll be doing that part of the question of that part of the set together. Okay, after that I'll give you guys 15 minutes to solve it. So you will have to take the screenshot of the questions. I'll leave the set as such. You will have 15 minutes. After that we will solve it together. You do not have to wait, Kushagra. You can straight away shoot your questions. So shall we begin? Okay. So the purpose of this session is to boost accuracy and speed. I haven't introduced very difficult sets because it will not be worth our time. The most difficult set or the sets in the second section of CAT, you have to identify them and ignore them. You have to leave those sets. You have to identify 2 or 3, the easier or moderate level ones, and solve them. Okay. So assuming that CAT is going to change the pattern, we are not sure. We are not sure unless and until these people who will go for the first slot, they come back and they tell us that the pattern has changed. We cannot guarantee the change in the pattern. Okay, so let's say the pattern changes, and if you're going to have 2 sets with 6 questions each, 2 sets with 4 questions each, and 1 small set with only 2 questions, your target is to somehow attempt 8 to 10 questions, which you guys were doing previously as well. If you remember, if you guys were writing mocks and solving papers of previous years, your target has always been to solve around 2 sets, that's 8 to 10 questions. That is still going to be true. How you get those 8 to 10 questions? Are you going to solve one set of 6 questions, another set of 4? Or are you going to solve 2 sets of 4 questions each and the third set with 2 questions? Your choice. You will have to improvise. Okay, but you should not go ahead and be like, I will solve both the sets of 6 questions and one set of 4 questions. Don't straight away jump there. Read the sets, read the types, see your comfort level, and accordingly decide. Okay. Kushagra, if you're not strong in LRDI, I mean, if I'm not good at running, and if I ask you how can I win a marathon or how can I do a good time lap in a marathon, there is no shortcut to it. On the exam day, you have to make sure that you have to attempt, or not attempt, you have to solve as many questions correctly as possible. That's the only thing anybody can do, right? Okay. So you guys would be aware that from 7:30 a.m. there will be live coverage of the CAT Day 2024. Okay, slots 1, 2, 3, the discussions will happen. The detailed exam analysis will also happen. It will be memory based. So of course we won't be having the exact paper unless and until the CAT releases around a week later, week to 10 days later. Okay. And at the end of the day, we will be having the combined exam analysis, as in how was 2024 CAT? Which particular slot had more difficult questions relatively. Okay. So let's start. Let's look at the first set. What I will do is I'll hide myself because I don't think you guys will be Third, same as first question, three definite options. One is cannot be determined, right? So this is going to be, again, worst case scenario. You don't know what is going to happen. Fourth question, again, you don't have to read it. It's a theta one. So that means you will definitely know what is happening. So out of these four questions, two questions, how many E codes Dipshika would have been able to identify correctly? And what is the E code of operation set? ये दो तो पता चल जाएगा, right? We may use the third or the first question context or the content in order to solve the set as well. Okay, which I believe a lot of you do not do it. Questions and the options, they give you a very good hint as to what you have to do. So, shall we begin? So, please take the screenshot of the questions. Let me know once you are done. I will show you this stem. It will be there. The timer will start. You guys will have 15 minutes. Okay. So looks like some of you were able to solve it around the time frame of 10 to 12 minutes. That's good. So kind of an easy set. Okay. There may be some, cases or some things that you guys will have to take into account. But apart from that, I think it's pretty straightforward, right? Okay. So this is how I will prefer solving this. So these are the frequencies of the digits that are used, right? So basically, it says that 0 is going to be used 2 times, 1 is going to be used 4 times, 2 is going to be used 3 times, 3 is going to be used once, 6 is going to be used once, 7 is going to be so we have 0 2 times, 1 4 times, 2 3 times. Okay, there is a 5 as well. So we have got 0 1 2 3 is going to be ones, there is going to be a 5 ones, there is going to be 6 ones, 2 sevens, and 2 eights, right? So if you remember that the digits are 4-digit codes, right? So if it's a 4-digit code and we are going to have 4 such digits, there should be 16 digits overall, right? So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. If you count, there are 16 digits here. Okay, so if we are done with the first statement. Now the second statement says all the digits used in each code are distinct. So it tells us within a digit you cannot have 1 and 1. If you already have a 1, the next digit has to be a different one. And all the E codes ends with an even number. Now, since we have 4 departments, the departments being marketing, then we have got finance, then we have got operations, and then we have got HR, right? Since they all end with an even number, so the even digits we have got are 8, 6, 2, and 0, right? So we don't know where to put which one. But we're pretty sure that these 4 ones will go for each one of them. Why? Because if I put 1 again in a particular code, 1 will get repeated, but the statement says all the digits in a particular code, they are distinct, right? Now, the E code of head of finance department is 4 times the E code of head of marketing department. So this is going to be 4 times. Okay. Now, please do remember the last digit is even for all of them. Okay. So 4-digit code basically. Okay. So suppose if I say that this is 0, so 4 times of 0 is going to be 0 itself, right? Very much possible. We do have 2 zeros. Okay. If I take a 2 here, 4 times of 2 is going to be 8. This is also very much possible. Next even number that we have is 6. 4 times of 6 requires a 4, but we do not have a 4, right? And if we take an 8, 4 times of 8 will end in a 2. So 2 ends in a 4, 8 ends in a 2, and 2 ends in an 8. So they both are possible. Right now we are going to have cases, so I'm going to ignore this right now. Okay. Now, what could be the highest digit of the code of M, right? Suppose it is more than 2499, as it's around 2500. 4 times of that is going to be 10,000, which is going to be a 5-digit code. So we're pretty sure that the code here for M is supposed to be less than 2500, as in the first most digit is either going to be a 1 or a 2, right? Okay. Next is 1 digit is common and appeared in all the 4 E codes of HOD, which we have already seen, which was obvious. It's supposed to be the digit 1, right? The E code of head of HR is 1/5 the E code of one of the other department heads. So we are told that this is, suppose if this is going to be 5P, one out of these 3 is supposed to be P. Okay, and I'm going to go slow. People who were not able to solve it, I'm going to take the cases or whatever queries you're going to have. Okay, so don't judge the speed with the actual CAT exam. मैं उस speed से नहीं जा रहा. Otherwise, I'll most likely I will be able to solve it within 7-8 minutes. It will be very quick. So I'll go slow. Okay. So this is done. Now, since this is 5 times of something, suppose if I put the digit 1, 5 times of that is going to end in a 5. If I put the digit 0, 5 times of 0, any one of those is 0, let's say. 5 times of 0 will end in a 0. If I put a 2, it's going to end in a 0. So if it's an even digit for the p value, 5 times of that is going to end in a 0. If it is odd, it will end in a 5, right? These are the two cases. Okay. Now, the E-codes of head of finance and head of marketing consists of the same 4 digits. Now, this is interesting. Since we have to use the same codes, so can we say the digits, we have to use the same digits for both the codes. Can we say whichever digit I'm going to use for marketing guy, we have to use the same digit for finance guy, but not in the same place, maybe at certain different place. So we can only put in digits which occurs at least 2 times. So 1 is already taken care of, right? We can have a 0, we can have a 2, we can have a 7, we can have an 8. So there are 5 digits that we can place here, right? Okay. We need to somehow figure out which digit out of these 5 we cannot put. So we will get those 4 digits. Okay. The absolute difference between the two numerically smaller E codes is less than 500. So whichever 2 codes we are going to have, it will be less than 500. So that is something that will help us verify whatever we are getting, if it is correct or not. Okay. Let's go back to this. If we take, let's say, 1027 over here, will I be able to get something which is 4 times of it? So thousands ka 4 times is 4,000. We do not have a 4,000, right? What if we take 1270? 4 times of 1270 will still be 4,000s. We do not have the digit 4 here. That is supposed to be repeated. What if I take 1720? Now 1720 ka 4 times is going to be 6 something. But we cannot use a 6 digit here because we have to use the same digits. So we realize that we cannot have, something which is less than 2,500, which will be 1720 or something. Now, if you think about it, if I have a number in thousands or, less than 2,000, okay, somewhere around that, then 4 times of it will start with an 8, right? And worst possible scenario, as in the least possible value, is going to be in 700s, right? For example, 1800 ka 4 times is 7200, right? So we can see that we have 18, we have 72. So that means it makes more sense to not include 0 digit over here. Let's try with that. So if I have the digits which are 1, 2, 7, 8, these 4 digits, can we have 4 times of it, which will be made up of the same 4 digits, right? So 12 into 4 is going to be 48. It will not make sense. Okay. What if instead of 8, I put a 2 here? Or if I put 1, 7, so 1 and 2. So 2 will become 8. That's 4 times. 1 ka 4 times is going to be 4, but we need to reach around 700. So sorry, in 7,000s, right? So for 7,000s, what should we have? Should we have 1,800? Should we have 1,700? 1,800 into 4 is going to be in 7,000s, right? So if I take 1, 8, 4 times of that is going to be 7, 2. So 1872, if I take 4 times of that, is going to be more than 7,200. So 1872 will not make sense. Okay. What if I take 1782? I'm putting 2 at the end because I need a 4 times of that. What is 1782 4 times of that? So this is going to be 17 into 4, which is going to be 68, and 82 into 4 is going to be another 31. So this is 7128, right? So this is going to give us 1728 7128. So the digits that I have used, I'm going to get rid of them. So 2 zeros, 2 twos, 2 sevens, and 2 eights are done. Right? Okay. Next, what we are told is these two should be even, right? For operations and HR also. So the even digits we have are 2, 6 and 0, 0. Now 0 ka 5, anything into 5 will be 0 over here for sure, right? So 1 0 comes in here. This also confirms that I cannot have a 0 before, because there are only 2 zeros possible. If I put a 0 in F, even into 5 times will end in a 0, which is required for H as well, right? So 0 is definitely here. Now, since this is 5 times of something, so can we say 1728 is right now the smallest number whose 5 times we can calculate, because it's less than 2000? Less than 2000, 5 times will be a 4-digit number. So 17 into 5 is 85. This is going to be in 86, 87 hundredths. Now, the thing is, we do not have an 8. So we are definitely not looking at 5 times of M. We are basically looking at 5 times of O, because 5 times of F is not possible. So if this is going to be 0, then we will have 2 ones, right? So this should definitely start with thousands, because if I start with a 2 or a 3, it will again become a 5-digit number, right? So there is a 1. There is a 1 here. A 0 is taken care of. We are supposed to put a 0 here also. So 2 zeros and 2 ones gone. We have to combine 2, 3, 5, 6 in such a way such that H becomes 5 times of O. So what if we take 1, 2, 3, 0? Now 5 times of this is going to be 6, 5, 2, 0. So do we have all these digits available? No, we do not have these many 2s, right? We need a 1 here as well. So 1, 2, 3, 0 will not make sense. Okay. What if we take 1, 3, 2, 0? 5 times of this is going to be 6, 6. Won't make sense. Okay. What if we take a 2 at the end now? If we take 2 at the end, we need a 5 or a 3, and we definitely need a 0. What if we take 1032? 1032, 5 times of that will not give us a 6, right? So we can't take a 5. So let's take a 3. So if we take 1302, so 13 into 5 is 65, and 2 into 10 is 6510. So 3 is taken care of, 2 is taken care of, 5 and 6 are also taken care of. We have ones in all. Now, the last statement, do you remember? The difference is less than 500. So 1728 and 1302. The numerically two smaller codes, is the difference less than 500? Yes. 1300 plus 500 is 1800. It's less than 1800. So this is 1302 and 6510. So you will see that it requires hit and trial, and you have to always think that you are taking the number for O, which should be less than 2000. So it should start with a 1. I can't start with a 2. So with 1, the last is going to be even, which is supposed to be 0 or 2. These are the only 2 cases, and these are the only 2 cases I looked into. I did not put 3 at the end. Okay, so what is the sum of the digits of E code of head of marketing department? So sum of the digits, if you count 1 plus 7 plus 2 plus 8, this is going to be 18. Option A. How many E codes Dipshika would have been able to identify correctly? We can see that there are all 4 of them. What is the absolute difference between the code of finance and operations head? So we have got operations and finance head. What is the absolute difference? If you subtract, you will see that the last digit is going to be 6. Sorry. Finance and operations head. Is it going to be 6? Hold on. What is the difference that we are getting? So this is going to be 6, 2, 8. Am I reading it correctly? Finance and operations. So 60 at 26 should be the difference. I think there is a mismatch here. I don't know how this is a mismatch. Is there a difference that they're talking about not finance and operations, but operations and HR? Maybe. No. Are they talking about this as the difference? 26? Still no. What is the E code of operations? So there is a mismatch in this question option. What is the E code of operations said? It's going to be 1302. Okay, let's look at what you guys have. HR and operations will be interchanged. HR and operations will be interchanged. Why? Oh, sorry. Now it makes sense. So this is HR, this is operations, and E code of HR is 1/5 of another department. That is basically HR ka 5 times is going to be something. Silly mistake. So now I hope we will be able to get it. Finance and operations. So 7128 minus 6826. 130. So this is 6. It's going to end in 6 anyways because we have 8 there and we have a 2 here. Finance and operations. This will end in 8 now. The difference. 8 se end karne wale 2 options hai. So this is definitely not going to be above 1000, right? So definitely not 1048 because 6510 plus 1048 is going to be in 7500 plus we are at 7100. So definitely it should be 618. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. So we have 8 and 2 minus 1, 1 and 71 minus 65, 618. Okay, I misread this and thankfully there was no issue. Okay, let's look at the next set. 6 senior faculty members. Hold on, I'll change. Bhature. I don't know where Chole is. So the thing is, I should have used the options as well. Let's look at the options as in the questions. It says, what is the absolute difference between the code of finance and operations? If I would have used it, and once I knew the finance, operations, what I would do is I will add 2202 or subtract 2202 basically because we are at 7000 already. We will subtract 618, 1048 and we will see if the combination makes sense or not. We can do that, definitely. Some of the digits of E code of head of marketing department. So once you have solved marketing and if you add the digits and if the options match, that gives you a confidence that you are going in the right direction. Definitely you can use the options. Okay, let's look at set 2. So 6 senior faculty members, Abhishek, Himani, so basically A, H, J, K, P, V, in CL take classes of 6 different subjects, Q, L, G, LR, DI, and VA of batch CAT 2024. Not necessarily in that order. Each of these senior faculties has to teach for 6 hours in a week, that is from Tuesday to Sunday, Monday being the weekly off day. No faculty can teach for more than 3 hours in a single day. On each day, a distinct number of total hours are taught in that batch, and on any day, the number of total hours taught in that batch is less than 10. So basically, there is only one batch. There are 6 different subjects that are taught by 6 faculties. Okay, and the days we have are 6 from Tuesday to Sunday. Monday is a holiday. No faculty can teach more than 3 hours every day. not every day, each week, every week, the faculty teaches for overall 6 hours. Okay, so let's say if a faculty teaches on a particular day for 6 hours continuous, then that faculty will never teach for any other day. Okay, on each day, a distinct total number of hours are taught in that batch. So let's say on Tuesday, if there are 5 hours being taught, then on Wednesday, it's not five, it's more than five, less than five, something like that. And on any day, the number of total hours taught is less than 10. So we cannot have 12 hours of teaching done. Number of hours taught by any faculty on any day is an integer. So they don't teach like 2.5 hours or quarter to 3 hours types. So it's complete hours. Then we have 12 additional statements, right? Now, if you think about the number of parameters here, you will realize that we have got the faculties, 6 of them. Then we have got subjects, we have got 6 of them. And then we have got days, that's 6 of them. And hours, that's going to be 6 based on per day, and hours based on faculty, that's also going to be 6. Now, how should we represent this? So the additional, these statements, they will help us decode what should be the right representation. So QA was taken by Abhishek. On Tuesday, only 3 sessions of an hour were taken by Abhishek. Punita taught on all 6 days of the week. GA faculty did not teach on Saturday. Himani, who didn't teach DI. Max number of faculty taught on Thursday. So I'm not reading the entire sentence. I'm only reading the beginning of the sentences to see which are the major, which one is the major attribute here. So if you think about it, you will realize that the faculties, they are kind of fixed, right? And the days are fixed. So this is a set based on timetable and scheduling. If you remember, during your school and college days, there used to be a schedule where they were like, this is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then there were teachers. Instead of the timing, we have teachers here. So the teachers are being Abhishek, Himani, Jatin. So this is basically a grid or a matrix, right? So for a particular person, if we know that they did not teach on Tuesday, we'll put a cross. If we know that some teacher taught here for 2 hours, we'll put a 2 over there. Now, we are done with days, we are done with hours this way. We also know how many hours every teacher teaches. We know how many hours, we know as in, we have to obviously figure it out. We have to figure it out every day, how many hours we're being taught. So this particular grid system will help us relate all these 3. What about subject? So a teacher teaches a subject. So for that, I will not draw a new table. I will draw a column. Beside it, I will be writing down their corresponding subjects so that I have one representation for this entire thing. Okay. If you guys have understood what would be the right representation, let's look at the questions now. So for how many hours did Kashish teach on Sunday? What is the absolute difference between the number of total hours taught on Saturday and Wednesday? So you can see out of these 5 questions are teed up, which means you will be able to get definite answers. And even the question number 7, which have options, you do not see cannot be determined or none of the above, which means whatever you are going to solve, it should be complete, most likely. And it's a 6 question set. So it will be time consuming. So you need to hurry up. Please take the screenshot of the questions. I will hide myself. So what will happen is you will understand the representation, you will understand what it is talking about. Most likely you have to leave it because you're like, "Yaar, ye pura time khayega." It's going to be lengthy, right? There is another type of set, which may be a 4-question set or a 6-question set, where you read it, you have no idea how to begin. That's the difficult one. So during the exam, you have to weigh in. जो छोटा लग रहा है पर समझ नहीं आ रहा, how should I begin? Should I give it a go? Should I gamble on it? Or should I start with the one which will take time, but I'm pretty sure what I have to do, right? So it depends from person to person. I don't think a lot of students are going to leave this. Okay, so your time starts now, 15 minutes. I will Good, Manasvi. Good. Very good. A lot of you were able to solve it. See, it might be little lengthy. It might be little confusing uh, because there are 12 statements and we have 6 by 6 grid, but it's doable. Okay, so time is up. So, for how many hours did Kashish teach on Sunday? I hope you guys have taken this screenshot. Now you will be able to answer all the questions. Let's solve it. Let me try this. And please pay attention. wala part. No. Okay, so LR was taught on minimum number of days and GA was taught on 5 days except Saturday. So 5 days except Saturday between Punita cannot be GA, of course, because she teaches on all days. Himani teaches only on 3 days out of the 4 days. So it can't be Himani. So GA is going to be Vedant. Now DI cannot be Himani. So DI is going to be Punita. The leftover is going to be VA. So that goes to Himani. Right? So this is done. Next is, have we missed any? So GA faculty did not teach on Saturday. Okay, this is also done. Do we have any other statement that we have missed? No. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to put in the values such that they are distinct. Okay. Right now, if you look at Thursday and Saturday, remember the sum should be 15. So what is the sum so far we have? We have 1 plus 1, that is going to be 2. And we are going to have 3 here. So we are supposed to get more. Okay. What if H is going to be just 1? Let's say it's just 1. If it is 1, then 9 minus H is going to be 8. So 1 and 8 are taken. So G and 15 minus G should be less than that. It's not possible. See, if we take G is equal to, let's say, 7, so the other one is going to be 8. If I take this to be 6, it's going to be 9. We can't have a 9. So the only two numbers that we can put are 7 and 8. So one of these two is going to be 7, another is going to be 8. Because 9 is the largest, right? So if this one is 7, this one is 8, or if this one is 7, this one is 8. That means H can be 1, H cannot. So can H be 1 now? No. If H is 1, this is going to be 8, but 8 is already taken. So can H be 2? No. If H is going to be 2, this one is going to be 7, that is already taken. Can H be 3? No, 3 is already there. So the next possibility is H is 4 or 5, right? Since we are told that Wednesday number is more than Friday's number, so the only possibility we have for these two are 5 and 4. I hope this is understood. Now, if we need a 6 here, so definitely 1 will be there throughout, and one of the days we are going to have plus 1 more, right? And here, there is going to be at least 1. So if there's going to be at least 1 and we need a 5, so 5 is only possible if we put a 2 here. So 1, 2 is done. Now we need a 6 here. So this is going to be 2. Now this is so far 2, 3, 4, 5. If we take 3 here, 2 plus 3 is 5, 6, 7. And what if this becomes an 8? So this is very much possible, right? So depending upon this, it's going to be 2, 5. So it's going to be 2 or 1, depending upon whether I take 1 or 3 here. Now we need a 9 here. If I take 1, 1, 1, the thing is this has to be 6 alone. Now, if you remember, we cannot have any number which is more than 3. So we can't have a 6 here. So that means this has to be 3, such that we are able to make the sum as 9. So 5 we have, and if we put a 3, this is so far 8. And if you remember, Vedant ka abhi tak 6 complete nahi hua hai. Now I want Vedant 6 to be completed as well as Sunday to be 9. The only possibility is if I put a 2 here. Now if this becomes 3, this will move to 1. If this moves to 1, this one will become 2. So we have 2 plus 2, 4, 4 plus 3, 7. So this becomes 7. That means this becomes an 8. Now, if we look at Jatin, we need a 6 overall, so it has to be 3, 3. If we need an 8, this is already 6, we need another 2. So Himanika 6 is also done. That means this is the day, which is the Friday, where we cannot have a 2. So let's verify once again. Total number of hours is 36. Now we have 3 plus 5, which is 8 plus 7, 15. 15 plus 12, which is 27 plus 9, 36. Tuesday it is 3. Wednesday it is 5. Thursday it is 7. Friday it is 4. Saturday it is 8. Sunday it is 9. Horizontally, Abhishek 6. Himani 6. LR Jatin 6. KA is Kashish. Kashish is also 6. Punita is 6. And Vedant is also 6. So there was there were 2 parts where we had to go slow. One was 7 and 8 are the only 2 possible values if we want the sum to be 15, because if I make one of the values lesser than 7, then the other value will become 9 or more than 9. That's not possible. Another one was by taking the value of Wednesday to be 1 or 2 or 3. We realize we can only have 4 or 5, but since Wednesday is more than Friday, it's supposed to be 5. Once these 2 sums were done, the cells will occupy automatically, as in we will have hours fixed. I hope this is fine. This is understood. Okay. For how many hours did Kashish teach on Sunday? So Kashish teaches on Sunday for 3 hours. What is the absolute difference between the number of total hours taught on Saturday and Wednesday? So Saturday is 8, Wednesday is 5. So the absolute difference is 3. Which subject did Punita teach? Punita taught DI. What is the sum of the number of hours taught on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday? Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, sum of the number of hours, which is 5 plus 7 plus 4, which is 16. What is the absolute difference in the number of hours taught by Jatin on Saturday and Sunday? So Saturday and Sunday, Jatin ka 3 and 3 ka difference is going to be 0. What is the number of subjects taught on Wednesday? On Wednesday, there were 4 subjects, QA, VA, DI, and GA. These 4 were taught. Okay, let's look at your doubts. गुड अनिकेत. ओ कोई नहीं भटूरे छोले के साथ आओ, पूरा कंप्लीट होगा. I hope it is understood. Definitely lengthy, right? But doable. Okay, let's go to the next set. Okay, let me see how much time do we have. We are at 7:15, 7:45, 8:45, 9. So we will come back to this set, set number 3, once we will have time. So it's a set theory based. So people who have joined recently, this is a notification for you that on CAT 2024 D-Day, we will be having live coverage starting from the early morning 7:30 a.m. We'll be doing the analysis of all the 3 slots as well as the entire day's analysis. Okay. Memory-based questions will be discussed. We are not going to discuss the exact questions, even though we would know, because replication is not allowed. Okay, so make sure that you guys tune into YT channel of ours. Let's look at set 4. Simple, easy. Number of parameters. What should be the representation? So in a company, there is a requirement of multilingual people who can speak at least 3 of the 6 languages among these, this. 6 friends, right? 6 languages, 6 friends applied for the same company. Each of them knew at most 2 of the languages. So they decided to help each other by teaching 1 or 2 languages that they knew. At the end, everyone knew exactly 3 languages, and every language was spoken by 3 people. Very much similar to the previous one. It's just that previous one, horizontal sum was 6 and vertically it was distinct. Here we have the same. And then we have only 7 additional statements. Avika, this, Imran, Chetan, Fiza, Bipin, Diksha. So we have got names as in friends, and we have got the languages. And we need to find out which person knew which language already and teaches which language, right? So make a representation of your own. Okay, I'm not going to tell you how to represent this. I will tell you, after I've given you sufficient time to solve. Let's look at the questions and understand how to proceed. So 15 definite, 16 definite, 18 definite options, 17 theta definite. मतलब fill हो जाना चाहिए. Even if you're not able to fill, whatever you have filled, go to the questions, see if you can answer even, one or two of them. Maybe पूरा difficult हो, पर एक दो भी solve हो गया तो चलेगा ना. चलो, please take this screenshot. You should. Why not? You should. No, no, Satyajit, I'm sorry, I missed to unmute myself. Okay, I'll redo the previous set. Don't worry, I'll redo it from scratch. Okay, so let's discuss. Spoken by everyone, so that one counts for everyone. Rohan, it's counted for everyone, as in, what do you mean by that? Okay, let's see. Let's see, what does it mean? Okay, so we have got 6 languages. So the languages are Hindi, then we have got English, then we have got French, we have got Spanish, we have got German, and then we have got Sanskrit, right? And the 6 friends that we have are A, B, C, D, E, and F, right? Each of them knew at most 2 of the languages. So nobody knew all the 3 languages that we're supposed to. So they knew at most 2, means they may not know even a single language already. They may know 1, they may know 2, right? And at the end, everyone knew exactly 3 languages. So we should have 3 tick marks horizontally, because everybody knew at the end of the end 3 languages. And every language was spoken by 3 people. So these are going to be 3. So horizontally, vertically, we are supposed to have 3 each. Okay. Okay. So the last statement is not visible. So I'll switch. Okay. Avika knew only Hindi. The moment we are going to encounter the statement or the phrase, somebody knows a language. So I'm going to put a tick and a circle around to denote that Hindi was obviously spoken by Avika because she knows it, but she was not taught by anyone. And I'm going to put a tick at those places where I know that that person did not know it already, but was taught by someone. Okay, so this is the convention I'm going to use. Okay, knew only Hindi, but she did not help anyone with Hindi. So she is not the one who is going to help anyone, but she knew Hindi. Okay, done with the first statement. Second, English was most known language beforehand, right? And spoken by 3 people, Bipin, Fiza, and Imran. So Bipin, Fiza, and Imran, they already knew English, and 3 ticks are done. So that means the other 3 we are going to strike out. So they knew already English, so nobody taught anybody English. Next, Imran taught German language to Bipin. So Imran knew German language. That's why he taught German to Bipin. And to one more person who knew Spanish beforehand. We do not know that person is. So I'm going to underline this right now. Basically, I'm not going to tick mark the third statement. Okay. Now, Chetan was the most helpful person and he helped 3 people. Don't know which language what. So ignoring fourth. Next, Fiza taught Sanskrit to Imran and Avika. So Fiza knew Sanskrit already and she taught Sanskrit to Imran and Avika. So if you look at Sanskrit column, 3 ticks are already there. So we are going to put 3 crosses. If you look at Imran's row, 3 ticks are already there. So I'll put 3 crosses. Okay. Next, Bipin learned Hindi from Chetan. So Chetan already knew Hindi and he taught Bipin. Remember, Avika did not teach anyone Hindi. So Bipin, who did not know Hindi already, was taught by Chetan. So if I look at Hindi wala column, I'll see 3 ticks. So that means these all are crosses. If I look at Bipin row, we already have 3 ticks. So these 3 are going, these 2 are going to be crosses. Okay, so done with this. Diksha, who knew only Spanish beforehand. So Diksha knew Spanish beforehand. So I'm going to put a tick here and a circle. Did not teach Fiza, but taught Spanish to 2 others. So that means Fiza was not going to learn Spanish, right? Okay. But she taught Spanish to 2 others. So whom did she teach Spanish to? So obviously the other 2. Now, if we look at Avika row, 3 ticks are already there. So crossed out. If we look at Diksha should have 3 ticks in her row. There is only 1 so far, so these 3 will be done. If we look at German wala column, 3 ticks are already there, so this is done. Now, if we look at French, we need 3 ticks there. And if we look at Chetan and Fiza, we need one tick further. So this will completely make sense. Now, Chetan was the most helpful person and he helped 3 people. Chetan helped Bipin, that we are sure about. Chetan did not help in Spanish because it was actually Diksha who taught Spanish to Chetan. So that means Chetan knew French so that he helped Diksha and Fiza. I hope this makes sense. Chetan helped 3 people, nobody else did, right? Because Diksha helped 2 people, but it is given that Chetan helped the maximum number of people. He helped 3 people. He was the most helpful person. Okay, let's go to the underlined part. Let's see if it is concurrent with whatever we have made. So Imran taught German to Bipin and to one more person who knew Spanish beforehand. So Diksha knew Spanish beforehand and he taught German to Diksha. So the entire grid or the matrix is complete, right? So wasn't a difficult one. You had to simply make a convention of your own. I made a tick and a circle to denote that the person already knew that particular language. You may have written there already knew, something of that sort. Language known, language learned, language taught. Hi, Klavya. I mean, you can solve it without using grid. People generally, also solve such kind of sets using just a table with 2 columns. One is the name and another is going to be the languages. They will write it down. And most likely they will underline the language that they already knew. Okay, fine. Let's go to the questions now. Which of the languages learned by Avika after taking help? So Avika learned Spanish and Sanskrit, right? So Spanish and Sanskrit, option A. Which of the following 3 people speak Spanish at the end of the teaching sessions? So Spanish is known by Avika, Chetan, and Diksha. So ACD is in option C. How many people knew 2 languages beforehand? So Avika knew only 1, Bipin knew only 1, Chetan knew 2, Diksha did not, knew only 1. It was Imran and Fiza. So 3 people knew 2 languages beforehand. Who taught Chetan and the language learned by him is? So Chetan learned a language which was Spanish and it was taught by Diksha, right? So Diksha taught Spanish to Chetan. So kind of an easy set. These are the types of sets you have to feel confident about and attempt in the first go when it comes to, excuse me, when it comes to CAT exam. क्या इतना आसान क्वेश्चन कैट में होगा? You never know. There may be one set like this. Maybe the 2 question wala set or maybe a 4 question set. Okay, it's okay, Eklavya. Now, I'll go back to the set number 2. Okay, the part that I missed, I will redo this. Okay, I forgot to unmute myself. I'm going to hide myself so that it's clearly visible now. So if I talk about the total number of hours that is being taught, throughout the week is 6 into 6, 36, right? Which means day wise, the sum of these 6 numbers should also be 36. Okay. Now, on each day, so no faculty can teach more than 3 hours on a single day and is an integer. So the maximum number in a particular cell is supposed to be 6. We cannot go beyond that. Sorry, it's going to be 3. We cannot write 4 or 5. And on each day, a distinct number of total hours are taught. So these all values should be less than 10, which means the largest number we can have is 9. Okay, let's start with the statements. QA was taught by Abhishek, so QA, and he did not teach on Saturday, on Sunday. Done. So since we need a 6, so 1 1 1 1 to chahiye hi hoga, right? Now there can be a 1 1 1 3 or it can be 1 1 2 2 in any order. We do not know. Okay. On Tuesday, only 3 sessions of an hour each. Only it says only. 3 sessions of an hour each were taken by Abhishek, Punita, and Vedant. Abhishek, Punita, and Vedant. That means on Tuesday, these 3 teachers did not take any. So Tuesday, the total is 3. Okay. Punita taught on all 6 days of the week. Now, Punita is supposed to teach on all 6 days of the week, and you're not supposed to write 0. The maximum you can write is 3, and you have to make the sum as 6. The only possibility is if each one is 1. Think about it. The GA faculty did not teach on Saturday. So we do not know who that GA faculty is, right? Definitely not Punita, maybe one among the remaining 4. But that person did not teach on Saturday. Don't know. I'm going to leave it as such. Next, Himani, who didn't teach DI. So Himani mein DI nahi hoega. Taught on 3 days and for equal number of hours on each day and did not teach on Sunday. So she did not teach on Sunday. And out of these 4 days, 3 days she taught an equal number of hours such that the sum is 6, which means we have to fill 2 2 2 in 3 out of these 4 days. Maximum number of faculty taught on Thursday. So on Thursday, we should have maximum faculties, or we should be filling maximum cells in the Thursday column. And maximum number of hours were taught on Sunday. So this value is supposed to be the largest number. Largest number means it could be 9, it could be 8, who knows, right? Abhi hame nahi pata. Jatin taught on only 2 days, that is Saturday and Sunday. So Jatin taught on only 2 days. So he did not teach on these 2. So 6 is there. So what can we have? 1 and 5? No. Can we have 2 and 4? No. Can we have 3 and 3? Yes. The only possibility we can have for Jatin such that the sum is 6 and no number is more than 3 is 3 and 3. Think about it. अगर आप किसी भी एक value को, if you're going to put any value less than 3, the other value will become more than 3 and you cannot have more than 3. Okay. Now, number of hours taught by Kashish was distinct on each day she had taught in that batch. So we do not know what to put. So if you think about, 2 numbers to be distinct, so it's going to be 1 and 5 because I need the sum as 6. It could be 2 and 4. It could be 3 and 3. Now 1 5 is not possible because you can't write a number more than 3. Similar logic, 2 4 is not possible. 3 3 is not possible because you can't write the same number again. So if I say that 6 is the sum of 2 numbers for Kashish, it's not possible. Now, if I want to take 6 as sum of 3 numbers, the only possibility is 1 2 3. सोच के देखो. These all are common sense things, which is sometimes a hurdle or a huge trick involved. Okay, so we know that it's going to be 1 2 3. So only 3 days Kashish teaches, but which are those 3 days? No idea. Okay, the number of hours taught on Wednesday is more than that on the Friday. So Wednesday and Friday, there is a relationship that this is more than Friday. And the average number of hours taught on Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we are basically saying Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday ka average is 8. If the average is 8, that means sum is going to be 8 into 3, 24. Now, if I want 24 to be the sum and average to be 8, the only possibility we can have is 7, 8, 9. Again, think about it. If I change any of 7 or 8 to be a lesser number, the other number will become more than 9, but you cannot take it. If I try to reduce 9, 1 of 7 or 8 will become 9 then. Okay? So if you want this average to be 8 and sum to be 24, these are the only 3 numbers. If these are the only 3 numbers, that means this largest number is known to be 9. Now, between these 2 numbers, one of them is going to be 7, another is going to be 8, or this is going to be 7, this one is going to be 8. So out of 36, if 24 goes to Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, that means the remaining 12 will go to the other 3 days, out of which 3 is already there. That means the sum is going to be 9 for the other 2. Now, if it is going to be 9, can we have 1 plus 8? No. Why? Because 8 is already there and we are told distinct number of total hours. Can we have 2 and 7? No. Can we have 3 and 6? No. Why? Because 8 was the hurdle. Here 7 is the hurdle in the same way. 7 is already present, definitely. 3 is also definitely present. We need different numbers here. The only possibility we are left with is 5 and 4. So which means this becomes 5 and this becomes 4. Okay. I have hidden myself, guys, because now you won't be able to see the last statements, right? So that's the reason I hide. And if I do this, screen thoda chota ho ja raha hai. Anyways, if you want to look at me and then see and answer, chalega. Okay, I hope this part is fine. Okay. Next. LA faculty taught only on Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Only on Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. So can H be LA? No. Can J be LA? No. Can K be LA? Most likely. Can P be LA? No. Can V be LA? Yes. So LA can go to either Kashish or Vedant, right? And the difference between the number of hours taught by him on Thursday and Sunday was 2. So we don't know where to put that, 3 days wala. So I'm going to leave it. 10th, नहीं tick mark करूँगा. Vedant taught on all the days except Saturday. So इसका Saturday नहीं है. अभी. Right now we saw that LA faculty taught only on Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, and there were only 2 people who can do that. It was Kashish or Vedant. We just came to know that Vedant is not the guy who teaches on Saturday. So it's obviously going to be Kashish. So Kashish is the LA faculty who taught only on Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. And if you remember, Kashish ke liye, it was 1, 2, and 3. Difference between the number of hours taught by him on Thursday and Sunday was 2. So 1 and 3. So this is 1, this is going to be 3, or this is 1, this is going to be 3. This is definitely going to be 2. Right? Okay. Abhishek taught for 2 hours on Friday. So this 1, I'm going to change this to 2. As of now, we have 5 for Abhishek, right? Okay. LR was taught on minimum number of days. So if we look at the first row, it was taught on 4 days. If I look at the second row, Himanika, she teaches on 3 days. If you look at J, Jatin, he teaches on 2 days. 2 is the smallest number of days, or the subject that is taught the least number of days. P is all the days, LA is 3 days, V is 5 days. So that means LR, since it was taught minimum number of days, it has to be associated with Jatin. 2 ही दिन LR पढ़ाया गया, right? By Jatin, 3 hours and 3 hours, right? And GA was taught on 5 days except Saturday. From the remaining one, where Saturday is not taught, it's only with Vedant. So this is going to be GA. Now, since Himani cannot take DI, so P teaches DI, and the last subject we are left with is VA. So Himani takes up VA. So subjects and name association is complete. Now we have to look at this sum, right? So as of now, If we look at Sunday, we have three or one and a blank. Suppose if I take a 1 here, 3 plus 1, 4, 4 plus 1, 5, 5 plus 4 is 9. Remember, we can't put a number more than 3. So that tells us we can't have a 1 here. It has to be 3. And if this is going to be a 3, that means 3, 3, 1, that is going to be 7 plus 2, that is 9. If that is going to be 3, that means this is going to be 1. Now, if you look at GA, we need a 6, out of which 3 is already there. We need 3 more in 3 cells. The only numbers we can put is going to be 1, 1, 1. और कुछ नहीं कर सकते. If we look at Tuesday, 3 is done. If we look at Wednesday, we need a 5, out of which 3 is already there. So can we say we need a 2? So 2 can only come from here. That means out of the 3 2s, अब 2 2 लिखना है उन 3 cells में. For Himani, there are 3 cells, 3 days, 2 2s are supposed to be there. Now, if you look at Friday, we needed a 4. So this is already a 4. That means Himani doesn't teach on Friday. Otherwise, it will increase. So that means this is going to be the next 2 and this is going to be the next 2. Let's count Thursday ka total. 1 plus 2, 3. 3 plus 3. This is going to be a 6. This is a 6 so far. And if you look at Saturday ka, this is already an 8. So if this is already an 8, that means this has to be a 7. And if you need a 7, the thing is these all 1s and 2s are already taken care of horizontally. Abhishek is the one which is still left. Abhishek ka so far it is 5, we need a 6. So that one that is missing will take care of Thursday ka 7 as well, Abhishek ka 6 as well. So this is what I mistakenly had put on myself on mute, and this is what I was explaining. I hope it is clear now. हाँ विष्णु, I understand वो चांद सा मुखड़ा, किस चांद के बारे में बात कर रहे हो आप? I hope this is fine now. This is clear. Okay, let's move over to the next set. Set 5. A, B, C, and D are 4 athletes who participated in each of 4 different races, 100, 200, 400, 800, during an annual athletics meet at the 2019 CL Olympics. Each athlete belonged to a different department among Phi Lab, Technology, Operations, Marketing, in no particular order. None of the 4 athletes finished at the same position in more than 2 of the 4 races. Is it visible? Yes. In each race, the 4 athletes were given ranks 1, 2, 3, and 4. The moment you read this is a set based on ranking. Now in ranking, 2 तरीके होते हैं इसको solve करने के. First is, you write down the ranks already, जितने भी ranks होते हैं, and then you write down the names or whatever codes you are given. Or you write down the names or the codes that are already there, and then you accordingly put in the ranks. These are 2 different ways of solving rank-based questions. Either of these 2 will work in every set. Which one is going to be easier? It depends on the language, how the additional information is framed. If the information is framed about, the rank being more or less, something like that, then you should go ahead with the first case. If it is more about, not more about, if it has got nothing to do with ki, iska rank isse zyada, isse kam, anything of that sort, then you can go with the second approach also. Okay. What I have done over the years is I always stick to one approach so that I don't have to always decide ki ye karu ki wo karu, but it works, either of those. So since we have got 4 races and we have got 4 athletes and we have got 4 ranks, so it means we are supposed to again draw a table. Should we draw 1 table or should we draw 4 tables? Excuse me. It depends from person to person. Normally, the general convention is if you are talking about the same people in different categories, if they are getting ranks, club them. Draw 1 table rather than 4 or 3 or 2 different tables. Okay. So the representation, you have an idea now what to do with it, right? You have got only 6 additional statements. I will show you guys the questions. It's a 4 question set. Please take the screenshot. I'll go back to this stem. Then you can start solving. I'll give you guys again 15 minutes, which I think will be more than enough for this. But I'll take a call depending upon how many questions or how fast you guys are able to solve. Yes, Eklavya, more like Sudoku, definitely. But it's not always Sudoku, but loosely related to Sudoku. I hope you guys have taken the screenshot. Great. So I'll start the timer. Solve. Very good. A lot of you people have completed. So do you guys want me to wait for another couple of minutes, or should we start the discussion? Shall we begin? Very easy, right? Rank based, generally they are easy when you have very few people. When you have 6, 7, 8 people, then it becomes difficult to arrange things. Otherwise, सीधा सीधा set होता है. ठीक है, चलो. So we have got 4 athletes, A, B, C, D, 4 different races. We have got 4 different departments. So there are 3 parameter set, and 4 parameter set, and then we have got rankings, right? So I'll put the rankings already. So ranks, I'll put this 1, 2, 3. No, I'll put the names first of all. I'll put ranks later on. Okay, let's read the statements to understand which is going to be easier. The athlete from operations was this in 400 meters. C finished 4th, D finished 2nd, B finished 3rd, marketing finished 1st. So names are supposed to be the primary ones, right? So athletes, I'll write down A, B, C, D. And then this is going to be a 100-meter race. This is 200-meter race. Then we have a 400-meter race. And then we have an 800-meter race. And then we have got departments, right? Okay. None of the 4 athletes finished at the same position in more than 2 of the 4 races. So if you talk about, let's say A can come first in 2 of the races, or he can come second in 2 of the races, but nobody can come a particular rank in 3 races, right? So more than 2 of the races may be possible. No 2 athletes finished at the same position in a single race, which means each one gets a unique rank in every race, right? So vertically, we should see unique numbers. Horizontally, there may be repetitions. Okay. The athlete from operations finished at the same position in the 100-meter race and the 200-meter race, as well as in the 400-meter race and the 800-meter race. We don't know who is that guy. Skip this. In the 400-meter race, C finished 4th, while D finished 2nd. In the 100-meter race, B finished 3rd, and the athlete from marketing finished 1st. We don't know which guy is from marketing, right? So can't put. Interestingly, in the 200-meter race, B finished 1st, and the athlete from marketing finished 3rd. So it could be anyone. So 3-1 should be written as 1-3 now, right? So we don't know where to put. Skipping this. We only completed 2nd completely and 3rd ka first part. In the 800-meter race, B finished 3rd. 800-meter race, B finished 3rd. And C finished 4th. Okay. In the 800-meter race, A and C interchanged the positions at which they finished in 200-meter race. So basically, in 200-meter race, the ranks of A and C, in 800 becomes that of C and A. So in 800, if C is 4, that means A is supposed to be 4th here, right? And whatever rank we will have for A in 800 is the rank that C gets here, okay? The athlete from Phi Lab did not finish first in any of the 4 races. Don't know what to do. Leave it. We will redo. First, the athlete from operations, whoever that guy is, finished in the same position in 100 and 200. So it has to be the same number, right? 100 and 200. So can we have 4 and 4 and R? Maybe, right? Can we have true for, can B be from operations? No. Can C be from operations? Yes. Can D be from operations? Yes. So I'm not thinking more than a level below. मैं ये नहीं सोच रहा कि अगर है तो let's check the other cases. I'm not doing that. I'm superficially saying कि is it possible? If it is possible, लग रहा है तो आप उसको छोड़ दो. Don't get much into it. Third statement. In the 200-meter race, B finished 1st and the athlete from marketing finished 3rd. So the question is, can R be 3? 200-meter race में, can R be 3? Suppose if R is 3, then this R is going to be 3. 800-meter race में, how come 2 people get the same rank? So R cannot be 3. That means if R is not going to be 3, so somebody should get 3rd rank in 200-meter race. So this is going to be 3. Remember, for B and the guy from marketing, They interchange their ranks in 100 and 200. So if it is 3-1, this is 1-3, and this guy is from marketing. So that tells us that R is 2. If R is 2, this is going to be 2. Now, if you look at 800-meter race, we see 2, we see 3, we see 4, we are supposed to see a 1, right? Now, in 400-meter race, here it's going to be either 1 or 3. The thing is, we can't have a 3 here, because then we will have a guy, B, who will get the same rank in 3 races, which is not allowed. So we can't have a 3 here, so this has to be a 1. So 3 comes here, right? So we are done with the second statement as entirely the third one. Now, first rank, we can see that it goes to only 2 people, B and D. Let's redo the first statement. Achha, last wala bacha hua hai. Athlete from Phi Lab did not finish first in any of the 4 races. So A or C mein se one of them is going to be a Phi Lab guy. Don't know who. Let's go to first. The athlete from operations finished at the same position in the 100 and 200, as well as 400 and 300. So this guy cannot be from operations because we need the same ranks in these two, right? A cannot be from operations because we need the same ranks. It's different in 400 and 800. So that means this guy is from operations and it has to be the same rank. So this is going to be 2244. If this is 2244, 100-meter race, somebody should get a 4th rank. So A gets the 4th rank. Now, 6th statement says Phi Lab wale first nahi aaya. So between A and B, only A can be the Phi Lab guy. There is only one department left, which is the technology, which goes to B. Done. Right? First question. The athlete with the second highest sum of ranks in the 4 races is second highest sum of ranks. So A ka's sum of ranks is 13, B ka sum of ranks is 8, C ka sum of ranks is 12, and D ka sum of ranks is obviously it's going to be 20 minus all of, sorry, not 20, 40 minus all of this, or it can be written as 7. So the second highest sum is 12, it goes to C. The departments that C and D belong to respectively are operations and marketing. So option B. The athlete from which department finished 3rd in 400-meter race? 400, 3rd, it's Phi Lab. If the athlete with the lowest sum of ranks in 4 races won the trophy, so this guy wins the trophy, right? D. Which athlete won the trophy? So it's going to be D. Pretty straightforward. Chalo. Let's do one more set. Set 6. Looks small, not that huge as the second set. So here we have 4 managers. Each of the 4 managers work for an integral number of years in each of the 3 companies. So we have got managers, we have got companies. The sums of the number of years spent in 3 companies were distinct for the 4 managers. The sums of the number of years spent by the 4 managers together was this much. No manager spent an equal number of years. So I'm just, going through it. I'm not trying to understand each and every statement. मेरे को number of parameters चाहिए सबसे पहले. I need how many parameters are there so that I can think of representing the set. Okay. No 2 managers spent an equal number of years in a company. Each manager worked for at least 1 year in each company. It is known that this spent the least time in this and this number of years spent was this. Okay. So basically there are 3 parameters, right? We have got the managers, then we have got the companies, and the managers, they worked for how many years in each company. The number of years, whether they are integral, whether they are more than this, less than this, what is the sum, everything else is mentioned in the all but the first statement of this 10. And then we have got 5 additional statements. So what should be the representation? Apart from solving previous year questions, I hope you guys have gone through the type of sets CAT has given in the recent years. Excuse me. So out of 4 sets, you'll find at least 1 or 2 sets in each slot every year, which is grid based. The type of sets we are doing. So this should be very good. Within grid best, you have got ticks and crosses, that is matrix, or you have got data missing, or you have got numbers, numerical ability types, और you may have an arrangement as well. So ये सारे grid based के अंदर आ जाते हैं, ठीक है? So this is also a grid based, where if you want you can write the companies horizontally and the name or the managers vertically, or you write down managers horizontally and companies vertically, doesn't matter, completely your choice. Rows and columns are always interchangeable in a representation, right? And accordingly, please read the statements carefully and solve. Let's look at the questions. So 4 question set, and all the questions have definite options, which means whatever you are going to solve, most likely it's going to be complete, right? Please take this screenshot. Let me know once you are done. Done? Chalo, good. So STEM, start. I'll give you guys same duration. Timer starts. I need at least 8 to 10 people in the chat who says that you are done with the set. Then only I will ask that do you want to solve, do you need more time or not for the solving. Otherwise we can start the discussion अगर 8-10 लोगों ने कर लिया, because I believe all the hundreds of people who are watching, not everybody is willing to type in. Not enough people. 7 so far. I'll wait. Okay, so let's begin. So, am I visible? The content. So we have got 4 managers: Daljit Singh, Prakash Tandon, Rajat Gupta, and Renuka Ramnath. There are 3 companies: RIL, TCS, ITC. The sums of the number of years spent in the 3 companies together was distinct for the 4 managers. So what I will do is I'll write down the name of the companies, which is RIL, TCS, and ITC, and the name of the people. I'll take the initials. So Daljit Singh, Prakash Tandon, we have got Rajat Gupta, and we have got Renuka Ramnath. Okay, and this is going to be the total, horizontally, vertically, the sums. Okay, so these are different numbers. Okay, these 4 are different numbers. The sums of the number of years spent by 4 managers together in RIL was 12, 13, and 14 respectively. So this is 37 and 2, 39. So the sum of these 4 numbers should also be 39, and they are supposed to be unique. No manager spent an equal number of years in any 2 companies, which means if I talk about DS, if he spends, let's say, 2 years in RIL, he cannot spend 2 years again in either TCS or ITC. No two managers spent an equal number of years in any company. That means if DS is 2, we cannot have anyone else also going to be 2. So these are the two conditions. So horizontally and vertically, we are supposed to put in unique values. Okay. Each manager worked for at least 1 year in a company. So integral values of years is what we need. Okay, let's start. Among the three companies, Renuka Ramnath spent the least time in TCS. So among the three companies, Renuka Ramnath spent the least time here in TCS and the most time in ITC. So this is going to be max, whatever the numbers are going to be for Renuka. The number of years spent by Daljit Singh and Rajat Gupta in ITC were 4 and 2 respectively. So Daljit Singh ITC is 4, Rajat Gupta is 2. Done with this, done with this. The sum of the number of years spent in the three companies together by Rajat Gupta was not less than that of Daljit. If it was not less, it means it was more. Why? Because they cannot be equal. We are supposed to have unique. So we will remember this part that Rajat Gupta total is going to be greater than total of Daljit Singh. Okay. Okay. Next, the sum of the number of years spent in the three companies together by Prakash Tandon was 16 years. So this is going to be 16. Done. The absolute difference between the number of years spent by Daljit Singh in RIL, so this number, and Rajat Gupta in TCS, this number, they differ by 2. So I don't know which one is going to be what. So if I take this as A, this is going to be A plus minus 2. I hope this is understood because it says absolute difference. So which one is larger? We have no idea between Daljit Singh RIL and Rajat Gupta ka TCS. You can see that the table is very, very less filled, right? So now what we will do is we will start with the total part. Out of 39, if 16 is already here, so that means there is some of the remaining. That is total of DS, total of RG, and total of RR. This is going to be the remaining 23, right? Now, if this is going to be 23, that would mean we can have a lot of cases. So minimum, how much we can have for a person? Let's look at that also. If you look at a person X, the minimum number of years that they can spend is going to be 6 years. Minimum 6, right? Okay. And the next possibility could be 7. If I take 1, 2, and 4, 7. And similarly, we can take 1, 3, and 4 to be 8, or 1, 2, 5 to be 8. So 6, 7, 8, 9, this all will make sense. Now, if we have 23 as the sum of 3, so on an average, can I say it's going to be around 8? Basically, it's going to be 7 point something, but I'm saying on an average around 8 hoga. Which means if there is a value which is, I mean, there will be definitely at least a value which will be more than 8 or more than 8. And there will definitely be a value which is going to be 7 or less than 7, right? Now, since we have DS as already a 4, so this can be, this is smaller than Rajat Gupta, right? If this is smaller than Rajat Gupta, let's take this as 7 as the smallest. Closest to 7 se kam. Okay? If this is 7 and we want a larger number, so let's take this as 23 minus 7, which is going to give us 16. Now 16, we can't take 8 and 8, right? We can't take 8 and 8. What if we take 9 and 6? Sorry, 9 and 7. We can't repeat 7. What if we take 10 and 6? Okay, so 10 and 6 is the first set of values that we can take. Okay, so I'm going by the cases. I chose DS as a value less than 8 because this is lesser than somebody. So I'm not taking a value more than 8. You know? I'm starting from there. So if this is 7, the only way to make a 7 is 1, 2, and 4. So this one is 1, this one is 2, or maybe this one is 1, this one is 2. Okay. Accordingly, this will take some value. If it is 1, this has to be 3 only. If it is 2, this has to be 4 only. We can't have a lesser value for Rajat Gupta in TCS. That means if it is 1, this is going to be 2 more. And if it is 2, this is going to be 2 more. So 3 or 4, depending upon whether I take 1 or 2. Okay. Now, if it is 3, 4, and 2, so if I take 3 and 2, this is going to be 5. If I take 4 and 2, this is going to be 4. We can't have 4 and 4 as a repetition. So this tells us this has to be 5. This one has to be 3. If this is 3, that means this one will be 1. That means this one will be 2. Now, if we need 6 as the sum of 3 numbers for Renuka, it can only be written as sum of 1, 2, and 3. Now, most for Renuka goes to ITC. So this is 3, this is 1, and this is going to be 2. Let's fill ITC now. This is 5 plus 4, 9, 9 plus 5, 14. So unique numbers column wise. If you look at TCS, this is going to be 6, and 6 plus 7 is 13. Unique number column wise. Row wise also we are currently going unique. RIL, we need a total of 12, out of which we already have an 8. So this is going to be 4. So row wise unique, column wise unique. Let's add row wise. 1 plus 2 plus 4 is 7. 4 plus 7 plus 5 is 16. 5 plus 3 plus 2 is 10. 2 plus 1 plus 3 is 6. So we started with a 7 and it made sense. Now the question arises, should we go ahead and check ki kya pata agar wo 6 hota to? It all depends on the questions. If you look at the questions are definite, which means even if, let's say, there are going to be more possibilities, they all will end up maybe in a combination such that you will be able to answer all the 4 questions anyways. So agar jab answer kar hi sakte hain, if we can answer the questions, so how about not making cases? Answer to wahi hoga. Okay. So what was the absolute difference between the number of years spent by Renuka and Rajat? Renuka and Rajat ka 6 and 2 ka difference. Sorry, 6 and 10 ka difference. Among the 4 managers who spent the least time in ITC, mein least time spent was by Rajat Gupta. That was only 2 years. What was the number of years spent by Renuka Ramnath in TCS? Renuka Ramnath in TCS is only 1 year. And find the sum of the number of years spent in the 3 companies together by Rajat Gupta. So Rajat Gupta overall is 10 years. I hope this is fine. There is no issue. Sorry, ye maine 0 क्यों mark कर दिया? Number of years spent in ITC है ना? Rajat Gupta and Renuka. It's going to be 1, no? Sorry. I looked at total and मैंने 4 बोला और 0 क्यों mark किया? So it's going to be AACC. Is that what you got? Sure, I'll go back to that, Harshal. Adit, I will consider this set because a lot of cells were missing. I would consider this set to be moderate or above moderate. See, the problem, okay, the difference between you, as in you, not as in Adit, okay, not you, as in a person who will find this set difficult and a person who found it relatively easier is a person who is able to take risk. You know? If you're looking at all of this and you're thinking, there are going to be a lot of cases, ab kya kare? Yeah, banana to shuru karo. Start someplace. Right? Acha, first ka B hai? Hold on. Kya hai question? Absolute difference between the number of years spent by Rajat and Renuka. Acha, RIL and ITC. Mera na screen hazy udhar. Rajat in RIL is 5 and Renuka in ITC is 3. So it's 2. Sorry. I can't see my face. Okay. So that's the difference, guys. Start with the risk. Now I'll reiterate. How did I start with a 7? So the total sum, as in total, is 39, out of which 16 went to PT already, right? Kidhar gaya? This is 16. So remaining we have is 23. 23 on an average is 7 point something for 3 people, close to 8. Had it been 24, it would have been exactly 8. So can I say there is going to be a number which is going to be less than 8? 7? First number? So there is definitely, I'm saying, not definitely, I'm saying there is, or there could be a number which is going to be 7. Ek chota hoga, and there is going to be maybe one lesser and 2 more. If I take 1 as 7, the remaining is 16. I can't take 8 and 8. So the next possibility we can have is 9 and 7. But if I've already taken a 7, I can't take 7 again. So not possible. The next is 10 and 6. Now, why did I start with a 7? If you remember at the beginning, I said the smallest sum that we can have is 6 by taking 3 different numbers, which was 1, 2, 3. The next was 1, 2, 4 is 7. Then we can have an 8 as 1, 2, 5 or 1, 3, 4. Right? ऐसे बढ़ते चला जाता. So I was like, I saw a 4 and I was like, with a 4, of course, I can't make a 6. Let's start with a 7. Let's start with a 7. I had no idea if 7 will work out or not. If 7 had not worked out, I would have most likely went to 8 then. Understood? How did I start with the 7? Is it clear? So once I got 10 and 6, 6 can only be made by adding 1, 2, and 3. You need unique numbers for every person, and for every company also you need unique numbers. That's how I came up with 1, 2, 3. Is it fine now? RR as minimum 6, DG as 8, DS as 8, okay. Got RG as 9, and that's impossible. Got an error. Restart and messed up the train of thought. Ha, Akshat. See, it's all on luck, right? Suppose if a table or a particular grid is not complete, and if you're trying to complete it, and there are going to be a lot of cases that comes to you, and only one is going to work out, आपके luck के ऊपर है. जो whichever value you starts with, maybe it will give you an answer or maybe it will not. So normally in exam, when you solve such a set, make sure that you give it a one attempt. Second attempt, don't waste your time. Move over to the next set. Because you already have a lot of information, a lot of numbers that you have put in that will clash with your new train of thought. I hope you understand this. पूरा hodgepodge हो जाएगा और अभी quant बचा हुआ है. DSPT and RR. I just said, no, 23 was the remaining sum. I started with a 7, looking at a 4. 1 to 4 minimum है. 7 सबसे कम हो सकता है. Right? See, if the average is approximately 7 point something, so the values that below it can be only 7 and 6. Why it can't be less than 6? Because you can't make a number with as the sum of 3 different numbers as 5 or a 4 or a 3 or anything. So 6 minimum hoga. So I was like, I started with a 7. If this would not have worked out, I will then take a 6. Now, why am I taking this? Because DS was less than RG. Remember? तो एक छोटा नंबर लेना है. If I take 8 and 9, let's say, so if I take 8 plus 9, that is 17. 17 plus 23 is 6. I can't take more than that. Because if I take more than 8 and 9, आप देखोगे ना, the third person, as in DS, will get a value less than 6, which is impossible to represent as sum of 3 different numbers. You find this easy, Eagle? Great. Great. Okay, let's do one more set. We haven't looked into Venn diagram wala, so ek Venn diagram karte hain. Okay, so people have joined late, so I have notifications. There are 4 notifications. So first is on CAT day, 24th. The coverage, live coverage will start from 7:30. Each slot coverage will happen. The overall impression of the D-Day as in CAT day will happen. Okay, we will discuss about difficulty level of the exams, which particular slot should see, a higher increase from raw score to the compounded score. Okay. And detailed exam analysis, where we'll discuss close to the actual questions. uh, I'm not like to get into the discussion right now. I would like you guys to go ahead and attempt this set first. फिर हम लोग करेंगे कि क्या करना है और क्या नहीं करना है, if there are still any queries left with you guys. Chinmay, this is the last one. Okay. So a total of 1,010 students were selected in one or more than one exam. Okay. Go through it, read everything. So you will realize that it's obviously Venn diagram, right? And make sure that you read these statements very carefully. Pay attention to the word and, or, not, only. Okay. And these are the questions. So looking at the questions, you will realize that 11th is an easy one. 12th contains the word maximum. So it means you will not get something definite. 11th is an easy one because it's a theta one. There is no maximum anymore. 13th is again starts with an if, and 14th again uses the word maximum. So out of 4 questions, only one question is definite. So in such kind of sets, if you are attempting such sets, एक करो आगे बढ़ जाओ. Suppose if you spend 5 to 7 minutes in order to solve only one question, ठीक है ना? For 40 minutes, in order to solve questions in 40 minutes, if you solve 8 questions, that's brilliant. So you have to understand that 4 to 5 minutes per question is what you should give. So if it's a 4 question set, so 4 into 4 or 4 into 5, 15 to 20 minutes is requirement. If you're able to solve a set within 10 minutes, bravo. That would mean that you have enough time to solve the next set and not panic. And along with that, you can go ahead and try or attempt the third one. तो 5 मिनट अगर आपको लगता है क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करने में, ऑन एन एवरेज बहुत सही है, सही जा रहे हो आप. डोंट पैनिक कि नहीं मेरे को सारे करने. नोबडी कैन सॉल्व ऑल द सेट्स इन LRDI. No one has ever been able to. So don't try to be a person. Okay, so please take the screenshot of this. I will remove So very few people were able to solve this. So looks like the level of difficulty of this particular one was higher as compared to the previous ones. I did not see only 3 people saying done in the chat. Okay. So, excuse me. A total of 1,010 students were selected in one or more than one examination among 3 examinations, SSC, UPSC, and PCS. So let's call this as SSC, this as UPSC, and this as PCS. And we have total of 1,010. Since it says we're selected in one or more than one, that means outside it's going to be 0. There is nobody who was not selected. All these 1,010 people are inside the 3 circles, those 7 regions. The sum of the number of students selected in SSC and those selected in UPSC was twice of those selected in PCS. Most likely, people who were not able to solve this was because of this statement. I told you, I warned you already to read the statements very, very carefully. It's not saying that these many students is twice of this. No, ये नहीं बोल रहा है ये. What this is saying, this statement is, the sum of the number of students selected in SSC. So these many students were selected in SSC. And those selected in UPSC, these many students were selected in UPSC. Sum of these 2 regions, entire circle, it's not this or this. Common wala will be counted twice. So sum of all of this is equal to 2 times of P. Now, since we have no idea about any of the regions, I'm going to leave it as such. I'll come back to this statement later on. And once I'll write down the equation, whatever confusion you are going to have, most likely it's going to be cleared out. Next statement says the number of students qualified in both SSC and UPSC, that is this particular petal, ye wala, but not in PCS, which means we are talking about this particular region. The number of students selected in both SSC and PCS, so we're talking about this region, but not UPSC means only this half of that petal shape. And the number of students selected in both UPSC and PCS, so we are talking about this entire petal, but not in SSC means this. So we are basically talking about these 3 regions, right? They are in the ratio 1:2:3. So I'm going to say, let's say this is X, this is 2X, and this is 3X. It is also known that 50 students were selected in all the 3 exams. So this is 50. We do not have much information, so I'm going to write this as A, B, and C. I hope this is fine. I can write S, U, and P also. I'm not comfortable with U. कभी-कभी V बन जाता है, कभी-कभी कुछ. But if we write S, U, and C, it will be, easier. तो एक काम करते हैं, ABC की जगह let's write S, U, C only. So that depending upon the questions, we will have an idea which region we are talking about. Now, let's go back to the statement. How many students are selected in SSC? S plus 3X plus 50. Plus, how many students were selected in UPSC? This is U plus X plus 3X, which is 4X plus 50. This is 2 times the number of students who were selected in PCS. In PCS, how many do we have? We have got P plus 5X plus 50. This is one equation. The other equation is sum of all these 7 regions plus, of course, the 8th one, 0, should add up to 1010. Right? वो दूसरा हमारा है. Let's first of all solve this. Here we have 2 times 50, so this 2 times 50 will go away. Here we have 7X and there we have 10X, so it will become 3X. So from here we'll be getting S plus U is equal to 2P plus 10X minus 7X, which is 3X. No idea. Kahan kya ja raha. Okay, the next equation we have is sum of all the 8 regions should give us 1010. So we have S plus U plus P plus X plus 2X plus 3X, which is going to be 6X plus 50 plus 0, of course, is 1010. So from here, Can we write s plus u plus p is equal to 3p plus 3x? Chalega? I hope this is fine. So instead of s plus u plus p, I am going to write 3p plus 3x plus 6x is equal to 1010 minus 50, which is 960. Or we'll be getting 3p plus 9x is equal to 960. Or this is going to give us p plus 3x is equal to 960 by 3, which is going to give us 320. So this is one equation we have. This is another equation we have. This is another equation we have. है ना? और कुछ है ही नहीं हमारे पास. Can't do anything. Let's go to the questions. Okay. The sum of the number of students selected in UPSC only and SSC only was more than that in PCS only by. UPSC only is U. SSC only is S. Sum means this. Was more than that in PCS means minus P. So they are asking us what is U plus S minus P. Well, what we can do from here is, can we eliminate X? You know? So the two equations we have are, I'll write it here beneath, S plus U plus 2, is equal to 2P. I'll use a different marker. So we have got S plus U is equal to 2P plus 3X. And the other equation we have is P plus 3X. And that is given as 320. So if I want to get rid of X so that I get this, all I need to do is subtract. If I subtract 3x goes away, I will have s plus u minus 320 is equal to 2p minus p, which is p. So u plus s minus p will result in 320. So the answer is 320. Right? Okay. Let's look at the next question. What is the maximum number of students who had been selected in exactly 2 examinations? So exactly 2 examinations would mean we need the value of x, 2x, and 3x. So we need the value of 6x basically, where we know that p plus 3x is equal to 320, right? So how much would 6x be? So can we say 6x is going to be 2 times of 320 minus p? Right? 320 minus p is 3x. We need 6x key value. So what is the maximum value of 6x that we can have? Can we say the maximum value of 6x we can have is when p is going to be 0? Pico, if we take it as 0, will there be any problem with the values of SU? Is there any limitation to it? No, we do not have any limitation. So this is going to be 2 times 320, which is going to give us 640. So this is going to be 640, the maximum. Next, if there were at least one student who had been selected in both UPSC and SSC, but not in PCS. So UPSC and SSC, but not in PCS, that's X. So they're telling us that the minimum value, so X is going to be greater than or equal to 1. Then find the maximum possible number of students selected in SSC. So in SSC, the total number of students that are selected are S plus 2x plus x, which is 3x plus 50, right? Now, if we need to maximize this, can we say we are supposed to minimize s, right? Or let's say if you are not trying to minimize s, can we say we are supposed to maximize x? Actually, we are supposed to maximize both s and x both. S minimize nahi karna chahiye. So if I'm supposed to maximize x, that would mean how can I maximize x from here, right? So is there anything else given? Nay. So let's look at this particular equation. P plus 3x is equal to 320. What is the maximum value of x that we can have? सबसे बड़ा number क्या ले सकते हैं? Can we say 3x will be a multiple of 3? So a number which is closest to 320, which is a multiple of 3, is 318. So I can basically say that P is going to be 2. X is going to be 106 into 3, which is 318 plus 2 is 320. So the maximum value of x that we can put is 106. Right? Okay. Now, if that is done, let's use the first equation, s plus u. Next equation is s plus u is equal to 2p plus 3x. Now, we need to maximize s as well. इसको भी बढ़ाना चाहिए, right? The sum is not fixed कि s minimize करेंगे तो x बढ़ेगा. It's not that. If x becomes larger, s should also become larger. So I'm saying this is x is already large. Value of s that we can have. So this is going to be 320 plus 2. So this is 322. So this is basically 322 plus 3 into 106, which is 318, which is basically saying 2 times 320, and then another 50, which will give us 640 plus 50, 690. That's the largest we can get. Okay, next. The maximum number of students selected in UPSC may be equal to. So we are asked to find out UPSC. UPSC would mean U plus 4x plus 50. So they're asking us U plus 4x plus 50. Was my calculation visible? Zero will end in a number which is going to end in a 6. So 796. Okay. So I was looking at last digit only. Calculate kar sakte hain. It's 424 plus 322 plus 50. There is no problem with that. But last digit check kar lo. I think that will be good enough. Am I not? Audio gone? Am I audible now? Akshat, I'm not taking PS0. Achha, maybe internet connection from my side. Sorry. I'm not taking PS0. I'm taking S or U as 0. P is going to be 2. The minimum value of P is 2. P ko 0 kahin nahi liya. 2P becomes 2 into 2, 4. 4 plus 3 times 106. Oh, okay. You want me to repeat question number 14? Chalo, I'll start from the beginning. Hold on. So we are asked the maximum number of students selected in UPSC may be equal to. So UPSC maximum number of students means this is UPSC, right? Which is U plus 4x plus 50. So we are asked to find out U plus 4x plus 50, right? Now, we have already seen that the largest value of x is 106 when P is going to be 2, right? So the largest value of x is going to be 106. So this is 4 times 106 plus 50. So 50 fixed है, 4x maximize कर लिया. Now I need to maximize u. If you remember in the previous question itself, we got this equation s plus u is 2p plus 3x. Where in order to maximize s, we took u as 0. Now here we need to maximize u. So I'm saying take s as 0. तो u की वैल्यू वही आ जाएगी जो previous question में s की वैल्यू थी, which was 322, 2 into 2 plus 3 times 106, which is 318 plus 4, which is 322. So this is 322. Now I said that I do not want to add the entire thing. So I was only looking at the units place of this sum because options में सारे units places unique हैं. So it's going to be an answer that ends in 6. So I checked option B. I hope this is understood now. Chaitali, if I keep it on the bottom note, so मेरा जो calculation है ना question number 3 का वो hide हो जाएगा. Exactly 2 examinations, Akshat, is basically we are saying x, 2x and 3x. That is 6x is what we are talking about. And we have seen that the maximum value that x can take is 106. अच्छा, sorry. मैंने 640 क्यों लिखा? 636 होगा ना? 636, sorry. Not 640, 636. Why did I write 640? Oh, here. I assume P to be 0. P has to be minimum 2. Sorry. It's going to be 320 minus 2, 318 ka double, which is 636. Right. Oh, okay. So Akshat, you were talking about this. Okay, yeah. P cannot be 0. P ka minimum 2 hona. This has to be minimum 2. Correct. So, if you look at this, worst case scenario, what I would have done was I would have only solved question number 11. Baki I would have left. If I do not understand how to maximize, minimize expressions, if I do not know how to deal with unknown regions or the regions with unknown values rather, chhod do. It's not that all the 4 or 5 sets, agar 5 sets honge, to sare aise hi honge. It's not going to happen. So worst case, you are going to have 1 or 2 sets of this type, not this as in set theory, of this type where you will have no idea how to maximize or minimize whatever they're asking. Okay, बाकी सारे straightforward होंगे. You will have to make the arrangements. You will have to complete the grid-based matrix, one thing or the other. Okay, so questions now. Go ahead. सारी जो भी queries हैं सब उल्टी कर डालो. It's, I'll not say hardest. It depends on the context and the set. Normally, if it is a 4-set Venn diagram question, I'll tell you beforehand, everyone. Agar CAT mein, in any slot, if there is going to be a 4-set Venn diagram, please attempt it. It will be time consuming, but it's going to be relatively easier than missing data wale, grid based ones. Shubhra, I do not have that set. Rishabh, so it comes down to how much practice you guys have done, right? Jesslyn, if you can rewatch, we have discussed it here. How P turned out to be 2. I'll just underline that part, or I will simply make a box. P plus 3x is 320. X maximum is 106 because 107 will be more than 320. The largest value X can take is 106. 3 times 106 plus 2 is 320. So P has to be 2. Yeah. So yes, doubts. So let me clear out certain doubts. Okay, generic doubts. I do not see those in the chat. People say you need to attempt 2 sets. People say I need, you should attempt. Excuse me. You should attempt 10 questions. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. Your target is to solve 8 to 10 questions. Whether you get those 8 to 10 questions from directly complete 2 sets, or whether you get it, 2 questions from one set, 3 questions from another, 1 question from another set, सब में से थोड़ा 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 थोड़ा. Nobody cares. It will all come down to your how many marks you are going to attempt. Because लोग बोलते हैं यार 2 set कर लो 99 percentile आ जाएगा. What if I attempt 2 sets and none of the questions are correct? So accuracy will come in the picture, right? So if you're not in a hurry, chances of making mistakes is lesser. You guys may have written enough number of mocks to understand when I say that 100% accuracy is impossible in any of these sections. Unless and until you solve only 4 or 5 questions. तब तो 100% accuracy आ गया. But the moment you are targeting 60 plus marks, 70 plus marks, 80 plus marks, you will never get 100% accuracy. More questions you solve, your accuracy will fall. Okay? So mind में ये लेके मत चलो कि मुझे 2 set करने हैं. Don't do that. Keep in mind you have to attempt 8 to 10 questions. You may have a lot of sectionals previous year questions where you can practice this. बहुत कम time है, 2 दिन बचे हैं केवल और. But do practice it. कि what if instead of 40 minutes, instead of solving 2 complete sets, solve 1 complete set, 15-20 minutes. बाकी 20 minutes में 5-8 minute में read a set, see whatever you can make in the next 2-3 minutes. देखो question में से क्या क्या solve हो रहा है. Rather look at the questions beforehand so that you know to what extent you need to solve in order to get that answer. Because there are going to be sets CAT में जहां पर you have to solve very minimal और एक क्वेश्चन का आंसर तो कर ही पाओगे. डेफिनेटली होगा हर स्लॉट में. ठीक है. सो टारगेट इज स्कोर, नॉट सेट्स. Accuracy versus number of attempts. Okay. So Rishabh has a query. Can you list on the best use of chocolate distribution concept in set theory and when not to use it? So Rishabh, there is a very, very straightforward logic as to when to use chocolate distribution and when not to. The logic is, if you are given a question where set A is given, set B is given, set C is given, suppose 40, 60, 80, universal is given as 120, A and B is given as 40, 30, B and C is given as 50, C and A is given as, let's say, 40. And then you are asked to find minima or maxima. You will get a range for the answers. Then Venn diagram. But if you're only given universal, set A, set B, and set C, nothing else, any question that is going to be asked is going to be again based on minima maxima. Range आएगा हर एक का. इसमें chocolate distribution use करते हैं. Clear distinction. So when you're reading the set stem, and if you see, common regions का sum नहीं given, individual of exactly 1, exactly 2 is not given. It's only the, universal and the overall values of the sets given. Chocolate distribution. Otherwise, Venn diagram बनाओ तुरंत solve करना शुरू करो. Sometimes there are going to be questions or sets where Venn diagram is not required. You draw a table 2 by 2 का, 3 by 3 का, वो complete हो जाता है उसमें भी. ठीक, CAT में आया हुआ है. Recently it has been there. Okay, next query is 2 correct sets, 99 percentile. अनिकेत, मैं बताया accuracy, 2 पूरा set सही कर दिया तो ठीक है, एक भी गलत हो गया तो कम होते चला जाएगा. Chinmay is predictions for the paper this year. So Chinmay, my prediction is my, ठीक है. So don't quote anyone else, just me. That in every slot there will be 2 sets where you will have to draw a table or a grid. Now the grid may be the types that we have done today, or it may be a data missing data wale. As in, some of the values will be given to you, the other values you will have to figure out. ये 2 तो होंगे. The third set may be games and tournament का proper. It may be set theory. It may be a puzzle. कुछ भी हो सकता है remaining 2 or remaining 3. Okay. As per new scheme, Kushagra has the question. New scheme, we can do one set of 6 questions. A set of 2 questions will be sufficient in 40 minutes. Kushagra, it depends. 6 question set. See, if you guys need to understand how easy, how difficult, how lengthy 6 question sets are, please pick up 2020 ka paper. 2021 ka paper. There you had 20 questions, 6464 ka tha. 6 question sets were very time consuming, lengthy, bahut data, a lot of missing things. So if you're comfortable with those types of sets, go ahead with 6 and 4. If you guys are not comfortable with lengthy sets, go with 4 and 4 and maybe a 2. If you're targeting 10 questions. So, it's very much tailored for every student. We can't generalize कि 6-4 कर लो सबके लिए चलेगा. नहीं, it depends. Okay. Next one is it okay to choose a set based on number of questions or vice versa? So Akshat, I'll tell you my strategy that I have in my mind. Okay. So this is the question that Akshat has, everyone. So when we were, when we were rolling out the mocks, we used to have 4 sets with 5 questions each. There was a lot of trouble, identifying the easier ones and the difficult ones. Difficult ones ignore karna, easier ones select karna. The moment it has become 6, 6, 4, 4, and let's say 2, straightforward. Out of these, 2 will be easier relatively. Maybe a 2 question set may take you a 10 minutes or an 8 minute. I'm not saying कि 2 question वाला 5 minute में हो जाएगा. हो भी सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता है. But between a 4 and a 6, 4 may be tricky, but it will definitely take less time. So मैं अपना बता रहा हूँ, मेरा तो set है. I will be attempting the 2 question set first, then 4 and 4. So it becomes very easy to identify कि कौन से करने हैं मेरे को. And if time permits, then I will move over to the 6th one. If I pick a 6th one, lengthy, बीच में एक silly mistake. Later on, I realize कि nothing is matching out. 10-15 minutes is wasted. 4 question set में आप ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 5-8 minute waste कर सकते हो. Those 5-6 minutes are very crucial. ठीक है? So that's what I am targeting. 2-4-4 पहले मैं करूंगा, उसके बाद मैं आगे देखने वाला. Harshal, so I think I have answered your query as well. Chaitali, I've answered your query as well. Aniket, I've answered your query as well. New DILR sections, yes, Shubhra. Those are as per CAT level. So, Bature, I've told you how I select. Normally, when we had 5 questions wale set, then I used to glance through the questions first. Set nahi dekhta tha, questions dekh leta tha, options type dekh leta tha. And looking at those, I used to select ki, this is what I'm comfortable with. Because frankly speaking, there is a huge difference between a student and the teacher. We do not worry about कि किस concept या topics है, क्योंकि हमने सारे ही करे हुए almost. Our concern was always कि should we solve a set which is faster to solve, so that during the analysis we can tell the students कि देखो ऐसे select करते तो ये आसान था. So that's not our struggle. Our struggle is easiest concept and the difficult concept. So out of 4 sets, I will always select 1 set. अभी का नहीं पता क्या होने वाला है. So जो difficult था, उसको मैं I used to live out. I'm like इसको देखना ही नहीं है दोबारा भी. I'll never come to that set. From the remaining 3, then I used to prioritize which one is the first one I will do, which one the next one. Because frankly, nobody can solve all the 4 sets correctly. Attempt करना अलग बात है. 100% accuracy से solve कोई नहीं कर सकता. So it's best to even try and have a notion in your mind before the exam कि I'll attempt all the 4 DI sets. Screw up हो जाएगा पूरा. ठीक है? Kushagra target is to do 90 plus in LRDI. So Kushagra, like I said, 8 to 10 questions, more than enough. Kam karo, sahi karo, take your time. Harshal is, my question is whether to start solving at once 2 questions, then read 4 till this time itself, my 40 minutes are finished. So Harshal, most likely your reading speed is slow and maybe आप बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ रहे हो, उतने पढ़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. Suppose if I have to look at this particular set, ठीक है, suppose I'm doing it for the first time. थोड़ा सा वो क्लैश है, आपको लगेगा कि अरे सर ने तो कर रखा है, इनको पता ही होगा. But if I'm looking at this for the first time, set, I'm not looking here anything. मैं सीधे इधर जाने वाला हूँ. Questions, language, options. I have no idea what it is talking about. But if I read the questions, I will have a fair good idea what this set is about. मैंने पढ़ा भी नहीं उधर कुछ. मेरे को पता है रैंक्स के बेसिस पे डिपार्टमेंट है, रैंक्स है. सो आई एम ओनली लुकिंग एट द वर्ड्स, आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू मेक सेंस आउट ऑफ इट. गेटिंग इट? सो आई एम प्रिपेयर्ड. Easy because everything is definite, right? And it's about rank and department. Now I will go ahead. मैं अभी select कर रहा हूँ. I'm not going to solve this. Questions, options देख के लग रहा है ये doable है, आसान है. Language will tell me कि how easy or difficult it is going to be now. So I will not read everything. I will simply glance. Okay, 4 athletes, 4 different races. बाकी सब गप लग रहा है. 2019 Olympics क्या करना है उसका? Each athlete belong to a different department. ठीक है, no order, ranks है, athlete. Okay, we have 4 people and 6 statements. Easy. Her statement. Every person के लिए there is at least one statement on an average. For some person, for some people, there are 2 statements. So यार 4 में से 2 के बारे में तो पता चल जाएगा, आसानी होगा. Did I go through every word? No. Right? If I go to the other set, जहां पे we had I think 11 or 12 statements, ये वाले. So obviously I'll go to the questions first. I'm like 6 question set here. So obviously it's going to take me time. How easy, how difficult it is. So the moment I see 6 दिख रहा है. So I'm like 6 का table होगा, 6 by 6 का grid होगा. These are the only 2 possibilities. See, when you have to do arrangements or missing data or ranking, up to 6 people is easy. Sitting arrangement में 6 लोगों को बैठाना आसान होगा if you have practiced. The moment it turns out to be 7 or 8 people, it becomes a headache. I hope you guys will agree with me on this. Up to 6, everything is manageable. Now, if we have 6 people and we have 12 statements, हर बंदे के लिए 2 चीज given है. So it's going to be time consuming, but easier. And you guys have solved this. This was easy. A lot of people were able to solve this, right? So I hope you guys are able to understand what I'm trying to imply here. Right? Rachit, always glance through all the 4 sets. For very few people, first come, first serve works. कि पहला देखा वो उन्होंने attempt करा और solve भी हो गया. For most of the people, first come, first serve is like a lot of time. पहला सेट देखा, they are trying to solve it and they're like कि पूरे जी जान लगा देंगे, ईगो पे आ गई बात, पहला है कैसे नहीं ठीक होगा. Don't do that. Can we assume, so Aniket has another query, and I'll take this as last one. Can we assume that 2024 DILR will be harder than last 2023? Aniket, we can't say anything. We can't say. मतलब अगर predict वगैरह कर, prediction may go wrong, right? Predict करना, so I'm like, if there are going to be more questions, relatively the level of difficulty will decrease, right? But 2018 was Calcutta's paper, and there is no set trend though. Based on which IIM makes a paper, a particular year's paper. But there has always been some uniqueness about those. So 2018 ka utha lo CAT, look at the questions. You'll have a fairly good idea ki quant ka level kya hai, what level DILR is, right? Simple, basic, not a lot difficult. Quant generally thoda ho jata hai difficult. Not I'm Calcutta, I'm saying if the paper is supposed to be difficult. Otherwise, okay. Last question. Kushagra, it doesn't matter which year. 40%, at least 40% marks out of total marks, whether it's a 200 paper, whether it's a 300 paper, whether it is a 400 paper. Koi fark nahi padta. At least 40% marks has always been 95%. Yaar, there are 2 runners, there are 10 runners. If they run for 1 kilometer, somebody is going to come first, somebody is going to come second. If you make them run for 1.5 kilometers, यार जो फर्स्ट आना था वो अभी भी फर्स्ट ही आएगा भाई. कोई लास्ट वाला बंदा तेज नहीं दौड़ जाएगा because it's 1.5 kilometers, right? Assuming everyone has practiced good enough. So it's the same thing. Doesn't matter how many questions, how many marks it is. 40% minimum, 95. Mine is third slot, so you will be, maybe depends कि मैं time पे पहुंच पाऊंगा कि नहीं analysis के लिए, but you will be hearing from me. Okay. Yes, Badura, there's no tailor-made strategy. I mean, there are tailor-made strategies, but it depends from person to person. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for attending this long, I think it's almost going to be 12 hours now, for attending this session. And I hope today's session, the questions, the concepts, the discussions, they may have helped you, right? Please do not forget to give a like. That's all we need. And if you guys haven't subscribed, make sure that you subscribe. Okay. Good luck for your exam. Do not panic. Chill out for the next 2 days. Don't solve any mock. Please don't do that. You can solve a sectional, random previous year questions. Do just that. या फिर chill मारो. नया कोई series आया होगा. Go ahead, watch it. हाँ निकेत, DI में तो ग्राफ बेस्ड और मीन मीडियन मोड बेस्ड यू कैन हैव, बट नॉर्मली मीन मीडियन मोड बेस्ड काफी ज्यादा आ चुके इन द लास्ट 4-5 years. इफ यू रिमेंबर दैट बैग विद कॉइन्स, उसके पहले चॉकलेट्स वाला भी आ चुका है, सो रिसेंटली आ चुके हैं, बट आई कैन नॉट से कि आएगा कि नहीं. इट मे स्टिल कम. गेम्स एंड टूर्नामेंट प्रॉपर, नॉकआउट और राउंड रॉबिन, इट हैज बीन लॉन्ग ड्यू. यू नेवर नो. Okay, Kushagar. Rishabh, my slot, my center is sector 63, Noida. 62, Noida. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Thank you. Take care. Good night. Have fun.